Welcome back. Oh yeah, well, sorry I'm late. I was just setting up and it took a little longer than expected, but I'm here now. Hello. Are you guys ready to study tonight? Thank you for showing up to our little study session. I'm really excited, but also dreading this exam. I am planning tonight, guys, to study for quite a while. So, don't feel obligated to stay for the whole time tonight. I have a good feeling that this stream will go on for, I want to say, at least 4 hours. So I do want to put that disclaimer out there for those of you who try to stay for the whole stream. Long ass study stream today. All right, I have all night. And I have work tomorrow evening, so I really have to cram everything I can tonight. Micro endurance stream? You call that a micro endurance stream? That for me is already endurance. Honestly, I could study for pretty much 12 hours straight. If you guys let me, but I feel like that'd be a little too much. Yeah. But today we are studying for my certified pediatric nurse exam that is happening in 2 weeks. I actually printed out a bunch of test banks and I purchased some test banks from the actual testing, the testing provider website. So I do have some very good, very accurate practice questions, and it actually gives it to you in the format that you would otherwise test in. So it helps practice kind of like the format of the testing, the online format of the testing, basically. What I love about this exam is that you can actually click back to your old questions. So you have 125 questions in total, but it gives you the opportunity to go back through old, like your previous questions, so you can change your answers if you have any last minute kind of, regrets. Yeah. 4 hours is kind of low for study streams. Your past study streams are like 5-6 hours. Okay. 4 hours is kind of low. Then we're actually going to be studying for like at least 5 hours. Because if you think about it, each Pomodoro session today, I'm planning to do 45 minutes each with a 15-minute break. That only really leaves like 5 Pomodoro sessions. So let's try to make it 6 today. I also did something that took longer than expected this evening. Oh, what did you do? Did you clean your house? Did you go out and run some errands? Yeah, you really need to study too? Awesome. If you guys are studying or doing chores or doing any other sort of calm, not really mindless tasks, but if you guys are doing any of those kind of long and quiet tasks, then this is the perfect stream for you. We're gonna be listening to some relaxing lo-fi, and yeah, you guys can just keep me company while I write my notes. I actually purchased some flashcards, so I'm really excited. I got these colorful flashcards so I can finally put everything on flashcards and review them. Yeah, so let's see how it goes today. I also plan on doing, what do I plan on doing? So what I'm gonna plan to do is do one Pomodoro session of actually just writing notes, and then another Pomodoro session of doing practice questions. So I guess what I plan to do is like 45 minutes of studying with a 15-minute break, and then I'm gonna spend the next 30 minutes, do a 30-minute session of doing just questions, and then take another break, and then go back to doing a 45-minute note-taking session. Yeah. Athy is the real lo-fi girl. Am I? Do I kind of look like her? I guess I have the kind of cozy bedroom vibe, right? But anyways, it's late. It's 10:30 in the evening. So we have all the time in the world to just relax. Pull up a chair, grab your study supplies, grab a pen or pencil, whatever you like to use to study. Grab your laptop, listen to some chill lo-fi music, chat about the day. How was your day, by the way? How are you guys doing? What did you guys do today before we start anything? I want to know. Did you guys go out? Did you guys relax? It is the weekend after all. It's Saturday. So I hope you guys had a good rest. And that you got to go out and do something active and do something healthy and work on yourself and enjoy your rest day. Or if you worked, I hope you had a good day at work. You just chilled at home, relaxed, read, played video games. That sounds like the perfect day. That sounds like the perfect day. You took a nice walk outside. Amazing. Went out shopping. Checked how long it took you to get somewhere for later plans. Didn't bounce stuff in your pack right, so your back hates you right now. Oh no! I'm so sorry. Go get a massage or something, or go sit on something comfy. I hope that you're lying down or something like that and that your back is not hurting too much right now. You just saw a VTuber concert for the Madoka Magica songs? What? Who did that? Who sang Madoka Magica songs? I love it. The Calafina songs are amazing in that too. You didn't miss anything, Bintang. I actually just started stream. Milky said that their day was a bit busy, but overall nice. Hanging out with your friends during the afternoon. Then from around 5 to 9, helped your friend pick up some furniture. That's so sweet. That's really, really nice of you. Wow, you really did have a busy day. You guys definitely had a busier day than I did. Oh, the VTuber Symphony? What is that? Is that like a live concert? Ooh, that's cool. That's really, really cool. I did absolutely nothing. I slept all freaking day. Ooh, let me take a look. Oh, wow, that's so cool. Oh, that's so cool. I love it. All right, I'm gonna like that. So what did Athlete do today, you ask? Absolutely nothing. After stream last night, I slept at around, I want to say I slept around like 4 or 5 a.m. And then I woke up to eat breakfast, or more like dinner. I woke up to eat some breakfast and I ended up binging a bunch of movies. So today was my movie binging day. I was feeling a little spoopy after last night's stream, so I did binge a couple of horror shows and some horror movies. What did I binge? I can't remember. I started watching on Netflix the Fall of the House of Usher. Something like the House of Usher, the Fall of the House of Usher. It's a Mike Flanagan TV show, and I love the Flanaganverse or whatever they call it, because I watched if you guys like The Haunting of Hill House and The Haunting of Blythe Manor and those kind of TV shows, they're all made by the same person, Mike Flanagan, and he also worked on like the Annabelle movies. So I was watching that one, the Fall of the House of Usher. It's so good. Have you heard of that one? Yeah, you heard of that one before? Usher the Pop Star? No, not Usher the Pop Star. Have you guys ever heard of Edgar Allan Poe? It is actually based off one of Poe's short stories. It is literally called like The Fall of the House of Usher or something like that. It's actually really good. It is a story about a family that rose to power and money. But then one by one, all of like the kids. So like there's like the father who is like the head of the family, and his sister who basically run the company, and then the father, the usher. He has like 6 kids, and then each of the kids start dying, but like in very mysterious ways. And then in the end, you find out like why they all died. And it's really, really, it's creepy. And the jump scares are super nice too. They're not like super scary, give you a heart attack jump scare. It's more like it builds up so much suspense, and there's all this like you're doubting what you kind of see in the background. You see shadows moving. You're like, did something just move in the background, or was it just me kind of vibe? Yes, so if you watch that, also check out the Haunting series, like the Haunting of the Hill House and all the Blythe Manor, those shows. What else did he write? The Midnight something something or something like that. Hold on, let me type in Mike Flanagan. Haunting of Hill House. He did Midnight Mass. That's a really good one too. You guys should check out Midnight Mass. The Midnight Club. The Haunting of Bly Manor. The Fall of the House of Usher. Yes, that was the one that I just watched. He also directed the Ouija movies. So if you guys have watched like Ouija, the Origin of Evil, those movies, he directed that. Oh, have you ever watched a movie called Oculus? It's pretty good. Oculus is pretty good, in my honest opinion. I think one of you guys actually recommended Oculus to me. Yeah, you heard of Oculus? It's the one about the mirror. Oh my god, it's so good. That was one of the first movies he ever directed, so you definitely would have heard of him. And what I love about Mike Flanagan is that he reuses the same actors in all of his TV shows. So it's kind of funny because people like to make a theory that actually all of his TV shows and movies are in the same universe or in an alternate dimension, and they just use different people for them, but they're the same person just in a different timeline, which is why people call it the Flaniverse. It's like he made his own Marvel Cinematic Universe, except it's called the Flaniverse. So you would definitely will get into his films if you're into horror, but not the typical type of horror. It's more like the suspenseful thriller type of gothic horror, then you'll definitely like him. Which one should we watch first chronologically? Yeah, all of his TV shows they aren't related to each other. They're all completely separate stories. But definitely start with like The Haunting of Hill House. That one is one of my favorite ones, and I think that was one of his best ones, to be fair. Yeah, do it in order. So do like The Haunting of Hill House, Haunting of Bly Manor. They're both very similar. Midnight Mass is really good if you're really into small towns and almost like witch trial, like kind of cultish, like religious cult, sacrificial, like demon kind of stuff. Midnight Mass is really great, and Dave Patel is the main character in that one. The Midnight Club is about just like these young teenagers who are all about to die. They all have like cancer and terminal illnesses. So what they do is like they tell scary stories and they go to like haunted places just as like a last hurrah because, you know, they're teenagers about to die. But then because of that, because they're like facing their mortality, they start to experience a lot of these strange things like seeing the dead and yeah, those kind of things. And then his most recent one, The Fall of the House of Usher, is, like I said, it's like Succession. Have you guys ever watched like the TV show Succession, where there's like a bunch of, there's these siblings who are fighting over who's going to take over their father's business, and the father like really does not want to give it to any of the kids, kind of situation. It's like that, where they're like these kids that are about to take over like this big company. Yeah, they each have like their vices, and it's kind of crazy. They're all grew up in like privilege, so you can see their privilege showing and blah blah blah. And it's about big pharma as well. There's like themes of big pharma, about like the opioid epidemic, about like ethical like, you know, pharma companies trying to make cures for people but actually like killing people and not taking accountability for like the addictability of like medications and narcotics. And they just want to make money, and they don't care how many people overdose, blah, blah, blah. This is kind of cool. Yeah. Hearing it being compared to Succession is not what I was expecting. No, but that's the whole vibe. It's just the Succession vibe where it's a billionaire father with his 6 kids, right? And then each kid dies in every episode, and he's telling the story of how they died, and then you start, like, these mysteries start to unfold after each episode, and it's really good. It's really, really good. Yeah. I binged that whole thing, all 6 episodes today. No, there are 8 episodes, I think. I binged like all 8 or 9 episodes today. Yeah. Oh, you watched bits and pieces of it on YouTube because you're such a wuss? Haunting of Hill House is about, like, these siblings who all come together during a funeral of one of their siblings. Because, yeah, there's, like, one of their siblings, like, passed away. And 3 of them come together. There's, like, 4 of them. And then 3 of them come together and they talk about their childhood and how their mother died and what happened in, like, their old childhood home that might have caused, like, the death of their sibling. So all of the stories are quite similar. There's, like, the supernatural element to it, but then at the same time, people are saying that it's like an imagery or like a metaphor for a person's internal turmoil and trauma and what they're really going through on the inside. It's the supernatural element is just like a dramatized version of what person might be going through, whether it be like a depression or like psychosis, something like that. It's really good. Really, really good cinematography. I really urge you to watch at least one of his TV shows or one of his movies. I want to watch his other film. I haven't seen Dr. Sleep yet, but he did direct Stephen King's novel, like the movie version of Stephen King's novel, Dr. Sleep. So I'm definitely going to check that out. Yeah. Hello, welcome everybody. We're talking about Mike Flanagan. What else did I binge today? Oh, I watched like the first part of the Halloween movie, the Michael Myers, but the new one. I didn't like it. It was not that great. I really don't like the modern remakes of all of the old classic like horror films. Halloween is like such a beloved franchise, and then they try to modernize it, and I just did not like it at all. Thank you, Vintang, for being another month, for becoming a member. Clinic Owl, welcome to the clinic. Thank you for picking up a shift. What else did I watch? I watched this thing on Hulu. It was like about the catacombs. And it was kind of, I don't really like it. It had like the Blair Witch vibes. It's called like As Below, Down Below, or something like that. And it's about these people who go down to the catacombs and they're trying to find some like hidden pharaoh treasure there, and they get stuck, and then obviously people start dying and they start seeing like hallucinating traumas of their past or regrets, or like people who have died in their past that they blame themselves for. It made me feel really dizzy because the cinematography was like hand cam horror. And don't get me wrong, I freaking love hand cam horror. Just, I don't know, that one was really cliche. It was so bad. It was so cringe. I could not. I just skipped to the very end. I was like, who dies? I want to know who dies in this. Yeah, hand cam horrors make me dizzy. Yeah, found footage style. That's what it is. I heard the catacombs are older than the city. Definitely. I'm pretty sure the catacombs have been there before the city was even built. Way, way, way before. And then in these catacombs, they found like mummies, like hieroglyphs, like Egyptian treasure and stuff like that. And they found a philosopher's stone as well, and I found that kind of like lame, where like one of the main characters is some sort of archaeologist, and she's like, oh my god, we found the pharaoh's treasure. And then there's like a whole tomb of gold, and she's like, it's the philosopher's stone. And then they're it's almost like an escape room where they're reading the riddles, and then she starts deciphering all these hieroglyphs, and she's like, the philosopher's stone is right here. And then it somehow is able to heal everybody's scars and broken bones and things. And I was like, this does not seem very realistic for found footage type of horror. Did they finally get her memory too? No, it's like when they started bringing up the Philosopher's Stone thing, I thought, okay, this is kind of lame. And then at one point, they're like running through this big hall and they see like this plague doctor, Grim Reaper type character. And I was like, what is that character even there for? He didn't even kill anybody, honestly. And then the lady was like, oh no, this Philosopher's Stone is actually a dupe. To actually find the real Philosopher's Stone, we have to return the old Philosopher's Stone back to its original place, and then it'll show us where the real Philosopher's Stone is. And so she literally runs all the way back to the place where they found the Philosopher's Stone where everyone died. And I was like, girl, are you crazy? Why are you running back there? But she goes there by herself because her boyfriend's about to die. She sticks the stone back in the hole. And then she's like, but where's the Philosopher's Stone? And then she realized that the Philosopher's Stone was right in front of her this whole time. It was like this gold mirror plate thing. She was staring right at her reflection. That's the Philosopher's Stone. So then she takes it and then she runs back and then she heals her boyfriend. And then they all survive and I'm like, okay. I know, it's weird. Like they found the Philosopher's Stone in a pharaoh's tomb. I really love horror movies where people get stuck in caves. There's this one on, I forgot what it was called. It was like, there's this one where like a bunch of girls go like cave diving or exploring or something like that. And then they get stuck inside the cave. And in that cave, they're like some cannibals. I forgot what it was called. You guys should definitely watch it. If you've played the video game The Forest, is it called The Descent? It's like, yeah, there's like a group of girls. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. They go, yeah, the cannibals. They're kind of cute. With their little like Voldemort looking ears. That was a good movie. That was a good one. The Descent. Very peak cannibal cave movie. And I think it like inspired, you know, the video games, The Forest and such. Because if you play The Forest, this is exactly what it is. Just like you on a deserted island with these cannibals running amok inside the caves. I remember when I was playing The Forest with some of my friends, we went inside the caves and we're like, okay, we have to kill these cannibals. And then when I watched this movie, I was like, this is exactly like that video game where you're like stuck inside the cave. They're like these hairless monsters, humanoid looking monsters that eat you and eat each other. You see, is it a decent movie? Is The Descent a decent movie? Is The Descent a decent movie? Yes, it's a great movie. I think you should watch it once if you're into that trapped cave cannibal movie. Yeah. They look like little Voldemorts. Yeah, that's what they look like. The Forest is just the Descent video game. It really is! It really is! Okay, I'm glad you guys agree with me. So that is one of my favorite. There was a new shark movie that came out that I watched. What was that one? There was a new shark movie that came out on Hulu, but I've watched pretty much every single shark movie there is out there. Let's see. The Reef is good. What else is there? Anything that has to do with people getting eaten by sharks are one of my favorites. Sharknado? I don't think I've ever watched Sharknado. I actually really want to watch it. That's the only one I haven't seen. I've only seen like the proper like sharks in the water, eating people in the water kind of movies. Yeah, there are a lot of them on Hulu. So if you guys have Hulu, you should binge all of them. I want to watch Sharknado and Snakes on the Plane. Oh yeah, okay, so there's The Reef, Man-Eater, I watched that one. The Requiem, and Something in the Water. That's the newest one that just came out. It's called Something in the Water. Yeah. There's also that Japanese movie about sharks. I forgot the name. Oh, I didn't know that there was a Japanese one, but if it was made in Japan, I bet it's really gruesome. For sure. Yeah, so that was all I really did today. I binged some horror films and it was great. I'm feeling really spoopy for this season. Oh, 47 Meters Down is really good too. Yeah. I watched that one. Is that the one where they're in a lake or not in a? Yeah, they're like in a strange like cave lake. It's not even like the ocean. So that's why they were like, oh, there aren't sharks here, but somehow there are sharks inside like this lake area. Was it that one? 47 Meters Down? Oh, is that the second one? Probably. Maybe. Okay. Good to know. All right, let's get to studying. The first movie is about Mandy Moore stuck in a cage in the middle of the ocean. Mandy Moore? I'm definitely gonna check that out. I freaking love Mandy Moore. Let's do it. We're gonna have like a shark. I wanna do like a shark movie marathon with you guys. We'll do that on Discord, I feel. Let's do it. Shark movie marathon! You guys can help me choose some shark movies that we can binge together. Who's Mandy? Mandy Moore. You don't know Mandy Moore? She's an amazing actress. Also, she's the voice of Rapunzel. Right? She's the voice of Rapunzel, right? I'm not saying that wrong. She's the voice of the Disney Rapunzel. I love her voice. Yeah, she's Rapunzel. She's such a great singing voice. And have you guys ever watched the movie? It's the one where she dies. She has like a terminal illness. A Walk to Remember. That's what it is. Ah, I freaking love A Walk to Remember. Ah, it's such a good movie. Oh, if you're into like soapy, sad, like romance. Rom-com. Yes! You love the book? She was the main character in the movie, The Walk to Remember. Yeah, she was in that one. And if you didn't cry in that movie, then you are not human and you are heartless because it was so good. And also, the only reason why I love that movie too is because the song in it is so good. The song that she sings at the end for the end credits of the movie. Only Hope is the name of the song. Take a listen to it, see if you recognize it. It goes like, It goes like, there's a song that's inside of my soul. Na 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 na, over and over and over again. Na 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 na, infinite cold. Na 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 na. So I lay my head back down and I let my hands and pray to be only yours. I pray to be only yours. I know that you're my only hope. All right, let's sing it. Wait, I'm gonna search it. Wait. We're doing some Only Hope karaoke right now. This is like, she literally sings this song. This was one of the first songs that I ever learned as a kid. Okay, I sang this when I was like 10 years old. I remember hearing this, and this was my go-to karaoke song because I just was like freaking obsessed, okay, with this song. I never watched the movie back then, but this song, let me tell you. Okay, we're starting out with karaoke, and then we're really studied now. Okay. Okay, but has anybody heard of the song? I'm just like, if anybody has heard of the song, it would make me so happy. But if you haven't, then you're gonna hear it now for the first time. There's a song that's inside of my soul. It's the one that I've tried to write over and over again. I'm awake in the infinite cold, but you sing to me over and over and over again. So I lay my head back down and I lift my hands and pray to be only yours. I pray to be only yours. I know now you're my only hope. Sing to me the song of the stars, of your galaxy dancing and laughing again. When it feels like my dreams are so far, sing to me of the plans that you have for me over again. So I lay my head back down and I lift my hands and pray to be only yours. I pray to be only yours. I know now you're my only hope. I give you my destiny. I'm giving you all of me. I want your symphony, singing in all that I am. At the top of my lungs, I'm giving it all I have. So I lay my head back down and I lift my hands and pray to be only yours. I pray to be only yours. I pray to be only yours. I know now you're my only hope. I don't know the last part. Yeah. Oh my god, I sang this so much as a kid. I literally sang this all this time. That I remember even the bridge. At the top of my lungs, I'm giving it back. So I lay. That is from the movie A Walk to Remember. Go watch that movie, please. It is such a good movie. Makes me want to cry. Anyways, we continue. You used them for 5 minutes and you came back for unscheduled karaoke. Thank you. Thank you so much. Red Dead Otaku for becoming a member. Welcome to the Clinic Owls. Thank you for picking up a shift. Let's get to work. Red Dead Otaku's joined. Look at him. He's a little green boy. boy. Don't worry. Don't worry. You're going to hatch into a little blue boy soon. You'll become a blue boy soon. If you get the chance to read the book, it'll make you bawl like a little baby. Ah, yeah, for sure. Let's study. Let's bring Hen Kim Chan out. Wow. Hello, everybody. Do you see my lighting situation improved? I actually can turn the lights over. I stole my brother's desk lamp. It's a fancy desk lamp. Yeesh. Now I have such adequate lighting. Wow. So good. And it's not like dark or like too orange this time. Hi everybody. Hi. Let's study for my pediatric nursing exam, and maybe if we have some time for breaks later, we can do some more impromptu karaoke along the way. Yeesh. I don't know. This is small C, but it's a beanbag. It's beanbag fee in a way. Beanbag fee. Boop, 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 boop. He's cute. Okay, so look at the buttload of question banks that I have, okay, guys? Trust me, these are all just practice questions. And these are Quizlets, actually, that I found, like CPN Study Guide, questions 100, Pediatric Nurse Practice questions. I printed out all these Quizlets, and it has a question here and the answer here, so I actually just covered up like this. There are also some study guides here, so I actually, what did I do? I paperclipped them together. And there are some like flashcards, already like pre-made flashcards, so I'll separate those. But I've already completed a couple of question banks, so we're gonna keep that to the side. So we are currently studying the topic on respiratory dysfunctions. So what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna read through this, skim through it, and highlight. I don't think I have a highlighter, though I lost my highlighter. Crap, where is my highlighter? Damn it! Do I not have a highlighter? Where did I put all my colorful highlighters? They either dried out or... I need to get myself a pair of some highlighters. Darn it. I have no highlighters here. Oh well. Highlight it with my mind. Urgh. Fine. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna read through it, and then if I finish it before the 45 minutes are over, I'm gonna just start with questions, okay? I don't know where my syringe highlighter went. I lost it. It's maybe somewhere inside my bag. It's definitely not in my room because I don't see it anywhere around here. It was not in my bag. Let me just blow my nose for 1 second. Okay. Okay, we have to work hard. Starting the timer now. I don't know where I can put the timer. Maybe like here? There we go. I feel like this chapter is gonna be quite easy because we see so many respiratory illnesses in the hospital. So this is gonna be easy peasy. This is right up my alley. I need my highlighter. All right, I'm gonna go grab it for my bag. I paused the timer. I'm gonna go grab my highlighter. No! Why? I don't have one. I looked everywhere. No one has a freaking highlighter in this house. I'm dead. All right, I'm just gonna use a pencil to underline now. Guys, we're screwed. I have no highlighter. Ah! Ah! I'm such. Oh Lord. What? Who stole it? Smallsy stole it? And you know, I genuinely think I just left it at work. Alright, you know what? Let's write some. You know what? At this point, we don't even need a highlight. Let's just write it down on some flashcards. So that'll be my highlight. Alright? That'll be my highlight. New flashcards, let's go! Ooh, they give us some gray ones, some brown ones. I like that. Oh, we definitely must interrogate Smallthy later. Where did you put my frickin' highlighter, you son of a bird. Oh, I forgot to like restart my timer. All right, I feel like that was, I'll start from 35 minutes then. There we go. So I'm making a list of all the medications that are used to treat respiratory disorders right now. I'm just gonna make a quick margin here. are probably familiar with the with a couple of these. Like the albuterol is a bronchodilator. What it does is it is used for quick relief. It provides like pulmonary, smooth muscle relaxation. So that's why albuterols were really great for asthma, because a lot of asthma attacks are basically bronchoconstriction, and you want to relax it. You want them to dilate, and that's why you hear wheezing, because they're being constricted. And then there's the leukotriene receptor antagonist, like montelukast or singular. You guys might be familiar with that. It's a long-term asthma treatment. And then there's this medication. We use this for this helps, I guess, like decrease the like the mucus production or something like this, but we definitely have used this. And then there's the steroids. We use steroids a lot for croup. Oh, these are the ones. The mucolytic agents are the ones that we use a lot, that I've given. Acetylcysteine, mucomist. Yo, I'm telling you guys, mucomist smells rank. The only way to describe the smell of mucomist is rotten eggs and farts. As soon as you start aerosolizing that thing, I literally have to hold my breath and leave the room, because it literally smells like the most rotten egg, plus somebody made like a massive fart in the whole room. It just smells like that. It's really gross. You know what? I don't even need to write notes for this. I already know all this stuff. Okay, I'm throwing this away. I'm thinking to myself, why do I need to write notes for this when I already know all of this? I'm just wasting my time. Okay. Just write the notes for the things you don't know, Athie. Come on. But yes, we use the mucomist to reduce the viscosity of the sputum. It helps a lot with like people with cystic fibrosis too. A lot of people don't know what cystic fibrosis is, or how, or like what is the real cause of cystic fibrosis. People just think that people with cystic fibrosis have like chronic lung diseases, which is true. They usually get chronic lung diseases. That is like their #1 symptom. or that cystic fibrosis is just a disease where somebody is not able to really get rid of the mucus in their body. That is also a big symptom. But the biggest cause of, or the main cause of cystic fibrosis is that they have a gene, it's a genetic disorder, that doesn't allow them to properly convert or to properly excrete the sodium in their body. So like the sodium exchange mechanic in their cells is broken. And sodium plays a really important part in like drawing out water in their body. And so that's why all of their mucous membranes are always secreting mucus, because of that faulty sodium cell exchange. And that's why they actually excrete more than usual. And that's why like the first sign of cystic fibrosis is that their sweat is extremely salty. In the olden times, they used to diagnose babies by licking their sweat or licking their foreheads or whatever like that. And if the baby tasted salty, then it's most likely that they had cystic fibrosis, which is something they're gonna have for life. There is no cure for cystic fibrosis. A lot of kids die very young because of cystic fibrosis. It honestly is like has like quite a high mortality rate just because of the number of respiratory illnesses they catch, and it's harder for them to actually recover from them. So if someone with cystic fibrosis gets sick, it's like they have a really high chance of not surviving. So that's why you always hear stories or see movies about like people with CF, and they usually die very young, like when they're teenagers. Yeah. right? So I was just reading up on BPD, or bronchopulmonary dysplasia, which is like something common that we see in a lot of NICU babies. It just means that it's like a respiratory disease, a pulmonary disease that happens in babies, usually who are premature. Usually because the babies are premature, their lungs are very immature and very, very fragile. And a lot of the times they require extra respiratory support. But BPD can actually come from can come after they have been given respiratory support. So if these babies are given too much oxygen, or if there's too much positive pressure through like the ventilator, it can actually cause scarring inside their lung tissue. And because of that scarring, they're going to develop like chronic problems when they grow older. It can even cause heart issues because of the fact that there's not enough oxygen, not as good of an oxygen like gas exchange in their alveoli. Their right side of the heart is going to have to beat harder to try and get more oxygen to the lungs, or try to get, not beat harder. It's like the blood vessels over there are also affected. So sometimes there is a little bit of stenosis, which means that the blood vessels in the lungs are like more hardened in a way. So then the right heart does have to beat harder because the blood vessels are more tougher, right, to infuse the blood into, or pump the blood through. And then that can also cause the blood to go back or to pool in the right side and cause edema, or pulmonary edema is what you call it essentially. And that's really bad, because if there's edema that starts surrounding the lungs and the heart, that can put a big strain on their heart and eventually like cause the heart to stop beating or displace certain parts of the heart. Oh my god, it's really bad. Pulmonary edema may occur. Hepatomegaly, which means like their spleen is enlarged, and you usually see like edema in other places because of that stenosis. Essentially right-sided heart failure, like all of these signs of right-sided heart failure starts to show. Yeah, because the blood is like being pushed back, and since the blood is going in from your body, the blood goes from your lungs, right, to the deoxygenated blood goes from your lungs and your body into the right, and then from the right it goes into your lungs to get oxygenated, and then it goes from your lungs into your left, and then it goes to the left side of your heart to the rest of your body, and the lungs too, right? So if that right side of the heart is not functioning properly, the blood will pull back into the body and into the lungs, causing edema. Essentially like a little traffic jam, but for your blood. There's a little bit of congestion there. That's what they call it. It's congested. Blood is not moving. We're ready through all of this. Okay, next. Sudden infant death syndrome, or SIDS. SIDS is the term used to describe sudden, unexpected death of any infant for whom a post-mortem examination fails to determine the cause of death. Death usually occurs during sleep. Infants at greatest risk for SIDS include premature neonate infants with apneic episodes, infants with prenatal drug exposure, siblings of infants who have died of SIDS, infants exposed to prenatal and postnatal and maternal smoking, infants of adolescent mothers, infants of closely spaced pregnancies, underweight infants, infants with bronchopulmonary dysplasia, twins, Native American infants, Alaskan Native infants, and economically disadvantaged Black infants. Home monitoring is suggested for infants at risk. SIDS is a major cause of death in infants less than 1 year, with about 2/3 of SIDS deaths occurring in infants aged 2 to 4 months. About 60 to 70% of SIDS death occurs in males. That's interesting. Nobody really knows the true cause of SIDS. It's been related to hypoxemia, which means lack of oxygen, apnea, which means stop, like no breathing, or immature nervous system, the brainstem abnormality and brainstorm abnormality in neuroregulation of cardiorespiratory control. Factors include problems with the infant's sleep arousal and the body's ability to detect the buildup of carbon dioxide in the blood. Recent findings suggest that an increased incidence of SIDS in infants who sleep in the prone position. There's been a dramatic decrease in the incidence of SIDS since parents and caregivers started putting infants to sleep on their backs. Apparent life-threatening events share many of the same risk factors as SIDS. However, there is still debate as whether an apparent life-threatening event are interrupted SIDS events or a completely separate phenomenon. And there's no clinical manifestations of it because parents or caregivers usually find the infant or find that the child has died in their sleep. Typically, the infant is found dead in the bed, usually in the position in which the infant was placed for sleep. Oh, I was like, why do I have, oh my god. Why is this so, like, inky? My hand is covered in ink right now. My hand got covered in black ink. Yuck. I'm trying to wipe the ink off my hands now. Where did that even came from? My ruler. Got black ink on my hand from my ruler. It's okay. Tis but a flesh wound. Tis but a flesh wound. Okay, we already know the back to sleep stuff. Avoid using pillows. Avoid all those things. Do not give a baby under 1 year old honey, as honey has led to botulism in babies, and botulism bacteria has been linked to SIDS. I've taken care of a couple babies with botulism before. Oh my god, there was this one baby that was literally the cutest baby I've ever seen. So cute. And I actually got to take a picture with him on my last day that I worked at that hospital. Mom was so sweet. Mom actually took the picture of me and him because I basically took care of him almost every day that he was there. But babies with botulism, they have to stay in the hospital for quite a long time as they're getting the medication to help reverse the botulism. And it's scary because these babies, they become paralyzed. They were completely normal babies before, and then all of a sudden they lose the ability to eat. They lose the ability to move, to sit up, to turn their head. Everything just becomes so flaccid and hypotonic, what we say. They have no muscle tone at all. And so there was this, I forgot how old he was. He was probably 8 or 9 months old. And before he was a completely regular, normal baby, crawling around, rolling around, is able to sit up, clap his hands. Then all of a sudden, he just like cannot move, and he's like lying on his back all the time, can barely even lift his head, can't swallow because of the botulism. So we had to put a tube into his stomach so that he could eat. But even then, he was still the happiest, smiliest baby. I feel like he had no idea what the F was going on with him. I feel like since he was just a baby, he was thinking, oh, it's weird that I can't move my body, but that's okay because everyone is still feeding me and tending to me anyway. So you'll go into the room and he'll be like completely paralyzed. Yet he will still give you the biggest smile on his face, and he'll laugh and he'll cry. He was just so freaking adorable, and he started to finally build back his strength. It was just so cute to see him be able to sit up, move his arms, play with the toys that we gave him. And I remember Mom worked at a cafe that was nearby. So this one time on my day off, we actually went to go visit the restaurant that Mom, it's like a restaurant, bakery, cafe thing that Mom worked at. Me and two of my coworkers went to go there on our day off. And Mom just so happened to be working there, and she was so grateful. We actually went a few months after they had been discharged, so the baby had already turned a year old. Mom showed us updated pictures and videos of her son at home, thriving, you know, recovering, doing his PT, his physical therapy, his occupational therapy. He's finally able to stand up now, almost walk. And yeah, it was just so nice to see that he was doing really, really well. And then Mom treated us to some pastries. She was just the sweetest. She really was. And we still have no idea how the baby ended up getting botulism, because Mom says that she thoroughly cleans every one of his bottles, and he has only been breastfed or bottle fed his entire life. So there must have been some sort of cross-contamination with the botulinum toxin somewhere. Maybe there was like honey somewhere on their kitchen counter or on Mom. I don't know. It was just so weird how it happened, because it's like very rare. No, it's not in the breast milk, because even if Mom eats honey, it can't be transferred through the breast milk like that. It would have had to be literally have been on her boob, right? But Mom does work in a bakery, so maybe, I don't know. It's a mystery. The worst part about botulinum or botulism is that because it paralyzes every muscle, it can also paralyze their breathing muscles too. So if it gets to the worst point of the botulism, like they can actually stop breathing because their respiratory muscles are paralyzed too. But luckily it didn't get that bad. It didn't get bad for that bad for the baby. And to test for botulism, there is like there's a specific test that you have to send out to this one lab. There is like one botulism. There's like a botulism for children kind of organization. It's like government funded, where you can order these collection kits, and you send it out in the mail. And it's somewhere in like another state. I can't remember which state. And once they confirm that this child has the botulinum toxin, they actually give the hospital the medication that they need, the antitoxin. It's just like one of those government-funded organizations that provide both the testing, research, and the antidote for the botulism. So yeah, whenever something like that happens, we have to immediately contact them because they are the specialist in that sort of thing. There are a lot of kind of diseases that have like organizations that represent them. And botulism is one of them because it's super rare. Not only do they have to know who in the country is being treated for botulism, they also need to investigate where and how they got it. So they're also just like an investigation board. Because they don't want the toxin to be spreading. That's the last thing we need. That could be used as a freaking, what do you call it? It could be used as a weapon. What do you call it when it's like a weapon, but it's actually like a virus or something? Like anthrax. What do you call that again? A bio weapon? Yo, that's what it is. A bio weapon. Yeah. You can use botulinum toxin as a bio weapon. Okay, I was right. Thank you guys. Ooh, wow, 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 wow. Well, done. But I'm not finished. I still have to finish reading. All right, break. Break time. Stretch. Then we finish. after this 15-minute break we finish. Oh my god. I feel like I need another coffee, but I just drank a coffee. Do you think I should drink another coffee, guys? Do I deserve another coffee, or should I go for some tea this time? No, what do you mean no? I need my caffeine. Give me my caffeine, please. How many cups did I drink? I only had one. I had one before this stream. And that was like 3 hours ago. I had coffee 3 hours ago. Please, please let me have another cup of coffee, please. Or at least I can make some sort of... Another one won't hurt. Go straight to Adderall. Oh, I wish. Oh, I wish. I wish, I wish, I wish. How badly I wish and I wish and I wish, you guys. I wish I had Adderall. I've never been prescribed Adderall in my life, so I don't know what it feels like, and I know that it's awful and terrible and addicting and you shouldn't use it. I know so many people in my life, especially doctors and nurses, who have been reliant on Adderall, and it is let's just say that it is not a good thing to be reliant on. It has a lot of side effects. Yeah. I just need like something. I need something. Tea. It's pretty much always no, but you know most people aren't keen on that idea. Almost like the stuff's addictive or something. I just need a drink. Maybe alcohol, but then that would really just impair my judgment. My friends actually have been trying to get me to drink alcohol again and try to build up my tolerance, because it's not like I'm 100% allergic to it. I just, you know, get very flushed and I have like a mad headache after I drink it. So my friends were telling me that maybe it's the type of alcohol I'm drinking that's making me feel ill, not so much that it is alcohol. So they told me that I should start drinking, or you know, attempt to drink more high quality alcohol, organic types of alcohol, not like tequila, not like rum, not those kind of types of alcohols with less of a sugar content. Vodkas, they said, like they recommended that I start with like those, like gin, like vodka, that those like white clear alcohols, not the brown ones. So I guess I'll start my drinking journey at some point. I have to purchase myself some organic spirits, and they said to just drink it like by itself. Start with like a tiny little bit, maybe like a tablespoon every day. And then we'll see if I end up building up my tolerance to alcohol. There are some nice fruit vodkas out there. Just make sure you pace yourself on vodka. It can be very easy to drink too much. I'll buy myself like a mini vodka. I just need to know exactly what brand they recommend. One of my coworkers used to be a bartender, so I should ask her. I should ask her what organic spirits she would recommend. And then I think they said that I should try to take Pepsid before I drink alcohol, because that'll help with like my flushing and my redness. I've never tried taking Pepsid before, so I will have to purchase that in the store. And it's like, how much Pepsid do I take? And yeah, I think that's like, take a Pepsid before you drink the alcohol. Make sure you eat before you drink, and make sure you're drinking a lot of water in between your drinks. Yeah. Have you ever had crushes, orange crushes? I think I have. I've had cocktails in the past and they've been absolutely delicious. But hi, Rude, welcome. Well, I still want to be able to drink alcohol, at least in social situations. So if I can somehow find a common brand of alcohol that I can order as my go-to in every restaurant, I think it would be extremely helpful for me. Extremely, extremely helpful. Yeah. What do you guys think? Do you guys think I should go for it? Or do you guys think I should just abstain altogether? So I know my coworker said it's fine to drink a little bit. It's fine to have partake in a little bit of alcohol, just not so much that that you end up regretting a lot of things. How about a simple blue moon with orange slices? Perhaps. You know what would be an interesting thing? Maybe I could do a thing where I try to discover what drink works for me the best, and I kind of rate it based on what my body feels like. It'll be like experimenting on my own body's ability to digest alcohol. So I can try a bunch of different variations of spirits and cocktails, make my own even, and see which one is like the best for me. Yeah. Like what ratios work the best for me. Make a custom Athi cocktail, right. I have a feeling at the beginning I'm gonna regret a lot of things. I have a feeling I'm gonna regret drinking so much because I really cannot drink alcohol, guys. Even at this one party concert that I went to, I got myself a gin and tonic. I honestly have no idea what kind of gin they even used, but it definitely was not top shelf stuff because it was free. Like all these drinks at this bar were free. And my friend was like, yeah, you need to get like the top shelf stuff. You can't be getting the cheap alcohol. That's the stuff that makes you hurt. Athi, you don't want to hurt. Get the very, very good organic, super distilled alcohol with not so high of a percentage, like a lower percentage. Yeah. Maybe I should look into that. I'm also like a wine person, so I really do like wine. Maybe I'll look into organic wines. Yeah. But definitely be careful when mixing drinks too. Rum and Coke and very light on the rum and on the rocks. I had my fair share of rum when I was in Puerto Rico, and I'll tell you, rum is probably not my favorite. As much as it looks and smells okay. Actually, I lie. It doesn't smell great. Rum smells so freaking strong, like rubbing alcohol. Although vodka doesn't smell that better. Yeah, I tried rum at the Bacardi factory and also at like a very small rummery in Vieques. And I was like, holy crap, I cannot keep this down. It literally just tastes like the most medicinal medicine I'll ever taste. I feel like all alcohol for me just tastes very medicinal, and it's hard for me to force it down sometimes. I'm gonna have to see what kind of alcohol we have here at home. I just don't drink alcohol in general, so I don't think that the smell and the taste of it is very appealing to me, at least for some, unless you really mix it with a lot of stuff, like a lot. Yeah, it smells like rubbing alcohol, but there is like a hint of sweetness that you can smell, like very, very faint. But to me, it's just so overpowered by that smell of alcohol. Unless it's flavored soju, right? Flavored soju is so dangerous because it really doesn't taste like alcohol at all. It masks the alcohol flavor so well, yet is still able to to maintain such a high percentage of alcohol where you can get flat out wasted in such a short amount of time. So soju's dangerous. I have to work my way up to soju, guys. I can't just go straight for those sweet alcohols. So I'm gonna try my very best to become a on the rocks straight girly. You know, no little embellishments, no extra fancy things. Maybe only like a seltzer, right? Like a tonic seltzer, like for gin and tonic. But nothing too sweet. Go straight for the OGs, the big guns. Like yeah, like vodka, like whiskey. They said to go for a nice whiskey. Yeah. If you don't want to drink, you don't have to. I want to drink. That's the problem. I want to feel buzzed. I love that feeling of feeling buzzed. I've felt it a couple times before. That warm feeling that envelops you when you drink just a little bit of alcohol, but you're not in too much pain quite yet. Although I only experienced it for a very short amount of time before I do end up feeling a lot of pain. And then it makes me so freaking sleepy. So I feel like a nightcap is perfect for me, especially if I'm having trouble falling asleep. A nightcap would help so much. Just a little sip, just to make me a little tipsy, a little tired, because I remember I've drunk alcohol before. And I have like fallen asleep halfway through a sentence. While I was chatting, all I could remember was speaking for like a few minutes and then all of a sudden falling asleep. Yeah. You sound like a wine person though. I actually do enjoy wine with ice cubes in it. Oh, Bailey's. Anything with like milk and creamer is really good. Right? When you're a kid, you can drink Bailey's. That's how good it is. So I have to be careful. Historically, the usual way to do rum was to make it dangerously overstrength for storage or transport, then heavily watered down before drinking. Interessante. So, the start of my alcohol connoisseur arc. It's the start of my wine connoisseur arc. I think I'm just being peer pressured into doing it by my friends. But at the same time, like I said, it's just for social gatherings. Like I want to be able to have a drink in social situations from time to time. Okay. It's for celebrations. Drinks are used to celebrate. And I know I've always abstained from drinking in every celebration, and all of my friends have been very nice about it. They know that I don't drink. But a part of me is like, I'm not gonna die if I drink. I just suffer a lot. And if I'm somehow able to make that suffering a little less and a little more bearable, then I feel like, it would make it a lot better for me in those kind of situations. More convenient. No, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna find what kind of alcohol we have hidden here in my house, and we're gonna find it. We're gonna start drinking it on streams, guys. You're gonna see a whole other side of me. If you thought that sober Athy was unhinged, you don't want to know what drunk Athy's like. Although I have done a couple of drunk streams in my lifetime, and they've been kind of funny. I look back at them and I'm like, damn, what the hell was I thinking? What the hell was I doing? I regret a lot of things. But yeah. Well, if you do find a type of alcohol that doesn't cause you pain, it also is reliant on the fact that if you can find it, that's what I said. I was like, I have to find the ones that works for me, the alcohol that works for me. And the thing is, I haven't tried a lot of alcohols in my life. So I need to start exploring. You're one of the most unhinged VTubers. You're one of the most hinged VTubers I know. I'm so hinged? Okay. I guess that's a good thing, right? I agree. I'm pretty well behaved. I'm pretty say-so compared to some people that I've watched. Only because I have very high morals. And I was brought up as like a very, very good goody two-shoe kind of person. Never ever broke the rules. But you know how what people say is that the people who grew up never breaking the rules are the ones who want to break them the most? That's me. Uh-huh. So hinged that your doors are very stable. I am so freaking stable, guys. I am the opposite of unhinged, exactly. I'm a new type of hinged. We're studying alcohol, right? No, I'm not. We're not. I wish. Maybe we can do an alcohol study stream while we're drinking the alcohol that I'm while we are drinking the alcohol that I'm studying. Goody two shoes always puzzled me a bit, like it implies that having only one shoe is the norm, which is weird. Yeah, I don't know where that phrase "a goody two shoes" came from. I guess I was very compliant and obedient as a child. I never strayed. Never, ever, ever strayed. I was not a bad girl. I was never like a party girl. I was never rebellious. I did have like a short rebellious phase, but it was not as bad as like what a typical teenager would go through. Just because I feel like I had no reason to be rebellious. I had everything that I needed at that point. Good friends, okay grades. I was deep into anime and manga. I was like a weeb to the max. I just didn't have a reason to rebel. It's from a children's story. Oh, makes sense. But I'm shocked that you guys think I'm one of the most hinged VTubers. I guess you guys have watched pretty unhinged ones. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, there are a lot of very unhinged VTubers out there. Sometimes I wonder to myself, gosh, how could they not get in trouble for the things they say? Because the last thing I want is for me to be called out for something that I've said. And I don't think I've ever said anything in particular that has been very controversial. But because I'm like terrified of offending people, and I'm terrified of making broad generalizations or culturally biased kind of statements, or even like, yeah, just non-politically correct statements. I personally do not want to offend people in that way, so I am the most politically correct, most derogatory. I barely even swear. Like, swearing for me has to come out after I feel comfortable for a while. Even when I swear, a part of my moral, like a part of me, dies a little bit on the inside. Like, oh no, should I have said that? I don't know why. Maybe it's just been indoctrinated into me that like swearing is bad. Because Mama Athi always used to tell me that if I was bad, all these bad things were gonna happen to me. And I still believe it to this day, that karma will come back to bite you in the butt. So even if you are supposed to entertain people, you should never ever say anything bad about anybody, or anything, right? Even when you joke, like some jokes can be taken too far. So I just need to know what those limits are. I don't want to offend anybody here. Anything can upset some people. Well, let me be the most least upsetting. Let me be the least upsetting VTuber there is. I want to be an entertainer and a streamer that makes everybody the least upset, which in other terms the most happy, because the opposite of upset is happy, right? So I want to be the VTuber that makes everyone the least upset, aka the most joyous. I am the first hinged VTuber. Not the first, I'm one of the hinged VTubers, so thank you. Thank you for giving me that term. Happy, 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 yeah. Swear more. Chicken wants me to swear more. You'll have to catch me on that off chance, Chicken. On that off chance. I have all of the hinges. I am the door. I am the most stable door with all the hinges. To the point that I have too many hinges and the door just won't even open anymore. I have hinges on all sides of the door to the point that it's like not even a door. You can't open it. I don't mind those who are, but it can get a bit much. You're like comfy. Hinged VTubers is comfy. I love that. Let's do it. Let us embody the comfiness. Just show up to Athie's next trauma centers. You're recursing. It's just my emotions. When they start to run really high, the swearing starts to come out. You have to warm me up a little bit first before I can start to get in the swear train. Yeah. I'm the one with the hinges, therefore the door to your heart. You have high cholesterol. You have high cholesterol, so I am the clot with all the hinges. I'm the door in your blood vessels that is clogging up your veins. I'm giving you high cholesterol. I am the insulin. I am the sugar molecules running rampant through your vein, giving you diabetes. You could put me in the oven, yeah. I need to cook. I need to start cooking. I need to warm up before I can start cooking. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go make myself a cup of tea. And then we're gonna start our next Pomodoro session. Alright, we're back and I brought a granola. I mean, not a granola. I brought a protein bar because I got hangry. Although I have real food outside, I should probably eat that. But I haven't eaten today, so... Oh, well, I did eat like over 12 hours ago. That was my breakfast, basically. But yeah, I'm getting a little snacky. I want to eat my protein bar. Do you guys have snacks with you? I hope you guys have some snacks. You guys should come. You guys should come join me for snack time. I'm going to actually snack on this a little bit. I'm gonna snack on this a little bit while I study. So protein bar to get them gained. Yeah, I need to fuel these muscles, guys. They don't fuel themselves. All right, I got to 45 minutes. We're gonna continue reading, and then this granola bar will be my reward. And I have my tea. I actually brewed myself a Trader Joe's winter wake up tea. You guys can see winter wake up tea. It's really good. And it looks like this. Needs a little more time to brew. Ooh, get some ice cream, Vitigains. Do that. All right, time for studying. Shh, 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 shh. Gotta focus, focus. Lock on, lock on. Locked in. Dropped to my thing. Ba-da-da-dum, ba-dum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. La, 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 la. Ba-da-da-da. Laryngotracheobronchitis. That is a long word. Epiglottitis. Acute laryngotracheobronchitis. Most common form of croup and usually affects children younger than 5. Spasmodic croup is similar to acute LTB, but it tends to occur at night and recurs with respiratory tract infections. Epiglottitis is an acute severe inflammation of the epiglottis. The emergency situation occurs mostly in children between 3 and 6 years. It's caused by a virus, commonly the paraflu, adenovirus, RSV, and influenza. Spasmodic croup may be associated with genetic, allergic, or emotional factors. Widespread use of the Haemophilus influenzae B vaccine. With widespread use of the Haemophilus influenzae type B vaccine, HIB has been replaced as the primary cause of epiglottitis by pneumococci, streptococci, and staphylococci. Echovirus and respiratory syncytial virus can also cause this disorder. Good night, Kleesky. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you have a lovely evening or a lovely day. Oh, good evening, because it's time for sleep. So have a good night. Please sleep tightly. Don't let the bedbugs bite thee. LTB caused by an upper respiratory tract infection, progresses to laryngitis and descends to the trachea and sometimes the bronchi. The flexible larynx of a young child is particularly susceptible to spasm. Soft tissue of the epiglottis becomes inflamed, which causes life-threatening marked obstruction. Progressive obstruction causes hypoxia, hypercapnia, and acidosis. Decreased muscle tone, altered level of consciousness, and obstruction, and sudden death. Inspiratory stridor retractions. Wheezing crackles bronchi. Sudden onset. Awaken at night with bark-like cough. Hyperextension of the neck, drooling, and severe sore throat with refusal to drink. Stridor and hoarseness. Characteristic tripod position, which consists of the child sitting upright, leaning forward with the chin thrust out, mouth open, and tongue protruding. Late signs of hypoxia include listlessness, cyanosis, bradycardia, and decreased respiratory rate with decreased aeration. Red and inflamed throat with a large cherry red edematous epiglottis, and muffled voice. This is tripoding in a kid. Classic tripod position of a child with epiglottitis: forward sitting, balanced on hands, mouth open, tongue protruding, head tilted in sniffing position to relieve airway obstruction. Note the color, the respiratory effect, evidence of fatigue, and vital signs. Visual inspection of the mouth and throat is contraindicated. in suspected epiglottitis because of the potential for the laryngospasm and airway obstruction. Basically what it's saying is if you suspect that the kid has epiglottitis, do not stick anything down their throat. Or don't ask them to like open their mouth because it could cause the swelling to be worse if you aggravate it. Keep emergency equipment, a tracheotomy, and intubation tray near the bedside. The child with the epiglottitis is usually intubated and admitted to the PICU. Intubation usually lasts for 1 to 2 days. Administer oxygen, increase atmospheric humidity, blah, blah, blah. When the child awakens with a bark-like cough, tell the parents to place the child in the bathroom. I like read that part out of context and I was like, why are you placing the child in the bathroom? But then you read the next part and it says, place the child in the bathroom and to run hot water. And I'm like, why are you running the hot water? To produce steam. And I was like, can't you just use a steamer? Like one of those Vicks humidifiers. Anyways. Common aspirates. So now we're talking about children choking on food, foreign body aspiration. Common aspirates, or things that they choke on, besides peanuts and popcorn, include hot dogs, candies, grapes, cookies, carrots, peanut butter, latex balloons, coins, bullets, nails, and small toy parts. The right bronchus is usually the site of bronchial obstruction because it is shorter and straighter than the left bronchus. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. never heard of mylar balloons. It says to use mylar instead of latex balloons. I guess, is mylar easier to swallow? It doesn't choke you? I don't know. It just says that latex balloons choke children, or children choke on the latex balloons. Oh, they're the foil ones, I see. I guess since they don't get small when they pop, that's true. It's just one large sheet and it's hard to really swallow that. Probably the worst that they could happen is that the worst that can happen is that they simply chew on the foil and get their pica fix. Pica fix. Oh god, you're right. I don't know if people get really like they crave for aluminum foil or mylar. I feel like they don't. It doesn't really taste like anything. If anything, they would eat more. Yeah, they would eat aluminum, not really mylar. Plus, those balloons always have some like weird powder on them, and it smells nasty. It smells very artificial. right, now we're on cystic fibrosis, which is the interesting part. So cystic fibrosis is a chronic multi-system disorder of the exocrine glands characterized by abnormally thick pulmonary secretions. Cystic fibrosis affects the pancreas, the respiratory system, the GI tract, salivary glands, and the reproductive tract. However, pulmonary involvement affects the majority of the children with disorder. CF is considered the most common lethal inherited disease in Caucasians, with a probability of approximately 1 in 2,500 births. It is an autosomal recessive hereditary disorder caused by mutations in the cystic fibrosis transmembrane conductance regulator, or CFTR gene. If it's autosomal recessive, it means that the parent can be a carrier for the cystic fibrosis, and if two parents are both have the autosomal recessive, if they're both carriers for cystic fibrosis, then there's a 50% chance, I guess, of it happening. Yeah. The underlying defect is thought to be related to a protein or enzyme alteration. There are several mechanisms that result in the cystic fibrosis process. The exocrine glands, or the sweat glands, become obstructed by thick mucus. Electrolyte concentrations in the exocrine secretions are abnormal, aka they're more salty. The ciliary lining in the respiratory tract moves 5 to 10 times slower than normal. Secretions accumulate in the respiratory passages, causing obstruction, air trapping, and increasing the incidence of respiratory tract infections. Recurrent respiratory tract infections lead to bronchiectasis and fibrosis. The small intestines, bile ducts, salivary glands, and reproductive system are also affected negatively by thickened secretions. Some respiratory signs and symptoms include wheezing, dyspnea, cough and cyanosis, atelectasis, and generalized obstructive emphysema, which occurs as the disease progresses and results from mucoid obstruction in small airways. These conditions produce the characteristic features of barrel chest and finger clubbing. Chronic sinusitis, bronchitis, bronchopneumonia, and ear, nose, and throat problems. They have rectal prolapse, which is the most common GI sign. They have steatorrhea, which is loose, bulky, frothy, fatty stools. They have a voracious appetite, weight loss, marked by by tissue wasting, failure to thrive, distended abdomen, thin extremities, and evidence of vitamin A, D, E, K deficiencies. You know, it's funny when we supplement babies with A, D, E, K multivitamin, guess what we call it? We just call it the ADEC because that's literally what it spells, ADEK, ADEC. So you're like, oh, I gave this baby a dose of ADEC today, which is vitamin A, D, E, K. There's also partial or complete intestinal obstruction. It is a study guide, yeah. Hi, Teresa. Welcome. Reproductive signs include females will have delayed puberty and decreased fertility, apparently from increased viscosity of cervical mucus, which blocks the entry of sperm. Males, with few exceptions, are infertile. Sterility is caused by the blockage of the vas deferens with abnormal secretions, which prevents sperm from forming. Cardiovascular signs include cor pulmonale, a right-sided heart enlargement, and heart failure resulting from obstruction of pulmonary blood flow. Signs and symptoms of hyponatremia, necessitating rapid IV electrolyte replacement to prevent circulatory collapse. Yeah, they excrete more sodium than they really should. Integumentary signs include increased concentrations of sodium and chloride in sweat. Parents report a salty taste when they kiss their babies. Okay, it wasn't lick the baby forehead. It was kiss the baby's forehead. Whoops. Yes, that was the thing. Back in the day, like, parents could tell if their child had cystic fibrosis if they kissed the baby's forehead and it was salty. Failure to thrive may result in hypoalbuminemia, which causes edema. Imagine if you start looking. That would be so gross. So freaking weird. So cystic fibrosis occurs in all 50. The screening for it occurs in all 50 states. It is performed on dried blood samples that can detect the gene or whatever immunoreactive trypsinogen concentrations, which are high in neonates with cystic fibrosis. Also, since the meconium ileus is the first sign of cystic fibrosis, it is recommended that infants with this problem also receive a sweat test, regardless of the RRT findings. A sweat test reveals that there are elevated chloride levels above 60 MEQs per liter. A stool analysis will also detect steatorrhea. Chest x-rays will show evidence of characteristic patchy atelectasis and generalized obstructive emphysema. These are the kids that literally need to be on chest PT every single day, multiple times a day. They need to use a chest vest to help, loosen the secretions in their lungs. They have to be suctioned. They also lose weight so easily. So you see a lot of kids with cystic fibrosis are very sickly and very, very emaciated. They need a diet that is high in calories and protein. They also need to have increased salt intake during hot weathers or when they get hot. They also need to watch out for their fat intake because they're not able to absorb that as well. So they have a lot of fat in their stool, which is the steatorrhea. Since it also affects the pancreas, they have to take pancreatic enzymes. And a lot of the times, kids with cystic fibrosis need to get lung transplants, which is really, really sad. Like, lung transplants are one of the most difficult transplants, and they're one of the least survivable ones, I think, in my honest opinion. Like, lungs are really hard to transplant. Because, like, you can't just function with one lung. Unlike other parts of your body, like the kidneys, you can function with one kidney, or your liver, you can function with half of your liver. But there are some organs that you just cannot function without. One, your heart being, of course. Your heart being one of them, of course. Your lungs, you need 2 lungs. Although I feel like there have been reports of people surviving with 1 lung, although I feel like their prognosis is not so great. Pancreas is another part of your body you cannot live without. You don't need your gallbladder. You don't need your appendix. Liver you need. Spleen, you don't need a spleen either. Yeah. I feel like the pancreas and the liver and the stomach and the lungs and the heart are all vital organs that you cannot either, and the kidneys.
Hey, more snacks!
Oh, thank you so much, Andrew Miller, for the super duper chat though. What a lovely surprise. Thank you. I was curious why I was getting your notification for your channel, checking your videos. It's because of your song Nightmares I listened to a long time ago. Happy to be reacquainted with you and your content. Good luck. Oh my goodness, Andrew. That was a long time ago. What a throwback. I'm glad that you were able to discover me back then, and now that you're able to rediscover me now. I'm so glad. It's a pleasure to re-meet you. Is what I would like to say. That was a while ago. I was just a baby owl back then. I was just a babu. But now we are having lots of fun, doing lots of different things, singing, chatting, playing games. I know I have been slowing down a little bit on the music making department, but it doesn't mean that my love for it and my passion for it has gone away. So definitely I'm going to try and work harder in that aspect. But for now, we're learning how to relax, take care of ourselves, and don't get stressed. That is my number one goal. That is my number one priority. Just to not to burn myself out. Yeah. So good to see you again. I hope you continue to follow my adventures from here on. We can wait patiently for an Athi Banger song. Thank you. All right, let's get to these test questions, and then I can eat a little bit of my freaking, where is it? My granola bar, not granola bar. I keep saying granola bar. It's a protein bar. Checking in to say hi, leaving the stream on in the background while I draw. Hi, Sakuya! Welcome to stream. I hope you have a fun time drawing. What are you drawing? Are you just sketching? Anything? Or do you have something in mind that you plan on sketching? Yeah. Thank you, Andrew. Hope that you get plenty of rest as well. And again, thank you so much for the super duper chat. Oh, thank you for being a super duper chat. All right. Wow, we have Sakuya here tonight. Thank you for putting the stream on as background noise. I'm going to be doing these study questions, all right? So ignore me if I start to ramble on, but we might have some impromptu karaoke later. Okay, let's go. We can breeze through these questions. Easy peasy. When caring for a very low birth weight neonate, the nurse carefully monitors inspiratory pressure and O2 concentration to prevent which of the following? BPD, which is not borderline personality disorder, by the way. It's very confusing. Because when you think of BPD, it could be two things. Bronchopulmonary dysplasia, which is something that the babies have, or borderline personality disorder. They're very, very different things. Which of the following infants is least likely to develop sudden infant death syndromes or SIDS? A baby who is premature, a sibling, nope. Infant with prenatal drug exposure, nope. An infant who sleeps on their back, yes. Which of the following instructions should be included in the teaching plan for parent of a young child with otitis media? Clean the inside of the ear canals with cotton swab, nope. Place the child in supine position to bottle feed, nope. Avoid contact with people who have upper respiratory tract infections, yes. Because the fourth one is give amoxicillin on an empty stomach, but you shouldn't. You should always take antibiotics with food. Or, as you don't have to, but is recommended because it could give you an upset tummy. Ribavirin may be used to treat the severe form of which of the following? I don't know. RSV? Okay, I assumed it was RSV. I was right. Which of the following respiratory conditions is always considered a medical emergency? Laryngotracheobronchitis, epiglottitis, always. Immunization of the children with the Haemophilus influenzae B vaccine decreases the incidence of which of the following conditions? Pneumonia. Oh no, it's epiglottitis. It's a bacterial infection of the epiglottis primarily caused by HIB. HIB, not HIV. V. Administration of the vaccine has decreased incidence of epiglottitis. Acute LTB is a viral. The most common bacterial organism of pneumonia is pneumococci, streptococci, staphylococci. Bronchiolitis is caused by RSV. Okay, so it is actually epiglottitis. In a child with asthma, beta-adrenergic antagonists such as albuterol are administered primarily to do which of the following? Decrease postnasal drip, dilate the bronchioles, reduce airway inflammation, or reduce secondary infections. It is to dilate the bronchioles, we know that. Which of the following would the nurse expect to assess in an older child with a pneumococcal pneumonia? Bulging fontanelle, mild cough, slight fever, chest pain. Pneumococcal pneumonia. Definitely not a mild cough. Not a bulging fontanelle. They probably have a fever and chest pain. I'm going to do slight fever. An acute, severe, prolonged asthma attack that is unresponsive to usual treatment is referred to as which of the following? Status asthmaticus. Status asthmaticus is what it's called. Like status epilepticus, which is when you can't control seizure. Which of the following statements by the family of a child with asthma indicates a need for additional home care teaching? We need to identify what things trigger his attack. That's good. He is to use his bronchodilator inhaler before the steroid inhaler. We'll make sure that he avoids exercise to prevent attacks. He should increase his fluid intake regularly to thin secretions. I don't think he should avoid exercise. I think it actually helps. When developing a care plan for the child diagnosed with cystic fibrosis, which of the following must the nurse keep in mind? CF is an autosomal dominant hereditary disorder. It's recessive. Pulmonary secretions are abnormally thick. Yes. Obstruction of the endocrine gland occurs. Elevated levels of potassium found in sweat. That's number 2. A boy who weighs 44 pounds and has been given an order for amoxicillin 500 milligrams BID. The drug text notes that the daily dose of amoxicillin is 15 milligrams per kilogram per day in 2 divided doses. What dose in milligrams is the safest for this child? Okay, so 50 milligrams per kilogram. So 44 lb is about 22 kilograms. So 50 times 22 is 110, I'm assuming. Right? No. 50 times 22 is what? It's 1,100. 1,100. Right? Is 50 times 22 1,100? Okay. So then divided into 2 doses. The safest would be 550 milligrams. So yeah, there we go. Saku says that they are finishing their character design, just got some rendering to do before they can do splitting layers. Yay! I'm so excited to see that. I can't wait for you to debut your character. It's a VTuber, right? I can't wait for you to start being a VTuber too. It's really fun and exciting, and I can't wait for your journey to start. All right. 3 correct, 4 correct, 3 correct, 2 correct, 2 correct. This was wrong. I knew it was epiglottitis. 7 is 2. Yep. 8 is... Oh! So it was chest pain, actually. So I think it's not slight fever. It's actually high fever. So the rationale says, older children with pneumococcal pneumonia may complain of chest pain. A bulging fontanelle is only seen with infants in meningitis or increased intracranial pressure. A mild cough and slight fever are more commonly assessed with viral pneumonia. Okay. 9. So then the answers go 2, 3, 2. Oh no, I was wrong. 2, 3, 2. So this is correct, correct, correct. But 44 pounds divided by 2.2 is actually 20. So actually the answer is 500. Right, so 44 divided by 2.2 is 20. 20 times 50 is 1,000. 1,000 divided by 2 is 500. So the answer should be 500. Okay. I didn't do the conversion to kilograms correctly. All right, we have about 5 minutes before moving on to do some random questions, so let's do it. Then we take a break. Question time, and then I have to use a piece of paper to block them out. Like piece of paper. Here. There. A 6-week-old male infant is brought into the emergency room by his mother. He has a week-long history of progressively worsening emesis that is projectile in nature. What is his most likely diagnosis? I'm assuming pyloric stenosis. An 8-year-old male has contracted chickenpox. With which of the following family members can the child have contact? 20-year-old aunt with chemo? No. 35-year-old uncle with HIV? No. 95-year-old grandfather on long-term steroid therapy? No. 2-year-old brother who has never had varicella but has the vaccine, obviously. So dumb. The 5-year-old girl has a fever, headache, and complains of a stiff neck. The physicians suspect bacterial meningitis. What is the best test culture site to detect the bacteria? A lumbar puncture. The 2-year-old child has severe dental caries in the upper and lower front teeth, posterior aspects. What is the most likely cause for this type of carie? Either sleeping with sleeping with water in a nighttime bottle or sleeping with sugared liquid in a nighttime bottle. Yeah, sleeping with sugared liquid in a nighttime bottle. Because it says posterior, which is like back of the mouth. Which of the following patients will likely need surgical correction of his or her fracture? A 10-year-old with a humeral head fracture, 5-year-old with a tuft fracture of the distal phalanx, a 4-year-old with a tuft fracture of the toe, or a 16-year-old with a radial head fracture. Humeral? Humerus? The humerus is up here, right? Right, humerus, radius. Humerus is in the big one, right? Those sleeves look warm. They're puffy. They're fluffy. That's what they are. I'm assuming it might be a humerus because it's a big bone. Let me Google the bones again. Humerus bone. The humerus bone is the one that, yeah, so I was right. It was the upper arm bone. And then the radius is this one, and the ulnar is this one. Radial, because this is like where your radial pulse is. Radius, ulnar bone, because there's 2 bones, right? And then the humerus is up here. And then the femur is the big leg bone. The femur and the, what are the leg bones called? Oh yeah, fibia and the tibia. That's what they are. The tibia is by your toe, so I like to think toe for, no. Tibia is by your pinky. And then the fibula, not fibia, fibula is by the toe. So fibula is by the toe. No, wait a minute. The tibia is by the toe, and the fibula is by the pinky. Sorry, I'm getting mixed up here. Tibia for toe, fibula for not the toe. Fibula, tobia. Good to know. An infant with a chronic respiratory condition should be offered all of the following vaccines except influenza. No. because you can still give influenza if they're 6 months. Hepatitis A, hepatitis B, hepatitis C. I know we definitely need hepatitis B, but I don't know about hepatitis A or C. Oh, apparently there is no vaccine for hepatitis B. I mean, hepatitis C. So that's the answer. The 14-year-old with leukemia is receiving an IV infusion of red blood cells. The client reports that he's feeling anxious and short of breath, even though his respiratory rate is 24. What should the nurse do in this situation? Give a dose of ibuprofen, give a dose of acetaminophen, give a dose of diphenhydramine, or stop the infusion and notify a physician. This actually happened to me the other day, but the symptoms weren't shortness of breath and anxiety. It was a mild fever. And with any sort of reaction to blood like this, like shortness of breath, anxiety, you have to stop the infusion because it could mean that they're getting a transfusion reaction, which is very dangerous. It could be like, they have a allergic reaction to it. Essentially, that's what a transfusion reaction is. Last one. As part of counseling for a 7-year-old child with mild persistent asthma, the nurse tells the client family that the most reliable indicator of worsening asthma is coughing, fever, decreased peak flow, or fatigue. Decreased peak flow. Yeah. Okay, so let's see what I got. So first question I got correct. Projectile vomiting in a 6-week-old male is a classic presentation for pyloric stenosis, obstruction of the pyloric sphincter between the gastric pilus and the small intestine. It is an obstruction of the pyloric sphincter between the gastric pylorus, and the small intestine caused by hypertrophy and hyperplasia of the circular muscle of the pylorus, which obstructs the sphincter. And number 2 is correct. The 2-year-old brother who has had the vaccine is likely immune to varicella, so contact is safe. All other relatives have some sort of immunosuppression from infection or medication and should avoid contact with the patient. A is lumbar puncture, easy peasy. D, this one's easy peasy. So apparently a humeral head fracture is correct for this question because a humeral head fracture usually needs open reduction internal fixations to maintain proper future functioning, or very common type of fracture surgery is called an ORIF. We actually have a kid who got that. It's an open reduction internal fixation. So what it does, it basically means that they open up the whole leg. It's like they really have to open it up, and then they do an internal fixation. Yeah. Let me see if there's like a better explanation. So a surgical procedure that repairs broken bones by realigning them and using metal implants to hold them together. The open reduction means that the surgeon physically repositions the broken bones during the surgery, and the internal fixation means that they use like screws, nails, or wires or metal plates to hold the bones in place. So that's an ORIF. So we already know that there's no such thing as a vaccine for hepatitis C. And then for the blood transfusion, anxiety and sensation of breathlessness are signs of possible anaphylactic shock, a reaction to the blood cells. So the nurse should stop the infusion immediately and notify the physician. And for the asthma question, it was C. Decreased peak flow is the most reliable indicator that asthma may be worsening. It is therefore vital that the client's family know what the baseline is so that any deviation can be quickly addressed. Coughing and fever may trigger asthma, so peak flows could be monitored. Peak flows should be monitored. Fatigue may result from poor oxygenation, but alone it is not a reliable indicator of worsening asthma. Perfect. You had that surgery before? A lot of kids come in for ORIF surgeries when they fracture. They have a bad fracture of their bone. We had one kid who came in And I kid you not, it was like a pretty gnarly fracture of the arm because you could literally see, like, you know how your arm, your ulnar and your radial bone, they kind of look like that. Like you could, in the scan, they're supposed to be straight, right? In his x-ray, it literally looked like they were crossed like that. I was like, oh my God, like one of these literally snapped off and just like crossed the other one. I was like, yeah, they're supposed to just look straight, like two straight chopsticks, but it was crossed. I'm like, Jesus Christ, that looks crazy. Because it was twisted, essentially. Like, it looked like it was twisted, so it looked like that. Yeah, super ouchies. All right, 15-minute break. Time for my granola bar. I keep saying freaking granola bar. It's a protein bar. Stop it, Athy. You're such a bird brain. Organic protein bar from Aloha. It has 14 grams of protein. It is the chocolate chip cookie dough one. These have been my go-to lately. Just because they had a sale of them, and so I was like, why not? Just buy them because they're on sale. Hipster granola. There's zero granola in this granola bar. A granola-less granola bar. That's how bougie it is. You know how all these foods are trying to be like nut-free, gluten-free, organic, free, not organic, pesticide-free, what else? Sugar-free, GMO-free. This is everything free. Protein free, calorie free, carb free. Just drink your water. It has all of it. The most organic, gluten free, dairy free, vegan thing that you could have is just water. Is it flavor free? It's got flavor. A protein-free protein bar, yeah. That's what I have. Nutrient-free, food-free, happiness-free. You're right. I should say gainola bar, not granola bar. It's a gainsnola bar. Because this bar is giving me some gains. But it's granola free. It's not an iron bar? Maybe. Let me see what the ingredients are. Maybe it does have some. Oh, it has iron! Damn! Look! It has, I don't know if you can see it. Iron, 6 milligrams, 35%. Got some calcium in there too, some potassium. Ayo! It's an iron bar. Got some good iron in there. No, I'm saying that's funny because I know you meant it as a joke. But there actually is iron in here, and that shocked me. That's good. I do need some iron. We can read the back. It says organic, gluten-free, soy-free, dairy-free, plant-based, 240 calories per bar, got 11 grams of fat, 2.5 of it is saturated fat, 4.5 of it is polyunsaturated fat, and 2.5 is monounsaturated fat. 0 cholesterol, 105 milligrams of sodium, 25 grams of carbs, with 10 grams of fiber, 5 grams of sugar, or 4 grams of added sugar, and 14 grams of protein. The protein blend is brown rice protein, pumpkin seed protein. Those are the 2 proteins they use. There's also sunflower seed butter in it, tapioca fiber, tapioca syrup, chocolate chips, vegetable glycerin, brown sugar, cacao nibs, brown rice crisps, natural flavor, vanilla extract, sea salt, and sunflower lecithin. And they're all organic. Nice. 6 milligrams of iron, you mean? What do you mean don't put the envelope so close to the camera? You'll scare the American with all those grams. What do you mean? Why would they be scared? And it's certified vegan. And kosher. Is it? Oh yeah. Working in a hospital, I have to learn how to identify things that are kosher for my patients. And even at the clinic, when their kids would come and we had candy, some of the Jewish kids would teach me what logo to look for Jewish and for the kosher foods. And look, that little U over here, that means it is certified kosher. So yeah, you can eat this if you're kosher. Oh, what is kilograms? I mean pounds. You can eat this if you're kosher. If you eat kosher food, yeah. No, U stands for let me search it up. Oh, it's because it's a circle with a U, and it stands for the Orthodox Union. O and then U. You get it? It's actually an OU kosher symbol, not just a U. It's an OU. Yeah. Type it in, OU kosher symbol. No, you. OU? No, you. What makes it not kosher? Some salt, they use animal bones to grind them. That's what I know. It's because there's certain factories that use like I guess animals. Yeah. They usually don't contain like iodine, fluorine, or dextrose. Kosher salt versus normal salt. Kosher salt is made solely of sodium chloride. It doesn't include any trace minerals, iodine, or anti-clumping or anti-caking agents. Yeah. So if you want salt that doesn't have the iodine, then get it. But I also read that that they used to use animal bones. Kosher salt is used for like brining. They use it to like draw out the water from a lot of the meats that they use. No. I thought that the reason why they have kosher salt is because regular salt, they use like animal bones to grind it up, but apparently that's not true anymore. It's just that kosher salt's a little coarser. It doesn't contain any additives. It's just pure sodium chloride, and it is mostly used for brining and seasoning meats. No. Yeah, it's not kosher. I mean, I think people can still use regular table salt. I think the term kosher salt is just used to define a salt that doesn't have the additives to it. But Jewish people can still eat regular table salt. Because if you think about it, not every place is going to be using kosher salt to season their foods, right? If you think about all of like the Jewish food or the kosher foods that they eat, that they can eat, it's probably seasoned with regular salt, but they're not keeping track of that. They're not keeping track of like regular salt and pepper in like a restaurant that they go to. Kosher is just large flaky salt. Really. It's like the difference between baking soda and baking powder. It's like very little difference. Now I want to know the difference between baking soda and baking powder. You know, baking soda, one of them just includes like the bicarb. Baking soda is pure sodium bicarb, where baking powder is a combination of sodium bicarb and cornstarch. Okay. Baking powder, I know, is just like a weaker version of baking soda. My mouth moving. Don't make my eat, okay? I'm just chewing. There's no way I would chew. See that? Powdered gelatin is made of bones. It is. It's made of boiling. You're boiling like the bones in it. And that includes the cartilage. Yeah. Why is suing the salt? What did they do to you? What did salt ever do to you? Why are you salty about the salt? Don't be salty. Oh, baking powder has both baking soda and cream of tartar, so it produces gas bubbles for baking. Oh, cool. Gelatin is just next step bone soup. Oh, definitely. It's like the cheesified version of bone soup. Because if you think about it, cheese is just like next step milk. Well, it'd be butter and then cheese. Then gelatin would be the same thing. Next step bone soup. Same thing as like tofu. Tofu is just next step soybean milk. Okay. Finito. Just in time. For years, I thought the tartar meant the tartars, as in the people. Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, I was wondering what cream of tartar means, and like, what is tartar sauce? Like, where does the word tartar originate from? That is a good question. Origins of tartar.
name. So tartare has its origins in either Latin or French. Oh. I don't know. Hold on, let me see. Oh, okay, so it supposedly was named in reference to the Tartar people who were said to put pieces of tough, raw meat between their saddles and their horse backs during long journeys. The motion of riding was supposed to grind up the meat, and the horse's sweat was supposed to season it. Yum. I don't know if I believe that. This is what Reddit told me. The name tartare is sometimes generalized to other raw meats or fish dishes, and I don't know why. It's a popular caricature of Turkic warriors, or called Tartars or Tartars, because they had them tenderizing meats under their saddles and then eating it raw. Oh, so that's why it's called like steak tartare, because they named it after the Tartars who used to tenderize their meats under their saddles and eat them raw. It is possible that this story was a confusion originating in the use of thin slices of meat to protect saddle sores from further rubbing. So it's like it's a name, a slightly derogatory name for the Tartars. Not derogatory, but it's like so apparently the person who popularized the story never actually encountered the Tartars himself and used the story as a way of showing that the Tartars were uncivilized. So what is cream of tartar? Cream of tartar, also known as potassium bitartrate. Oh, it's called cream of tartar because it comes from potassium bitartrate, like tartarate. That dates back 7,000 years. The earliest evidence of cream of tartar was found in the ruins of an ancient village in northern Iran. Cream of tartar is a byproduct of winemaking where it forms crystals inside the cask during fermentations. The crystals are then scraped off and ground into a fine powder. Wow. Wow. That's cool. Tartaric acid. That's why. It's because it comes from tartaric acid and potassium that naturally occurs in grapes. Whoa! We learned something new today. But aren't horses' sweat slimy in texture? Well, I guess they liked the slimy meat. I guess that was what they liked. You gotta think who was the first guy who thought of it and how he convinced other people it was a good idea. What, for the raw meat under the saddle? I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do to survive. If grinding up meat, you know, was more appetizing for them, then I'm sure, you know, they had to find a more resourceful way to do so and a more effective way to do so, because, you know, they're going on these long journeys. They don't got time to grind up the meat like all that. They're tired after their long journeys. They fought wars. Their arms must be sore holding their knives and their swords and their spears. So the last thing they want to do is chop up all this hard meat super tough and untenderized meat. Probably half rotten already. And, you know, you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone by preventing saddle sores on your horsies, because the meat acts as a natural lubricant or protectant, surfactant in a way. And then you get ground meat as a reward. And I'm sure it's easier to cook and faster to cook too if they had a fire. They could make hamburgers. Yeah. Sometimes you just gotta eat the raw meat. You don't have a fire, no. You just, it's the purest source of protein, like eating raw eggs. None of it gets lost in the process. Look, you gotta go riding. If you don't have to also go tenderize the meat, you can do both in one go. Exactly. Pretty sure if it was actually ground, it would disintegrate and fall off the horse. Tenderized. I'm sure they put it in a bag, Lawrence. Okay, it's not like they literally put the meat under, or did they? I'm sure they put it in some sort of container of some sort. Maybe like a rag? Maybe, yeah, probably like a cloth. They probably put it inside a cloth. And maybe the tenderizing was not, I mean, the grounding up was not as fine as you think. Maybe it was ground up, but maybe ground up to more like a pork chop patty in a way. like a beef patty. Yeah. It's raw. He would hate being back then. Pretty sure if it was actually, oh yeah, across my brain pretty much immediately. I agree. I was thinking, damn, that meat probably would slide off their horsey backs and onto the ground. But what if they just ate it straight up while they were riding? Like, what if it was like a little snack? So they stick the meat under the saddle and then they ride. And then as they're going, they're like, I'm feeling a little peckish. They just grab under the saddle and pull out a chunk of raw meat and gnaw on it. And at that point, it's already slightly tenderized. But the longer they go on their journey, the more tenderized the meat is. So the more they're able to hold off on it, the better it'll taste. And that is the sweet, sweet reward that you give yourself at the end of a long journey. Yeah. That's right. That's probably what they wanted. They wanted a little reward for themselves. Do you think this what? Of course, that's what they were saying. The horse's sweat seasoned the meat automatically. So it all is according to plan. It was all intentional from the very beginning. The sweat from the horses, the grinding of the saddle against the horse and the meat to make it into this like tartar-like consistency. So good. It was all by design. I'm pretty sure they got a bunch of salmonella along the way, but hey, more meat for the people who didn't, right? Dysentery and salmonella. If they did not get it, I mean, who hasn't gotten at that point dysentery and salmonella? Back in the day, they must have had iron stomachs. The people who survived, they must have. They would have gotten beef Nella, it's not fish! Or horse Nella, because it's rubbing up against the horse's back. So maybe the horse has some bacteria on their back. Yeah, it's a horsenella. Or fartsamella! No farting. I don't think I've ever heard a horse fart before. I've only seen the horse's poops. Now I wonder if we can season meat with e-girl bath water. Hey, you can season meat with anything that has any sort of salt content, and that includes gamer girl bath water or whatever you like to call it. But there needs to be a significant amount of sodium chloride in there, and you probably have to boil it down and crystallize it, which could take a while. And in the end, your yield will not be that large anyway because of the amount of sodium that's in that water. So if anything, like, I'm pretty sure you can crystallize your own pee. So if you want to go that route, you could definitely season food with your crystallized urine if you were really that desperate. Just put kosher salt. And when you're not anaphylactic. Oh, you're asking about Rico. Rico's name. The circle of life. The bear grilled steak. Exactly. Ooh, tasty soup. Tasty soup with crystallized salt? Kosher salt? Yes? It would not be worth it though. I wonder if crystallized pea salt, like, I wonder if it tastes good. I wonder if it tastes like urine. Like, I wonder if it is like really rancid, or if it just tastes like salt, like all the flavor of the urine is gone. I think at that point you have evaporated all of the urine and all of the side, what do you call it, the byproducts of urine. If you crystallize it really well, get it to its like purest form, I'm pretty sure you won't be able to taste anything. Heck, we could be drinking crystallized pee right now. Do you know how many people actually pee in the ocean? Do you know how many people pee in the ocean? And then if our salt is coming from the sea, in some way, the salt that we eat, if it's sea salt, is a form of crystallized pee. If you think about the sea, and the sea has pee, which means the pee has come back to me, and it is a big circle of life. You are completely right, Milky. I know, the animals all pee. I don't know about the birds, but they probably don't because they have their weird pee poop mesh thing. Yeah, all of the animals, not even just aquatic ones, even the mammals, the land animals, they go pee in the ocean. Like the horses, I don't know, the seahorses, the horses that live on the beaches, the turtles. Oh yeah. All right, we're starting. Question time. 3, 2, 1, boop. We are all drinking or eating pea salt. Not sea salt, pea salt. Yeah, Matthew, thank you.
Interesting. I'm like learning things as I'm doing this too. But I'm reading what you guys are saying, and Rico says, as someone whose specialties are the kidneys, this conversation was a fever dream. Oh, you do endocrinology? That's awesome. Or nephrology? I love that. I have a friend who's an endocrinologist. I wonder to myself how he does his job every day, because he is a little bit crazy. He's an endocrinology fellow. And maybe a little bit insane. But you know, most doctors are, one way or another. Fellas, this is the kind of stuff you talk about while studying. I'm glad that you enjoy this little study buddy situation. I also miss getting together to study. But personally, I like to study on my own just because I'm very self-conscious about the way I study, and I always end up comparing myself to others if I'm in the same room. But I just learned that this question was saying the parents of a newborn male ask you about the benefits of circumcision. It is appropriate to inform them that circumcision seems to decrease the risk of the transmission of which of the following sexually transmitted diseases. And apparently, circumcision has been shown to decrease the rates of transmission of HIV, but not the rates of syphilis, HPV, or hepatitis. Find it difficult to study alone because you don't have anyone to ask when you get stuck? Oh. You see, I'm the type of person who people ask when they get stuck. Because I tend to pick up things really quickly in class, and when I read things, I like get things really easily. So I'm actually that one resource person that people always ask questions for. And then I have to kind of spell it out to them in like a easier and more simplified way. Envy? Well, don't envy me. I'm your resource. I'm your help. I'll help you. I'll be the brains. I'll be the brains of this operation. Interesting. A nighttime pH probe requires a special monitoring device be inserted through the nose and down the esophagus to assess for acid reflux into the esophagus, confirming the diagnosis while they are sleeping. Interesting. I didn't know that you could do a nighttime pH probe. I thought you would do an upper GI barium series. I guess that's for dysphagia. More like. Oh, great 3D hand, by the way. Thank you. Your problem is that you get bored and then you start daydreaming, and by the time you snap back, you're lost. Gotta lock in, that's why. You gotta lock it in. Lock it in. Focus on the end goal, which is passing that exam. Making your family members proud. Making your friends and family proud, and most importantly, yourself. Yourself. I'm also getting sleepy, yes. But it's okay, I have some tea. Some pick-me-up tea. I can't wait to just sip some tea and tell you the tea. Although that's really what I've been doing lately, just sipping tea and giving you the tea on what's been going on at work. Making you guys proud too, thank you! Okay. A 16-year-old female is undergoing an evaluation for possible juvenile rheumatoid arthritis. What lab test serves as a marker for general inflammation? ESR. 7-year-old female is evaluated for possible leukemia. She's scheduled for bone marrow biopsy the next morning. Which part of the body should be listed on the consent for the biopsy? It's the pelvis. They do the bone marrow biopsy on the hip because it's like the biggest, it has like the largest surface area of the bone, and it's like more likely that you'll be able to aspirate things in there and not cause any damage. I think that's the rationale. Because it is a large flat bone. The skull is too thin and the radius and calcaneus are too flat. I do have a Union Jack cup. Thank you for asking. There's a funny story about this cup, and I'll tell you about it after my break. I mean, after this and when I am on my break. So remind me to tell you the story about the cup. Although some of you guys know where I got this cup from. I wondered, does the pediatric nurse exam prepare for when the kids go, holy shit, that nurse is an owl? My patients already know that I'm an owl, and they've already given me owl-related gifts, like that one patient who drew me an owl and another patient who drew me. There's nothing really different about being an owl and taking care of kids. It's just, we're all different types of animals here. So all my coworkers are also demi-humans. Like, remember I used to work with Turtle Nurse. She was one of my really good friends. Yeah. Kids are so funny. The CPN exam's coming up soon. Yep, in 2 weeks. Kid me would have gone, whoa, an owl and hugged you. I have some kids who do that, although a lot of them are not quite psychiatrically stable and very manipulative. When you notice that a kid is overly attached to you, it could mean that they want something from you. So you have to be careful. Proximal anterior tibia. Proximal anterior tibia. What is that? Is that the front? The
Proximal tibia. Proximal means... I'm trying to figure this out. Like what? Oh, I see it. Proximal tibia is the knee. Yes, correct. That is where we do it. Proximal tibia. Right there. Basically the kneecap, or right below the kneecap. Yeah, it's right under the patella is the proximal tibia. Because it's asking, while performing trauma resuscitation on a 5-year-old male, neither peripheral or central IV access can be obtained. The physician orders an intraosseous line, which is the best site for the body which is the best site on the body for this line? The radius, the proximal anterior tibia, the skull, or the medial malleolus. And it's, I know in my experience when we've put in IOs in kids, it's always been on like the knee area. So that's why I was trying to confirm proximal anterior tibia. Yeah, the IO line is inserted to the proximal anterior tibia in infants and children up to 5 years old for rapid infusion of fluids or medications if another IV site is not accessible. The medial malleolus is used for older children and adults. Other possible sites include the distal femur, clavicle, humerus, and the ilium. Wow, the ilium too. What else? Medial malleolus. Oh, damn, that's the freaking inner ankle. That's crazy. Medial malleolus. I didn't know that. You can put it right on the ankle. Yeah, that's another one. So in like adults, you would put an IO right on the freaking ankle. Interessante, interessante. Okay, continuing. So, Fifth's disease is a very common disease in kids. Fifth's disease is caused by parvovirus B19. And you should educate families that the kid should not be around anyone who's pregnant, because if the pregnant mother does acquire this parvovirus, it can cause birth defects. And the contagious state is usually from the onset of the virus up until the kid gets a rash, a bright red rash on their body, on their cheeks, and a lacy rash on their body. So they become contagious until they get a rash. So once they get the rash, they are probably no longer contagious and can resume normal contacts and activity. That's so interesting that the rash is what indicates their contagiousness, or like the part of the infection that they're in. How do you put lines in bones? You haven't seen one. You drill it. You get a little mini drill. It looks like a glue gun almost. You drill a hole into the person's bone. And because your bone has several blood vessels in there, right? You just drill it into the bone. And there's already like a little needle inside the drill. Once you see the blood return, that's it. Then you can go. So, you know what's really interesting is that, like, the tuberculosis test, the PPD test, so a lot of people who didn't grow up in the States, probably if they grew up in like another country, like in Asia, they sometimes get false positives on the PPD. So instead they have to go and do a quantiferon, which is a blood test, and it's more accurate. But because the US doesn't require TB vaccines, only like other countries, usually countries with a high incidence of TB, mostly like third world countries and such. Yeah, so that's why a lot of people who get the PPD who have lived in the States will get negative results, and those who lived outside the States will get false positives because they have gotten the TB vaccine when they were kids. And I remember I had a lot of friends in nursing school who were international students, and when they had to get their PPD tests done for clinicals in nursing school and such, they always got like false positives, so they had to go back and do quantiferon, to the point that like when they had to get their PPD, their TB test done every year, they're like, I'm not gonna do the PPD anymore, it's just way too annoying because I know it's gonna be positive anyway. So they just go straight to the quantiferon testing. Yeah. What do you mean drawing lines on bones? Yeah, we can actually insert IVs in bones, or we call them IOs, intraosseous lines. Yeah. Can we doodle on the bone? They actually do like draw, not on the bone, but they draw on the actual site that they're going to start drilling into, right? Like a construction site. They put a Sharpie marker so that they know where they're gonna insert the drill. And then they just go into the bone. It is extremely painful, but it is also a last minute, like a last resort situation. If you can't get an IV, if you can't get a central line on a patient and you really need to give them life-saving medications, the IO is like the next thing. And at that point, if you're like trying to get an IO, it's most likely that your patient is not even responsive. So I remember we put an IO in a little 2-year-old who was severely dehydrated and hypoglycemic. We tried multiple IVs and central lines did not work. We tried multiple IOs. So we tried multiple IVs. They didn't work at first. Since central lines do take a little bit of time to set up, they tried 2 IOs and they both didn't work. So they tried IOs on like both her kneecaps. I think only one of them were successful. So as they like put in the IOs, another doctor was putting in the central line. And then they finally got the central line to like resuscitate her. But I remember because she was so dehydrated, she at that point was just like had gone limp. Not a single reaction to pain. Like she didn't flinch. When they drilled a hole into her kneecap or into her bones, she did not flinch. Even though they did not sedate her, they did not give her anything. That's how sick she was. She was on the brink of death. That's all I could say. love that. I love that little baby. She's a frequent flyer, and at one point I almost wanted to adopt her. Oh yeah, the hypoglycemia at that point. It wasn't so much like the dehydration, but it was more so like the fact that her blood sugar was literally like 10. So she was essentially like in a coma, like unresponsive in a coma. She has like a lot of neurological issues and other things. I miss my baby. Oh my god, I loved her so much. I used to cuddle her all the time because she was always alone. I never saw her mother. Her mother only came during the day or like to come pick her up. So night times were spent dancing, singing, cuddling. We celebrated her birthday together. I bought her so many cute clothes. I bought her this cute Valentine's Day dress. And since Valentine's and Easter were close to each other, I bought her both the Valentine's dress, tutu, and I bought her an Easter bunny onesie. And then for her birthday, I bought her an owl hoodie. I kid you not, I literally bought her. Remember, guys, that I posted like this owl hoodie on Twitter that I said I was gonna give to one of my patients? That was her. The little gray owl hoodie. I wonder if she still has it. She used to sleep in that because she would get so cold. Her hands and feet would get so cold. She also had like hypothyroidism, so did not have great heat. Did not have great body heat generation, you know? It was. She looks so cute. And you know, her eyes are slightly, she has a little bit of a lazy eye. So all the more reason for her to look like an owl because her eye is she's a little cross-eyed. That's all I can say. She has a cross-eye. Oh, I tried to give her as much smiles and happiness as I could while I was there. We always brought her out to the nurse's station. That's how fun it was. It's so funny because this question was talking about the apocrine sweat glands, and all I could think about was that scene from freaking Asobi Asobase. when like Hanako was like, apocrine sweat glands to like Olivia.
Because there's the whole thing about like foreigners having like really strong apocrine sweat glands and the Japanese people don't. So when Olivia like raises her arms and they like smell her armpit, they're like dying. And then I remember there was like the scene with the baby who was like smelling her as well, and the baby was like, no, I don't want to be near you. Cause your BO is so rank. I miss that show too. That's the best show ever. But it was asking, apocrine sweat glands develop during the onset of puberty. In which part of the body are those glands most commonly located? Scalp, feet, hands, axilla. Obviously the axilla, aka your armpit. Yeah. Medulla oblongata. I freaking love that word. I think that might be my favorite medical word. Medulla oblongata. Medulla. Is it medulla or medulla? Medulla oblongata. It's your brainstem, isn't it? Oh, it's the thing that connects your brainstem and your pons. Your spinal cord and your pons. It's part of your brainstem. It's a part of the brain that connects the brainstem to the spinal cord. Yes. Medulla oblongata. It sounds like Wingardium Leviosa. Medulla oblongata. Medulla oblongata. It sounds like a Harry Potter, like a wizard spell. Right? Oh yeah, the baby! Spicy! From the scene, that's what it was! It's the spicy! Because they have spicy apocrine sweat glands! Oh my god! I'm gonna die. Freaking spicy. Oh god. I used to be so self-conscious about my BO. I remember when I was going through puberty, I used to do ballet. And back in the day, I don't think I like used deodorant quite yet. But I remember like smelling my own armpits and being like, ew, why do my pits smell bad? And I think I was like 11-ish, like 10 or 11. That's when I started, you know, like getting a little bit of like sweaty armpit smell. And I remember I would go to the bathroom. I would enter the bathroom and I would use like the toilet tissues and I would wet it under the sink and I would like wipe my armpits, try and get the smell out. I would like lock myself in the cubicle and I would do that because I didn't want anybody seeing me like wipe my armpit sweat. And I remember this one time my friends, okay, this was so weird, but I guess friends just be friends. They climbed over the toilet stall door to peek in to see what I was doing. So I remember I was in there wiping my sweat with the toilet paper, and all of a sudden my friend's head pops up from above this toilet door, and she had like climbed up, and she was like, "What are you doing, Annie?" And I was like so embarrassed. I was like, "What the hell do you think you're doing? Why are you trying to watch me pee?" So essentially she was like trying to pee. But you know, kids be kids. They didn't know what they were doing was inappropriate. Luckily, I was not peeing in there. I was just wiping my armpits. But still, I was just as embarrassed as if they were like looking at me pee. If not more. I would rather they have caught me peeing. That's all I could. That's all I remember thinking at that moment. I was like, why did they catch me doing this? What the owl doing? Am I peeing? No, I'm not. I'm wiping off my BO. That's all I'm doing. I was so freaking embarrassed. And I was like, never again. And that was the day I decided I'm gonna get deodorant. I'm gonna tell Mama Athi I need deodorant. I'm not wiping my sweat off again. Imagine waving medulla oblongata with a wand and the brainstem just spawned. Oh my god, you know what I binged today too? You know, you had just reminded me when you said that. Guess what I binged on Netflix? Guess what came out on Netflix today? I binged. There's only 3 episodes of it though. And I know it got like really popular, but I've only seen memes and like screen caps of this show. But I started watching The Amazing Digital Circus. Have you guys seen that one? Yeah. It's on Netflix now. Yeah, they have all of the 3 episodes on Netflix, and I think they're updating it. Yeah, it's so good. I was finally able to watch it on a platform that was accessible to me. There are 2 more episodes and they're just as good. I think that honestly, I thought that episode 3 was my favorite. It was like the scariest one of them by far. I thought that episode 3 was freaking terrifying as hell. Like it was scarier than like the rising of the House of the Usher. I personally think, the fall of the House of Usher. I think it was scarier than that. Yeah. Man, it's terrifying. I like TADC as much as than I expected. I gotta say, me too. There's something very nostalgic about the animation, and then I love like the dystopian vibes. It has like the Doki Doki Literature Club, like Monica vibes, you know, like they're sentient and like very aware of this. There's like a 4th dimensional break psychosis thing. It's like a mixture of like 1984 mixed with like a Ready Player One, Sword Art Online. Yeah, just like very Orwellian kind of feeling to it. Because like, you know, someone's always watching you. You cannot escape. Like, you're stuck in this digital world. But it is based off, actually. It is based off a short story, I believe. Or it's based off a novel. I can't remember. I know that the creator said that she based it off a dystopian novel. That's like quite similar in the story. Like it's about these, I think it was like written like the 1960s or 1940s. I can't remember, but it was about like technology and these people like getting stuck inside technology, and they have to like do all of these challenges, and essentially they're being like tortured by this ringmaster. It's like a Saw, like a digitized version of Saw is what I was thinking in my head. Essentially, this is like a happy, upbeat version of Saw. They don't do, they kind of do some killing, except the killing is with like these NPCs, which is like slightly unethical in a way, because like, are they really NPCs or are they sentient or what? And so I love the facial expressions for Pomni. I love her like traumatic expressions. Yeah, they're really cool. It's really, really cool. Oh, you literally just watched that before the stream started? Isn't it fantastic? It's fantastic. Yes, that is the thing. I have no mouth and I must scream. That is the story that it came from. Yeah. Yes, you guys got it. You guys are so smart. You guys are so smart. Smouty fouty.
You haven't seen the new episode yet, but you liked 1 and 2. Ah, you have to go catch the 3rd episode. It's so freaking creepy. And what do you call it? His name, the king, the chess set, the chess king guy character has like this whole like character development arc in it. It's fantastic. I think I like his character. I like his character a lot. Yes, go watch the 3rd episode later and tell me how creepy. And tell me how creepy that episode was. Especially like the monster that they were dealing with that one. Oh my god. I literally almost peed my pants. Okay, let me just finish this page. Oh wait, just kidding. Which of the viruses are the ones that are activated? Is it the varicella? Yes. Some of these don't have like answers to them. Funny. Okay, so I'm done. Let's take a break. Okay. What was I talking about earlier? So I was talking about the Amazing Digital Circus, the 3rd episode. So scary. It kind of reminded me of like the Poppy Playtime a little bit. So yeah, just say that you're in for a ride. I don't know. I like it. I like the creepiness of it, and the animation is so smooth. Freaking love it. I just wish they played the theme song more. I really liked the beginning. Yeah. Oh, telling you the story about the cup. So, this cup actually, I actually did not purchase this cup. So the first apartment that I ever moved into while I was still at the Owl College, the Owl School, I moved into a nice little apartment with my best friend at a nursing school at the time. And inside this apartment, it was like already fully furnished. We paid to keep all of the furniture in there, and a lot of the cutlery and plates were also still there. So when we moved in, this was one of the cups that were still in the cupboard, and I thought this is a really cute and nice cup, and this has been with me ever since. So it has traveled with me through, I want to say like 3 or 4 different apartments at this point, and it's actually from Royal Albert, so it actually is a pretty reputable company from UK. I know that Mama Athi, when she went to London, she bought some cups from Royal Albert as well. It's a really famous like cup and mug and teacup brand. A part of me was like, should I keep this mug, or will it be infested with disease because somebody else's mouth has been on the mouth of this mug? But then I realized, you know, it's a good quality mug. There are no chips in it. You know, the paint and like the quality, even though it's been through the dishwasher multiple times, the outer glazing has not chipped or fallen at all. It's really just kept its integrity for a really long time. So I really hope that this mug continues to keep its integrity for a really long time, for years to come. Also, the design of it is really cute. It's like this pastel pink and bluish Union Jack with these roses. And it's like so my color scheme, am I right? Yeah. As Raziel says, they were surprised with Digital Circus because they're not really super into the haha nihilist depressing story stuff, but this clicked with you. I wonder why it clicked with you. But that's great if it did. I wonder why it clicked. Did it just remind you of like your nostalgic cartoon days? It's not like nihilist depressing story stuff. It's very much like self-aware like meta, like horror suspense kind of, and it's like mostly like nihilist, but in a it's not even like a unique concept. I think that they just portray the animated in like a very unique way, and the audio, the dialogue is really fun and quirky. It's engaging. Voice acting is really fun as well. The music is great. Yeah, the facial expressions are really what sell you. When you watch it, all of the characters are so well animated. Nobody's really just staying still in one moment. They all have their purpose at the time, and they're the right reactions for the right time. You liked the Spanish dub too? Nice. The character designs are fun. They really are. The aesthetic definitely played a part. It's colorful and vibrant, also like the video games you used to play, right? Right? Definitely. It reminds me of like the point and click games that you used to play as a kid. What was that one that had like the freaking paperclip? The detective one where there was like a paperclip and that one like gave you clues. Do you guys remember that game? Oh my god, what was it called? Wasn't it? What was it? It sounds so familiar. Point and click mystery game for kids. Ah, I can't remember it. Oh, it was like the banana. Is it banana? Banana mystery or something? Oh, not Clippy from Microsoft Office. Although I think I might be blurring. I think I was talking about Clippy from Microsoft Office, but there was another point and click game that I used to play. I just remember that you can earn box tops. Like cereal box tops from it. If you won parts of the game, it like qualified for these box tops, and you remember, even now you can still like get the box tops, but if you collect box tops, you get like discounts on your next purchases. Monkey Island, not that one, no. Let's see. Old 2000s point and click children detective game. There's just probably too many. It was like an educational one. Was it Clue Finders? No, I don't think so. Oh my god! I found it! I found it! It's Pajama Sam! It's the Pajama Sam games! I freaking used to play the Pajama Sam! I told you it was a mystery game, point and click. And I just remember there was a guy with a cape. It was pajama. You know why I thought of bananas? Because bananas and pajamas. So I thought it was like pajama detective. I mean, banana detective? No, it's Pajama Sam, not bananas and pajamas. It's Pajama Sam. I freaking binged that game, guys. All right. So my family used to be part of like a club, like a clubhouse, and at this clubhouse there was like a play area, like a massive kids play center with like slides and swings and ball pits and all these climbable towers and things like that. And then in one section of the kids zone there were these computers, and on these computers you could play like educational video games, and one of them was the Pajama Sam games. I remember sitting there for hours as my parents were out grabbing drinks or whatever at the bar by the pool. Me and my sister would be in the play zone, in the kid zone, and I would be on there playing the Pajama Sam games. Oh, it brings me back. Damn, Pajama Sam. And then I just remember the box tops. Do you guys remember the box tops? Like you there was like a box where you could collect box tops. You know why I thought it was that box top stuck with me? Is because where I grew up, there was no such thing as box tops. So it was like a very foreign concept to me. It's like a very American thing, right? Because obviously the game was made in the US. So when I was thinking to myself, like, what the hell are box tops? And then I didn't understand what they were until I got a lot older and I realized, oh, they're the stuff that you take off the tops of literal like cereal boxes. Yeah, so, or like cookie boxes too. And if you collect them, you can get like a box free if you get like 10 box tops. Like coupons, basically. Pajama Sam is the GOAT. You always found the whole box top thing a little bit interesting. Never did that here. It is usually stickers in the box or something you have to cut on the back panel. Yeah, you know, like Pampers, they have stickers on Pampers as well. If you collect the stickers off them and you scan them on an app on your phone, you actually get a discount to buy more Pampers. I learned this trick from a lot of parents. And they're also like parents who asked me, oh, if you guys have any like Pampers bags that you don't need anymore or you're going to discard, can you give them to me so I can scan the coupon code on them? And we're like, sure, because we don't scan them. You can have all of the empty Pampers bags that you want. You remember doing box tops for free toys? Yeah, that's what they were. You get little prizes with them. And sometimes you get little like stationery and books and things that you can use for school. It was like very It was meant to encourage education and educational supplies for people who couldn't afford it. Yeah, they weren't cereal, hamburger helpers, macaroni boxes. Those were the days. I think they might still be a thing, but it's very much phased out. Sometimes you could order things with cereal box tops. I remember I got a packet of Battlestar Galactica cardboard stuff. Oh, and you got the box tops with it? Nice. Getting a free one was only ever on popsicle sticks. However, in every... You could... Oh, so it was marked and you could take it back for another one? They have that in Japan, where it's like if your popsicle stick has like a mark on it, you can bring it back to the store and get another one for free. Those I love. Those are cute. That's a cute concept. If I ever opened an ice cream store or popsicle store, I would totally initiate that concept. Yeah, I would integrate that concept into my ice cream store for sure. Anyways, good throwback. Okay, I'm gonna take a stretch. Let's all stand up and take a little stretch. Let me fix my little cards over here. So I actually wrote a list of things that I need to study out of all the topics that I've gotten wrong answers for. So I'm gonna be reviewing that in a bit. The marked popsicle sticks exist here, and I once got a coupon for free bubblegum inside a bubblegum wrap too. Oh! Some cereals had promotions, but I never bought a lot of brand cereal. True, me neither. I never really bought a lot of cereal. Okay, let's stretch. You know what else I used to watch a lot as a kid or play a lot of? I don't know if they were like video games. They were more like educational cartoon videos. But the Jumpstart series, I remember watching this one DVD of it over and over and over again because my sister was a lot younger. Well, she's not a lot younger than me, but she was really little back in the day. And I just remember it was like the juice in the caboose. Who spilt the juice in the caboose? Is all I remember. It's something about like they were trying to solve a mystery on the train, and it was something about like who spilt juice in the caboose or something. Wait, juice in the caboose. Oh, who left juice in the caboose? That was the one that I watched. And that's why shows like The Amazing Digital Circus clicks with our generation in that way because it reminds us of TV shows like this when we were in preschool. So Jumpstart Preschool had a DVD called Who Left Juice in the Caboose for ages 2 to 5. And I don't know why, but it is a core memory in my brain. Because if you look at the art style of the Who Left the Juice in the Caboose, the 3D art style, doesn't it remind you of The Amazing Digital Circus? Just like look at this. Let me show you the intro for it right here. This one. Wait, why is it not picking up? Oh, it's this one. Look at the art style for this. Train rolls across the track. That's The Amazing Digital Circus right there. In the back. Who left the juice? Who left juice in the caboose? Who left the juice in the caboose?
With Eleanor Elephant, we're down the line. She's gonna find the one who made the
Oh my god! I love this elephant.
in his baseball hat.
I was like obsessed with this elephant.
I'm pretty sure of that.
Or was it left somewhere by Pierre the Bear?
When I drank my juice, I didn't drink it there.
How about Keisha Koala? What do you say?
Keisha Koala!
Been in the caboose at all the whole day.
I like Keisha Koala. Actually, no, just kidding. Keisha Koala is my favorite.
Mouse, could it be you? Did you spill your juice and leave it in the caboose? We don't know. Do you know? Train rolls across the track. Caboose trailing in the back. Who left the juice
Oh my god.
in the caboose?
I watched this like 5 million times.
Juice in the caboose.
All together now.
Left the juice
Who left the juice in the caboose?
caboose.
Like literally who left the juice in the caboose, guys? That is the question, and I want to know. I want to know who left the juice in the caboose. For real. Okay, so that was on repeat in my household. And this came out, God knows when this came out, decades ago. Did I leave the juice in the oh my god, it was 1999 when this came out. 1999. I kid you not. Wow. 1999. Was this on VHS? I can't remember. It might have been. I still watched quite a lot of VHS tapes when I was a kid. We had a lot of Barney VHS, a lot of Sesame Street VHS tapes. We had Clifford VHSs, Angelina Ballerina OG on VHS. Yeah. All of the VHS tapes. We had like this one where it was like a mishmash of PBS shows. So there were like 5 different PBS shows on one VHS tape. And yeah, I remember like circulating through that one for a bit. Quite likely, yeah. It's a very late 90s, very early 2000s aesthetic, exactly! So many connections are being made at the moment, guys. So many. Okay. I don't want to get anymore. I want to take a longer break. Let me take a longer break this time. My brain is getting free. And we've been studying for about 4.5 hours now. I can't believe time goes by so fast. Why don't we sing a song? Let's sing a song. Let's sing some songs. I'm gonna go karaoke now. Karaoke on YouTube. Let's go. What songs are we doing? Kinda fun. Time is Newman. Sing along with me. What are we gonna sing today? Barney song karaoke. No. I could do it at the end. I love you. You love me. We're a happy family with a big hug and a kiss from me to you. Won't you say you love me too? I don't know why I turned into Goofy at the end. You know what's my favorite song from Barney? The one that goes like, and there was a nest on the tree, and the tree, and the nest on the tree, branch on the branch on the tree, and the tree, and hole in the ground, and the rain all around, and the rain all around. Green grass grows all around, and the green grass grows all around. That was my favorite song. That was my favorite song in the Barney series. And the green grass grows all around, and the
green grass grows all around the tree. Barney Saga. Let's sing. Something not too loud because I cannot at this moment sing loud. Apparently a frog on a log in the hole in the bottom of the sea. There's a frog and a log in the hole. Oh my god, it's a freaking Family Guy. I love that episode. See, I've watched every single episode of Family Guy, so I understand every reference that you would ever make about Family Guy. Just letting you know. There's a frog and a log in the hole. It's a really good one. I remember the Barney edit with the Soulja Boy song. It was magical. What the heck? What is that? That sounds awful. Why would they do that? Why would they do that to Barney? Okay, what is a throwback song from like a nostalgia song that's not a baby song? What are some like OG Disney Channel songs? I don't just fall asleep with the Family Guy Funny compilation. I fall asleep with the actual Family Guy series just running. Because I have Hulu, ad-free Hulu. I specifically bought the ad-free Hulu so it would not interrupt my sleep. So I pay a little extra money for the ad-free Hulu just so I can watch Family Guy and American Dad and Futurama and The Simpsons all without ads. So that I can sleep. Letting y'all know that right now. Because those ads are so disruptive. And when I'm trying to fall asleep to my Family Guy, then all of a sudden it's like there's this ad for, I don't know, Target or something. It like wakes me up. And I get very irritated. Show so good it made you sleep, right? It's also just because I don't need to think about anything while I'm watching it. Okay, let's see. What's a relaxing? Ooh, let's do something jazzy. And pray that the video, I always put on YouTube to go to sleep and pray that the video was demonetized so you don't get ads. Ugh, frick. That's why you have to subscribe to YouTube Premium at that point. Just invest in it if you can. If you can. Hashtag not sponsored. Okay. Throwback karaoke. Or like, what about Disney Channel song karaoke? What are some nostalgic ones? Disney Channel karaoke. Let's see. I'm like about to sing a Hannah Montana song. Life's what you make it. So let's. Do you guys remember? You know what's my favorite Miley Cyrus song? Speaking of childhood stuff. Try to guess what my favorite Miley Cyrus song is. It's a lot of people's favorite. Let's see, Miley Cyrus. There we go. Found one. Man, I'm surprised not more people are singing this. Okay. We're gonna do it. We're gonna sing it. It's a little bit loud, but we're gonna do it. So this is a throwback because this was the song that I always listened to. Oh no, wait. Should I do a Hillary Duff one? Hillary Duff was the first
first female singer that I like followed as a kid. I probably was like 6 years old or 7 years old. What's a Hilary Duff song? These are the dreams are made of. Hey now, hey now. Remember that? Okay, I'm gonna try and wing this because I'm a burb. Oh my god. Here we go, throwback. You could change your mind if you wanna. You could change your clothes if you wanna. You could change your mind. But that's the way it goes. But I'm gonna keep your jeans and your old black hat, 'cause I wanna they look good on me. You're never gonna get them back. At least not today, not today, not today. 'Cause if it's over, let it go, and come tomorrow it'll seem so yesterday, so yesterday. I'm just a bird that's already flown away. Laugh it off and let it go, and when you wake up it will seem so yesterday, so yesterday. Haven't you heard that I'm gonna be okay? Okay. You could say you're bored if you wanna. You could act real tough if you wanna. You could say you're torn, but I heard enough. Thank you, you made my mind up for me. When you started to ignore me, you see a single tear. It isn't gonna happen here. At least not today, not today, not today. 'Cause if it's over, let it go, and come tomorrow it'll seem so yesterday, so yesterday. I'm just a bird that's already flown away. Laugh it off and let it go, and when you wake up it'll seem so yesterday, so yesterday. Haven't you heard that I'm gonna be okay? I don't know the bridge. Me, I'm already over you. If it's all been done, what is left to do? How can you hang up if the line is dead? If you wanna walk, I'm a step ahead. If you go, I'm already gone. If the life is off, then it isn't on. I think that's a part, at least not today, not today, not today. 'Cause if it's over, let it go, and come tomorrow it'll seem so yesterday, so yesterday. I'm just a bird that's already flown away. Laugh it off and let it go, and when you wake up it'll seem so yesterday, so yesterday. Haven't you heard that you're so yesterday? Let it go. Come tomorrow it'll seem so yesterday, so yesterday. I'm just a bird that's already flown away. Laugh it off and let it go, and when you wake up it'll seem so yesterday, so yesterday. Haven't you heard that I'm gonna be okay? Yeah! Frickin' Hilary Duff, guys! I'm gonna cry. Throwback. That one and Wake Up were like the two songs I'd always listen to as a kid. Wake up on a Saturday night. Ba-da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. That one's the other one. Na-na-na-na-na. Oh, that's not the BGM I want. Na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na around. Yes. Thank you for humoring me. Oh, we continue with this with the studying. And then Going back to the topic of what my favorite Miley Cyrus song was, you guys did not guess it yet. I love See You Again. Do you guys know that song? It's from like the old Miley Cyrus days. It's like the it's the post Hannah Montana days, but the pre-crazy Wrecking Ball Miley Cyrus days. The one that goes like, the last time I freaked out, I just kept looking down. I just stutter when he asked me what I think about. I feel like I couldn't breathe. You asked what's wrong with me. My best friend Leslie said, was she just being Miley? And I heard it, the next time we hang out, I will redeem myself. I get my heart can't rest till then. Ooh, oh, oh, I can't wait to see you again. I got my heart set on you. It's such a good song. I think it is, I would say, like top 3 Miley Cyrus songs for me personally. All right, only because it's such a bop. Such a freaking bop, man. Ah, so good. Anyways, we continue. We have The Night is Still Young, my friends. The night is still young. Now we are really getting into the nitty-gritty right here. We are learning about the cardiovascular dysfunctions. So we're going to have a lot of very, very advanced medical terminology for this one. Congenital heart defects, heart failure, rheumatic fever, Kawasaki, sudden cardiac arrest. I've seen this all. You guys ready? Let's do this. Let me put this away. This is all very basic stuffs. I like this little I love this little like diagram here. They have two of them. It shows you what the heart looks like in the fetus, and then what the heart looks like after they're born. It's like very, very interesting. There's like a PDA right here. So the biggest difference really is that in the fetus, there's like an actual like connection between the aorta and the pulmonary artery. And it's called a PDA, a patent ductus arteriosus. So it causes like the mixing of both deoxygenated blood and oxygenated blood. And then when a baby is born, the pressure changes that the baby will experience between like being inside the amniotic sac and the amniotic fluid and being outside in atmospheric air actually initiates the closure of this. So it's really cool. If you imagine it, like when you are born, your body automatically reacts to the pressure changes after you leave the birth canal, and certain hormones are released in your body that closes this little duct in between your blood vessels in the heart, so that your heart can start to circulate normally. Sometimes babies don't have that, like it's still open, so they have to have a certain medication that helps close it. We give them the medication to help close this PDA. Yes. So you can literally see here. PDA is so small. But I love it because you can see the whole circulatory system here. Blood from your body and your lungs go here into the right atrium, into the ventricles, gets pumped through the right atrium, out into the pulmonary veins, into the lungs. And then after going into the lungs, it comes right back into the left atrium, and then into the left ventricle. And then from the left ventricle, it goes out into the aorta and the pulmonary artery. Yes. I mean not the pulmonary artery. Just the aorta. Sorry, pulmonary artery is over here. And you can even see like the umbilical cord down here that's feeding into... This is the umbilical cord, the umbilical vein. There's also the umbilical arteries that are down here. They're like feeding blood into the heart. Then once everything is cut off, then the body has to learn how to circulate it without them. But like it's a closed circuit at this point. So cool. It's like you have a little extra artery and an extra vein when you're a baby from your umbilicus. Wow, literally at 21 days of gestation, the fetal heart rate begins beating. So after like 21 days of conception, that's amazing. Only less than a month, you can already hear the fetal heartbeat. Amazing. Fetal oxygenation occurs via the placenta. Some key structures in fetal circulation include the foramen ovale, which is an opening between the atria that allows blood to flow from the right atrium directly to the left atrium. Oh, I see here. The foramen ovale. The atria, basically. Open. And the ductus arteriosus, which is a conduit between the pulmonary artery and the aorta that shunts blood away from the pulmonary circulation. Because they don't need, their lungs don't need to be oxygen. Well, their lungs aren't functional yet since they are still inside the fluid. That's so cool that it shunts blood away from the pulmonary circulation because the blood is already being oxygenated by mommy. Mommy's oxygenating them. So, important circulatory changes occur during the transition to extrauterine life are as followed. Inspired oxygen dilates the pulmonary vessels, decreasing pulmonary vascular resistance, and increasing pulmonary blood flow, which facilitates lung expansion. The foramen ovale closes functionally soon after birth from the compression of the atrial septum. Oh. Interesting. Babies get a lot of extra stuff. No, it's scary. You don't want a hole in your heart like that. What if it doesn't close when you're born? Then you're gonna have heart defects. I'm like reading this and then I'm just remembering something like extremely traumatic sometimes when I'm reading through these, because like sometimes, I mean, this book, the symptoms that they spell out remind me of my patients that have them, and like the emergencies that we had to run when we realized the patients had these like life-threatening symptoms. I remember one of my friends was telling me, because I'm reading about like
you have to watch out for signs of like periorbital adult edema or swelling in the hands and feet because it could mean congestive heart failure. And then I remember one of my coworkers talking to me about one of their really, really sick patients, a little kid who was like intubated and all that, like lines everywhere, central lines, and they were almost going to be on ECMO. I think they were just on like an oscillator. They like tried everything and the kid was just like not responding. And then all of a sudden they noted that this baby stopped peeing, and usually with patients who are like intubated and sedated and stuff, we put Foley catheters in them so that we can accurately monitor how much they are peeing. And when a patient stops peeing, that is like an oh shit moment, because it means that their kidneys have been messed up and they are essentially like fudged. That means their kidneys are probably in shock and their whole body is in shock and they are in straight up sepsis or some sort of compensated shock mode and their kidneys are not functioning. And when that happens, that is like end stage emergency. Like we need to figure out what is going on, because one by one after that, all of their organs are going to start shutting down. Like the kidneys are usually like the first sign. Out of all of the organs that shut down first, it goes like kidneys and then livers and then all that. And then eventually it'll reach like the vital organs. And it's just like big oof when you think about it. So when you like go to that Foley catheter bag and you realize that this patient has not drained out any urine in the past few hours, even though they're getting all these fluids and drips and medications, you're like, oh shit. That's an immediate stat page to the doctor right there. Gotta do a bladder scan and see if there actually is, if there's any urine in their bladder. If there is no urine in their bladder, their kidneys are probably dead. Yeah. Stat dialysis time, I know. Oh yeah, definitely dialysis is an option for infants. I've seen so many. Hemodialysis mostly, because they're so small. So most of them just end up, getting like the hemodialysis, like not a, they don't get like a shunt, like an AV shunt, because I feel like that's so hard on little infants to get like an AV shunt. Plus, babies are really not supposed to have like long-term kidney issues, so if they do, they are in the hospital anyway, so it's immediately a double central line right there. Go straight through to hemodialysis and peritoneal dialysis as well. I think I've seen infants undergo peritoneal dialysis too, if they need it for the long run. One of our youngest end stage renal patients I took care of one who was like a little less than 2 years old. He was on peritoneal dialysis every night. We have a lot of kids who are waiting for new kidneys, and hemodialysis is a little bit much for them. So once they're at home and stuff, they have like the peritoneal dialysis machine that their parents just learn how to use, and they have obviously the catheter that's coming out of their stomach, and it's just really simple. You just like hook it up to the fluids, you turn on the machine will just, will exchange the fluids for you. Super cool, those machines. I've also seen those hemodialysis machines are massive. I remember the hemodialysis nurse coming in and showing me all the little like knobs and buttons and twirly thingies that were going on inside the machine. It's like super loud. It makes like a clicking noise. There's a lot of things that you need to watch out for when you're running that machine, because the person's blood is literally being sucked out of them into a machine and back into them. So if that machine F's up, it's like you need to put that blood back into them ASAP, or else they would have lost like half their blood volume at that point.
So scary. Also seems kind of like a cool job though. I'd like to be a dialysis nurse, just going around with my giant machine, like, all right, let's go. And then you have to access their shunts, which are like this giant ball on their arms. And you have to access it with 2 different needles. One needle is where the blood is being drained out, and one needle is where the blood is going back in. So it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. You can hear it, actually. The AV fistulas, not the shunt. They're called fistulas, not shunts, but essentially it is a shunting of the blood. You can hear it. I don't know if you guys have ever met anybody who has been on dialysis or needs to be on hemodialysis specifically, but if they are on long-term hemodialysis, they have a fistula that is artificially created in surgery, usually on their arm, like around their AC area. Like around here, and it's like a ball, and in this ball essentially what is happening is that the surgeon brings together both the veins and the arteries and connects them together so that there is literally a shunting between arteries and veins, and then it's like a bundle of them, right? An AV, it's called an AV fistula, an arteriovenous fistula. So then when they go for dialysis, you can, or when you assess the fistula, you can put a stethoscope over it, and you can hear a thrill and a bruit. What we call like a thrill and a bruit. It's a sound. It's super cool when you listen to it. You're like, holy shit! It literally sounds like a heartbeat. It's a little bit like a murmur, not like a proper heartbeat, like a badump, but more like a like that. And that's the sound of like the arteries, right? The artery like pulsating through. And yeah, that's what they use for hemodialysis. I freaking love fistulas, man. I'm like fascinated by them. They're like just these massive balls shooting out of your arms with like, and like and the throbs a little bit. It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. I want to see more of them. I know. Can you imagine the first doctor have done? It must have sounded insane, like mixing veins and arteries together. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? Create a little ball in their arm like that? Ew. Nobody would ever want to marry them ever again. Not the ball in their arm. It makes it look like they have freaking tumor coming out of their arm. But no, it's needed for life-sustaining treatment, unfortunately, so do not judge. Oof. Progressive limpness. I don't like that. Observe for hypoxia, which is manifested by tachypnea, cyanosis, bradycardia, tachycardia, restlessness, progressive limpness, and syncope. Usually, once the oxygen goes down, the heart rate goes down with it. They usually come hand in hand with the kiddos. Especially if the hypoxia is getting bad. And they start to brady. You were literally there like, okay, kiddos, stop holding your breath. Breathe, breathe, breathe. And you're kind of like shaking the baby like, hey, hey, hey. We don't want you to code today. You're tickling them a little bit. Suctioning them. And then they all of a sudden breathe and then their oxygen. I had a kid whose oxygen dropped to like 20 and he like lost consciousness. He had lost consciousness because his breathing tube was dislodged, right? And I remember like seeing his oxygen slowly dropping. And then I could see his lips starting to turn blue and his skin starting to turn blue. And then his heart rate followed shortly after. It was like this 2-year-old, and his heart rate went from like 110, and went to 100, and then it went to 80, and then it went to 70, and then it went to 60, and then it was like 50, and I was like, this, I can't. And I started bagging him, and all of a sudden, once he started getting that oxygen and his lungs started like moving again while I was mechanically ventilating him with the bag, and then his oxygen started going up, it went like 20. It was like 10, 20, 40, 60, 80. And then once it reached 80, he all of a sudden woke up like he was in a trance, started crying, heart rate shot back up. And I was like, you scared the crap out of me. I thought we were gonna have to start doing CPR on you, but not today. Not today, child. That's what I say to my children when they do that. I'm like, not today. We are not doing CPR today, child. We will save you the best we can. In my brain. I can't say that. I'm like, please. Oh yeah, that was my first time it ever happening as well. So me being like the new grad, it's extremely stressful. My hands were shaking. The ambu bag had like fallen out of the oxygen chamber, and like the oxygen port. I was trying to like turn it on, and then the thing to connect it to the port actually like fell off. So I remember like picking it up, and my hands were shaking, and I was trying to like jab it in there. I was like, get in there! Turn on the oxygen and like start squeezing the bag into his like neck, directly into his hole in his neck. I was by myself in that room. I thought I was going to get sued. I thought I was going to lose my license that day, guys. Whenever things like that happen, I always think to myself, I'm going to go to jail. And that's what gives me the most anxiety. Oh, this job is not great if you have anxiety, so I'm just letting y'all know. And right now, we like to torture ourselves. Because everyone I know has all the anxiety. Especially that my one coworker that crazy thing that happened to her this week. The one that got all of the blood literally exploded all over her and in her hair and her face and her scrubs. She was traumatized. And like I said, thank goodness she had her glasses on, because it quite literally exploded right in front of her. And the blood could have very much gotten into her eye. Thank goodness it was a clean bag of blood, like it was a blood transfusion that they were trying to infuse. But the fact that it just popped and the whole room got spray painted with blood, to the point that now they have to repaint that room. She was so shaken up by the time I got to work. She told me that even though she was coming back again the next morning, even though all of us requested or recommended that she call out and take the day off after that crazy thing that had happened, she was like, no, I'll come back, but maybe I'll go grab a drink with my cousin before tonight after I leave work. And I said, yeah, you definitely need a drink after what happened today. Just don't drink too much because you have to be back in the morning. Yeah. And at least the patient was a sport about it. Since he's so used to being hospitalized at our hospital, he's like, anything goes at this point. He's probably seen crazier things happen in his life. I know, it's horrifying, isn't it? Hello, Astoria, welcome to stream. It is quite late early in the morning. Are you currently at work? Did you just wake up? Either way, good morning, and I hope you have a lovely day. for joining. So this statement is saying here that to prevent infections, obviously do your hand hygiene. But there is something called subacute bacterial endocarditis that can come about from dental procedures. Ensure administration of prophylactic antibiotics before specific dental procedures to prevent subacute bacterial endocarditis in high-risk children. So yeah, literally from dental procedures, the bacteria in their teeth or whatever they're trying to clean out can go into their heart. Can you imagine that? That's crazy. Especially if they're using like prosthetic material. So a lot of like the synthetic heart valves, or not synthetic, but like the transplanted heart valves that we use are actually from pigs. So the valves that we use are actually pig heart valves. But they also use like synthetic material as well. Like a plasticky mesh kind of fibrous material. And that, the people with the synthetic valves and synthetic heart parts are actually more at risk for bacterial growth. Because if you think about it, those parts of the body don't have antibodies or are not made of like real human cells. They don't have any antibodies to protect the outer layer, so a lot of plaque can grow on it. Yeah, and if bacteria enters the heart and it can attach itself to those artificial valves and create like a clot essentially, and they will stroke. They will have a stroke. Good night, City 68. Good night. Night, night, night. I'm just fidgeting with my little beanbag smush. You want an owlie like that? You can get them from Toridansa. Is it Toridansa? Toridansa. That says Toridansa, right? I don't know if I'm reading it. You see? Oh, you can't read it. There, Toridansa. hope that's what it says. That's the brand of these, so you can probably find that there. I think it's Tori Danza. Let me see. Tori Danza in bag. Nope, Tori Danza bird toy. Oh, it's Tori Dango. Tori Dango? What does it say, sa? Is that a go? It is Tori Dango. It's Tori Dango, but that does not look like a dango. It looks like a sa. Oh, maybe the print got off. That's supposed to say Tori Dango. I had a feeling that it might be Tori Dango because they kind of look like dango. But the goal is not correct. It looks a little off. Yeah, it looks a little off. But I think that's the point of it. If I look at the typography. Oh, I see. I see, it's 2 dots. It's 2 dots. So if you look at it more closely, it actually is the thing on the side is actually the 2 dots. You see there's just 2 dots, and then the goal is kind of like a little line on the top and then a little line on the bottom. And then the 2 dots are supposed to be like the goal instead of ko. Right? Because in that it has 2 lines, but then go it has 2 dots. So it's cute, I guess, because they're trying to play homage to like the dango shape. So yeah, type in Tori Dango bird series and you'll see there's a brown owl in there too. There's also kingfisher. So I want to get the kingfisher one because I want to get for you. Collect all of the birds from Tori Dango. They're so cute. Thank you. Dango Daikazoku, yay. We got 2.5 obligatory sneeze stream. 2.5 or 2.5? 25? How many sneezes did I do already? Avoid vagal stimulation, definitely. Boop, boop, boop. The 0.5 is for blowing my nose. Okay, I guess that counts then. That's so funny. There's like a line here that literally says, prevent problems of sensory overload. And then under that it says, observe for psychic disturbances and sleep deprivation. Psychic disturbances? Like hallucinations? That's kind of crazy. Psychic disturbances. It kind of makes me think of like poltergeists. Like the poltergeists are gonna haunt them. Beware of the spoopy ghost. Beware. All right, adrenergic antagonists. We have dopamine, dobutamine, epinephrine, and isoproterenol. These adrenergic agents increase blood pressure, cardiac output, heart rate, and renal perfusion. And peripheral perfusion. So this is what you give when your kidneys are shot. Obviously, because like epinephrine's there. Make sure you monitor vital signs. Watch for infiltration to prevent burns because they're very corrosive. Monitor for adverse reactions, which include arrhythmias, hypertension, vasoconstriction, and tachycardia. ACE inhibitors, the angiotensin converting enzyme inhibitors. Enalapril, citalopryl, lisinopril. You guys are probably familiar with that. They're used to treat hypertension and heart failure. Instruct the family that the child should rise slowly from sitting to standing to minimize the blood pressure drop or orthostatic hypotension. Make sure you monitor their blood pressure and monitor for adverse effects, which include tachycardia, protein in the urine, rash, pruritus. Pruritus, I think, is like itchy skin, I think. Cough and increased potassium in their blood. Administer an hour before, 2 hours after meals to increase absorption. Beta-adrenergic blockers, or beta blockers, another name for them. Metoprolol, propranolol, all of the lols. Labetalol. We all love the lols. It's used to treat hypertension and also cardiac arrhythmias. And also used to treat anxiety and psychiatric disorders as well. Essentially, it also like slows down your heart rate in a way. Yeah. So it's funny because with ACE inhibitors, you should take it on an empty stomach, but for beta blockers, it says that you should take it with food to facilitate absorption. Because apparently it can cause like gastric discomfort, nausea, vomiting. Oh, beta blockers can also cause impotence and decrease libido. Guess that makes sense. Diuretics, we all know that. Furosemide, hydrochlorothiazide, spironolactone, spironolactone. Can't say it. Spironolactone, spironolactone, spironolactone. Antiarrhythmics are digoxin. There's also lidocaine, propranolol, sotalolol, verapamil, quinidine. Used to treat heart failures and arrhythmias. Used to strengthen cardiac contractility. Make sure you count the apical pulse for 1 whole minute before you give it. Withhold the medication if the heart rate is less than 100 beats per minute in an infant, and notify the healthcare provider. Prepare dosages carefully with a second nurse to check the dosage, monitor the drug levels, monitor for digoxin toxicity. Early signs and symptoms are anorexia, nausea, vomiting. specific serum levels for cardiac glycosides and extreme bradycardia are cardinal signs of toxicity. Withhold digoxin if the heart rate falls below the specified range for age, unless the healthcare provider specifies otherwise. Antibiotics, prophylaxis for endocarditis, long-term prophylaxis for rheumatic fever. Sulfadiazine adverse reactions are GI irritation, headache, crystalluria, photosensitivity, and agranulocytosis. Encourage the use of sunscreens and protective clothing. Encourage fluids. Aspirin. Steroids. Oh yeah, they always get really fluid overloaded. Cushing syndrome. Steroids can stunt growth, guys. Steroids can stunt growth. That's why a lot of kids who require steroids because they're really sick, when they start long-term steroid therapy, they really don't grow at all. They need to take growth hormones too. Dear Lord. There's so much in this. I'm gonna die. Okay. Break. We're gonna do a break, and then after this, I think this is gonna be my last chapter. I'm gonna get through cardiac. Let me get through the cardiac. Let me get through the cardiac system, cardiovascular system, and I will be daijoubu today. I will be daijoubu. Oh, Lord. I can tell your heart is really in this chapter. No, no, Belisarian, no. I don't seem very daijoubu. I kind of want to take a nap. I want to close my eyes for 15 minutes. Will you let me take a nap for 15 minutes? Do you guys want to take a nap with me? I can just lay my head down here with you, okay? And we can do a little. My glasses are gonna fall off, but I'm gonna nap with you guys. Okay, we're going to nap now. Alright, nap time. We'll wake up in 15 minutes. I'm like, this desk is not comfy. Okay, that's enough nap for me. That was a good 1 minute eye closing. All right, I'm going to use the bathroom. I'm going to go use the bathroom. Let's take a bathroom break and let's see each other in a minute or two. Okay, I'm sorry. That took a little longer than expected because I went to go get some food. I was starving, and I went to go grab myself some noms. This is basically my dinner slash lunch slash breakfast. My meal for the day. It's a very healthy plate, as you can see. It's really just broccoli. This is like leftover foods that Mama Athi brought. We have some broccoli, we have some tofu, we have some string beans, and we have some shrimp. A little bit of shrimp over here. So, yeah! Itadakimasu. Thank you. Are you guys eating right now? Or for those of you where it is 4 a.m. in the morning, what did you have for your last meal? Did I get any Mysore shrew? A little bit. There's some minced shrew or mice or whatever you want to call it in here. Got some mice brains. Rat brain right here. You had egg rolls? Yum. Mama Athi made some homemade egg rolls the other day because our neighbors are Vietnamese, so they taught us their secret recipe. It was so good. I just realized that we have stream later today at 3, so that'll be my next meal. My next meal is gonna be the blue curry that we make when I wake up. Some Greek yogurts and your Gucci. That's not a meal. You need to have all the greens. This is usually what I eat. I usually just eat like a shit ton of vegetables. And like a side of protein. Where's my carb, you ask? I usually just like eat carbs whenever they show up. But every once in a while I'll eat like a meal with carbs. Maybe like once a day I'll eat like a meal with carbs, but usually my meals at work look like this, where it's just like all like a broccoli. Like usually it's mostly broccoli, cauliflower, and carrots. And then maybe some like rice, and then some protein. What do you mean it's a reverse owl diet? Owls eat hedgehogs, so it's a real owl diet if I'm eating Sonic the Hedgehog. Oh, they definitely don't make me full. That's why I have to eat like a crap ton of vegetables in order for them to make me full. I fill like more than half my plate with vegetables. And they have to be seasoned really well. I don't like eating them plain. This is why like the stir-fry vegetables are the best. Even though they're not the healthiest. I know. That's exactly what I do, Lawrence. Like, I just don't eat a lot of carbs for my meals, and then my snacks. I can eat all the chocolate. Ah, shut up. Shut up! I'm still eating. I can eat all the chocolate and the tortilla chips and the regular chips and the cheese balls that I can for my snack. I justify that. It's like I can give up some rice or some bread if my snack was the rice and the bread. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll give up rice and bread during a meal if the rice and bread becomes my snack. Yeah? Hi, Solace! It's really nice to meet you! I came across your channel while looking for a study companion. I was really happy when I saw you're starting to be a nurse. That is my dream too. Good luck with everything, Solace. We'll be very lucky to have you as an extra addition to the nursing force. I actually am already a nurse. I've been a practicing nurse for almost 5 years now. I'm just taking my certification exam because the hospital said, we want to have big Michelin star label. So get certified. We pay you more money and I need more money. So here I am studying so I can get more money. But also, it's also the morals. It's also so that it can be a better nurse, obviously. That's the #1 priority, right? Because you want to give better care to the children. But also the money. Mainly the money. Shrimp. 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 Oh, I guess this is a reverse owl diet. You're right. Lots of vegetables and a little bit of protein. Damn it. Damn it. I hunt broccoli for a living. True. True. Broccolis are my biggest enemy. I hunt them and I kill them and I slaughter them. Oh. And then I devour them. Nom 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 nom. But that's amazing that your dream is to become a nurse. Not a lot of people are like, I want to be a nurse, right? Not a lot of people come out of school thinking, I want to be a nurse. Most people are like doctor. Most people are like lawyer or some fancy businessman. Heck, I didn't even know I wanted to be a nurse until I was like halfway through college, basically. Because I didn't think that nurses were all that cool. But then I realized our scope of practice. I didn't know what the scope of practice of nurses were because I've never been hospitalized. And I've never really seen any of my family members be hospitalized before, so I never really interacted with healthcare workers. I've only ever interacted with my primary care doctor, and I thought that they were cool. Never really developed much of a relationship with them, though, until, yeah, my friend told me what nurses do. And I realized, oh wait, I just realized nurses are those people who are at the bedside all the time taking care of the patient 24/7. We are at their beck and call. We are essentially glorified waitresses and waiters. I want to do that. Oops, I just burped real hard on stream. Y'all, if you caught that, you are a lucky son of a gun because I never burp on stream, but it's only because I'm eating. And it's 4 in the morning, so nobody's here. So don't tell anybody I burped, okay? That didn't happen. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Oh no. 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 Just listen to this broccoli ASMR. Listen, listen. Mm. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. Good luck to you too, Solace, by the way. You are gonna ace it. Just remember to study consistently, do lots of practice questions, invest in UWorld if you can, because that's all that I really needed to pass. UWorld and whatever free things that my school gave me. Don't clip it, Charles. I'm almost done with my food. I'm almost done. Look, look. I only have this much left. I took care of my grandma growing up. She was a big reason why I became a nurse. Aww. That's so sweet. I wish I had a relationship like that with my grandparents. Never really did. The reason why I wanted to become a nurse, specifically pediatric nurse, is because of my nannies. I want to become like my nannies. They weren't nurses, but they definitely had the hearts of one. I mean, your nannies are basically your nurses at that point, right? They take care of you, they feed you, they change you. When you grow a little bit older, they're the ones that do your first aid, bring you to the doctors when you're feeling sick, bring you to school. They tuck you into bed, tell you everything's gonna be okay. Sometimes they tell you stories. So, because I was raised by a really, really wonderful nanny when I was younger, in like my preschool to school years, like my early primary school years, I knew that I always wanted to work with kids because I wanted to be like her, a person who was always really good with kids and gave me like the best childhood I possibly could have. So then I wanted to become a person that could give children the best possible childhood they could have. So I really wanted to either be a teacher or a music therapist or a music teacher or a preschool teacher or a pediatrician. Or actually, because I was also interested in like chemistry, I did want to become a forensic scientist, specifically in like pediatrics. I also was interested in becoming like a coroner, because even though my job is like something very disheartening and kind of morbid, you also are bringing peace to a lot of families if you are able to identify the reason why a certain family member, whether it be a child or an adult or teenager, how they passed away, is giving them a sense of closure. So I think that morticians and death, medical examiners are really important jobs, because everyone wants to know the reason why a person passed, right? And that'll give them closure. Your nanny sounds like a wonderful person. Yeah, my nanny was Filipina. She told me all the Filipino stories growing up, which is why I'm like very like familiar with Filipino culture. It's because she always made us Filipino foods, bought us Filipino snacks, taught us about like the little Filipino witch stories. I forgot what the name of that witch was, but she told us that there was like this witch that would like come and like haunt you or something if you're a bad kid. There's like a folklore. It's like I can't remember what the name of it starts with a B or something. During the thunderstorms, we would sit in like the playroom and then she would tell me and my sister stories. But every time there was like a thunderbolt or a thunderstorm sound, she would distract us by tickling us so that we wouldn't be scared of the sound. So every time the lightning would strike, she would do like a tickle attack on us. So that evening, you know, whenever those things would happen, we actually looked forward to the thunderstorms because she knew that she would tickle us, and it was actually a fun game. So we would sit there in complete darkness, looking out the window, waiting for the next lightning strike, and then waiting for the next tickle attack. That was fun. Those were the days. And then I remember, I have so many memories of her. She left when I was like 7 or 8 years old, but I still remember almost everything, all of the memories I had with her. For one, when she left, I was so sad. Like, I cried for days. And I remember on her last day, she bought me and my sister these Sanrio slippers. I think she got my sister like a Cinnamoroll one. And then she got me... I think she got me the pom pom pudding. No, it was either keropi or pom pom pudding, one of those. But I know my sister really likes Cinnamoroll, so she got my sister like a nice, cute little small pair of Cinnamoroll slippers. And my sister was probably like 4 at the time, and she was 5 at the time, and I was 8. And she left very early in the morning when we were still asleep. And then I remember I just saw that as her last gift, and then she wrote a card. And then we like bawled our eyes out for the rest of the day. Like, we just did not stop crying for the rest of the day. So that was like one of my saddest moments. But I mean, I still see her every once in a while because she comes and visits. So those were the fun days. I have a lot of my inspiration in terms of like my child care and my parenting advice is based on her. So funny. I remember she used to buy us like corn bits and what was the other one? Sweet corn. All the time. My corn bits were the snack. Freaking love corn bits, man. The corn bits and the piatos. And what else was there? The little like peanuts. The covered peanuts. What do you call it? Like the cracker peanuts. Yeah. And lots of pulveron too. Those were our snacks. Every day after school. Corn bits! Yummy. I'm pretty sure I've almost died eating a corn bit before because it is a massive choking hazard for children. I'm sure there has been a child at some point who has choked on a corn bit. But, yeah. Corn bits are the GOAT. And you cannot tell me otherwise, okay? No! The sweet corn chips, Rico. Have you ever had those sweet corn puffs? The yellow ones that literally are like cheese balls or like tiny little balls, like puffs. They're like the size of a Reese's Puff cereal, but they are yellow and they are sweet corn flavor. It's almost like a corn potage flavor, but those were my favorite growing up. Oh my God. So yummy. If only I could access those snacks again. I wonder if you can buy them on Amazon. Probably. Let me see. Can I buy sweet corn on Amazon? Sweet corn chip Philippines. Golden sweet corn is what it's called. Regent sweet corn. You can buy them on Amazon. It is $4.50. Yum. Oh. And they have the cheese rings. The freaking cheese rings. Oh my God. Oh my God. It brings me back. And it's the freaking anime character on there. You guys remember? I can't right now. The Regent cheese ring cheese flavored snack with that like weird, and they had like the anime characters on there, and that was such a draw. As a kid, seeing that anime character on there, I want them to make an anime out of these. Okay, like look at these characters that they had on these snacks. Okay, these were the cheese ring snacks that I ate it like every day after school. I swear to God. I specifically remember eating the guy version, like this version was everywhere. But oh my God. Did you guys have these as kids too? Because this is my childhood snack. I've never seen the anime girl. That one's so freaking cool. I've never seen the anime girl version. I want to see the anime girl. I've only seen the anime dude. It's like some interesting, I don't know, some Digimon thing. No, what is this? Some mecha Astro Boy looking thing. Yeah. Now you want the cheese rings? You know what's so funny? I remember when I ate them growing up, thinking these are like very, very sweet. Like you know when you eat those rings that they're very artificially flavored, but there was just something about them that was so comforting and so unhealthy, but like unhealthy in a way that's like, yeah, I like it that way. I like it unhealthy. And there's like the bright orange cheese flavor, like the cheese dust that would get on your fingers. If you think that Cheeto fingers were a thing, then cheese ring fingers were also another thing, and also on your mouth. And I remember comparing these to like the cheese balls you would get here in the States, or like the Cheetos, and they're just not the same, because the cheese rings are so much sweeter. I'm pretty sure they dump like a buttload of sugar into these chips, so it's not just very salty, but it's also very sweet. So it might not be very appetizing to like maybe like people who live in America who are more accustomed to the salty cheese flavor. Nah, these are sweet cheese flavor. You gotta like the sweet cheese. Yeah, they're sweet and cheesy is how I would describe it. Not like real cheese though, it's like artificial cheese. It's like as artificial as you could make cheese. That's what I'd like to say. Okay, moving on. We're going to our last stretch. I also ate like a lot of, what do you call it? Like the onion rings. Those were yummy. Funyuns. I ate a lot of Funyuns as a kid. I think that was also another thing growing up. What are some other chips? We ate a lot of like Hubba Bubba bubble gum, and those like sour straws. Those were like, if you were a cool kid and could afford to buy from the school snack shop, all of the cool kids bought the sour straws. All right. And they would like pass them around like they were drugs. I remember we would trade snacks. Like it was this whole transactional thing where the guy was like, or your friend was like, okay, I'll get 5 of your cheese rings for one sour straw. And I was like, okay, here are 5 cheese rings. Thank you for your sour straw. And we would just, this was like us when we were like 5 or 6 years old, straight up gambling with our snacks. Because we didn't have real money currency, but we had snack money currency. We had snack currency, that's what we had. You gotta start them young. Gambling is a human instinct. It is something that just comes naturally to everybody. They're like, if you can beat me in rock, paper, scissors, I'll give you one of my fruit roll-ups. I'll give you an inch of my foot roll-up. Yeah. And then all the kids try to be cool with their tongue tattoos, with those roll-ups with the tattoos. Oh my god, they need to bring those back. They just don't have it like that anymore. The tattoo fruit roll-ups. Kakegurui masho, but with dagashi? Can you imagine that mashup of dagashi kashi with kakegurui? The mashup name would be dakakegurui. No. Dagashigurui. Dagakegurui. Okashigurui. Oh yeah, those two loons would definitely get together well. I'm sure they would gamble. Like, Jumiko would definitely gamble with candy. She would gamble the whole freaking store. Heck, she will gamble every single dagashi store in Japan. That's how much she would gamble. Only sponge baths for the first week. So I'm reading up about post-cardiac surgery care. A lot of the kids who get open heart surgeries have to be on sternal precautions. So if they're a young child or a baby, that means you cannot pick them up with under the armpits. Essentially, you cannot do anything that will bring pressure to their chest. And you cannot get the area wet for 6 weeks, so you have to do, well, you have to try and keep the area as clean and as dry as possible, but only sponge baths for the first week. You have to also try to avoid them sneezing, coughing, or basically anything that can cause an increase in interthoracic pressure. Intrathoracic pressure is what I'm trying to say. Alright, now we're getting to my favorite part, which is talking about congenital heart defects. So, welcome to my lecture on congenital heart defects. It is currently 4:30 in the morning, but we're gonna do this anyway. Let me just take a sip out of my tea because I have a lot of food in my mouth. I had a lot of food in my mouth. And let me quickly pause this timer and actually throw away my food before my room gets stinky. I don't want my room to smell like food. So let me discard this plate. Let me grab more Bev. Okay. Let's move on to these congenital heart defects before my mind goes blank. I'm so freaking tired, but we gotta do this. We gotta get through these congenital heart defects. I feel like I should have done this first when I had more energy. We're gonna do this. Ganbare! Ganbare! Okay, so congenital heart defects, or CHDs, are actually the most common congenital defects. They're one of the most common congenital defects, with 40,000 births a year, or about 8 in 1,000 births. 25% of infants with CHD have a critical defect. So only a fourth of them actually are like very critical. Some of them can live with them for the rest of their life. All right. Oh, this is interesting. Children with CHD are more likely to have associated defects like the tracheoesophageal fistula and chromosomal defects. The tracheoesophageal fistula, guys, is crazy. I've seen so many kids with this before. Essentially what it is, it means that there's a hole between their trachea and their esophagus, right? The tube where they breathe and the tube where they eat, right? And because of that, before they can get it surgically managed, or even after getting surgically managed, they create like a fistula, like a small fistula in their neck to help divert the sputum from their trachea, breathing tube is what I like to call it, their breathing tube. And it goes out into like a container. It's weird. So instead of like their mucus going into their esophagus, which can cause more like infection and issues and things, their sputum goes out into a separate container. And they usually are trached as well. A lot of these kids who have the tracheoesophageal fistula have tracheostomies. But I've had a couple of kids with them, and it's bizarre. Essentially, when they cough and they spit, their spit goes out into a little tube that is connected to their neck. There are actually four classifications of CHD. Defects with increased pulmonary blood flow, which include PDAs, ASDs, VSDs, and AV canal defects. Those are like when, like the chambers, and like basically they're like holes in between. Either it's the blood vessels or the arteries, or also the chambers. Basically when there's like just a hole where it shouldn't be. Obstructive defects include the coarctation of the aorta, aortic stenosis, and pulmonary stenosis. Sorry, remember stenosis means that the hardening of the blood vessel. So it causes obstruction because it is now more stenosed. These prevent adequate blood flow to the body, or in some cases of pulmonary stenosis, to the lungs. Defects with decreased pulmonary blood flow include tricuspid atresia and tetralogy of Fallot. These defects allow oxygen-poor blood that has not passed through the lungs to pick up oxygen to travel through the body. That's so interesting. These defects allow oxygen-poor blood that has not passed through the lungs to pick up oxygen and pass through the body. Mixed defects include the transposition of the great vessels, the trunctus arteriosus, and hypoplastic left heart syndrome. I've taken care of a lot of babies with a lot of these heart defects. I've had babies with tetralogy of Fallot, with hypoplastic left heart. I think the number one that I've seen in my hospital is hypoplastic left heart. I've seen kids with ASDs, VSDs, and PDAs. I've seen kids with tricuspid atresia and the aortic and pulmonic stenoses. And I think if there's anyone that I'm like the most most expert in, it would be the hypoplastic left heart. In hypoplastic left heart syndrome, there are 3 surgeries that a baby needs to take. Well, 2 big ones, and then 3 kind of like, the third one is kind of like a smaller half surgery. But usually they start them at like certain ages. So the first surgery they do like a few weeks after they're born. The second one they have to wait until they're a couple of months. And then the last one they don't do until they're a lot older, because they actually have to gain more weight before they can get these surgeries done. So the first few surgeries are really just like life-prolonging surgeries, but ultimately the kids with a hypoplastic left heart, a lot of them end up needing heart transplants, but a lot of them can live with the 3 life-sustaining surgeries. Ideally, they would want to have a heart transplant because their heart really is just not. There's a reason why it's called hypoplastic, because their heart has it's not strong enough to beat, and it's not strong enough to pump the blood around their body, because it's hypo, which means less plastic. So not as plastic as it really should be. And let's see, a lot of things can cause them, like fetal exposure to alcohol or tobacco, or exposure to drugs with tetragenic effects, all that stuff. Okay, so PDA, it results when the fetal ductus arteriosus fails to close completely after birth. Remember what I said in the fetus? The PDA is open because it needs to shunt it doesn't need to go to the lungs. It bypasses the lungs. The reason why the PDA is open is because The reason why the ductus arteriosus is open is because the blood does not need to go to the lungs to be oxygenated while it is still in the womb, because the mom provides the oxygen for baby. But sometimes it doesn't close, and that's an issue. So it sees, you can see here, the blood flows in. Like here, goes in through here. And then here is the PDA, where this is supposed to be closed. So the blood goes into the right atrium, into the right ventricle, and then out into the pulmonary artery, which is supposed to go into the lungs. But because of the PDA, that deoxygenated blood that's supposed to go into lungs also goes into the aorta, and the aorta has oxygenated blood. So that means that deoxygenated blood is being mixed in with oxygenated blood. So their blood oxygen level might be lower than usual. Blood flows from the aorta, from the PDA, through the PDA, and back to the pulmonary artery and lungs, causing increased left ventricular workload and increased pulmonary vascular congestion. Because the aorta is has a stronger pressure, if you think about it, the left heart muscle is actually stronger than the right. The pressure that's going from the aorta is actually going to push into the pulmonary artery. So that causes a backflow into the lungs, which is what is the pulmonary congestion. That's what pulmonary congestion means. If it is a small defect, they may be asymptomatic. A loud machine-like murmur is characteristic. They may have heart failure with poor feeding, fatigue, hepatosplenomegaly, poor weight gain, tachypnea, and irritability. They also have widened pulse pressure and bounding pulse rate. The EKG is usually normal, but it may show that the left ventricle is enlarged if the shunt is large. The echocardiograph is the primary diagnostic study, so they need to get an echo to diagnose the PDA. Many PDAs close spontaneously, others can be closed surgically or non-surgically. In premature neonates and some other neonates, the PDA can be closed using IV indomethacin or ibuprofen to stimulate closure of the ductus arteriosus. The use of ibuprofen has been shown to increase the risk of chronic lung disease. It has shown to increase the risk of chronic lung disease and pulmonary hypertension. Provide preoperative and postoperative care. Okay. Next is the atrial septal defect, which means there is a hole in the septum in between the atriums, which is up here. An atrial septal defect is an abnormal communication between the two atria. An atrial septal defect results when the atrial septal tissue does not fuse properly during embryonic development. Because of that, their blood pressure, or the pressure, is higher in the left atrium than in the right. Remember, the pressure is always higher in the left side because of the stronger heart muscle, causing the blood to shunt from the left side to the right because there's a hole. The right ventricle and the pulmonary artery become enlarged because they have to handle more blood. Wow, my voice just cracked there. So yes, it causes hypertrophy of the right ventricle. Because if you think about it, it's pushing the blood back and it's like, oh no, I have too much blood now. I need to push harder to push it into the lungs. And then it's like with any muscle, as you work it harder, it becomes too thick. It starts to thicken. But that is not good. You don't want your heart muscles to start to thicken. That means they're working too hard. And they can tire out, right? They lose their mobility a lot. If you think about it, as you gain muscle, you also lose a lot of your agility and your flexibility. Same thing, when the heart muscle becomes too thick, it loses its ability to also store the blood and also pump the blood because there's now less of a surface area for the blood to be in. And then it can also push up on like other vital organs around you, and also like blood vessels and things can be compressed. Just no bueno. Most infants tend to be asymptomatic until early childhood, and many defects close spontaneously by 5 years of age. Symptoms vary with the size of the defect. Fatigue and dyspnea on exertion are the most common, or shortness of breath is another way. Say it. Slow weight gain and frequent respiratory infections may occur. There might be a murmur. There are no specific studies that help diagnose ASD. Echocardiograph with a Doppler usually reveals the enlarged right side of the heart and the increased pulmonary circulation. Cardiac cath will show it though. Like cardiac catheterization is like mostly diagnostic. When a kid goes in for a cardiac cath, it's usually because they want to see what the heck is going on inside there. Yeah, so that's another way to diagnose it right now. The treatment options for ASD. Usually it's surgically closed. Surgical closure by suture or patch is performed if spontaneous closure does not take place or when increased pulmonary blood flow causes congestive heart failure. Closure may also occur via cardiac cath by septal occluder. Oh, that's cool. They just like use a catheter to like stick a plug in between the hole. And then ventricular septal defect is basically similar to ASD, except it's not in the atrium, it's in the ventricles, so the hole is in the bottom. Ventricular septal defect is the most common congenital heart disease. It is an abnormal opening between the right and left ventricles. The degree of this defect may vary from a pinhole between the right and left ventricles to an absent septum. So big range. So the pressure from the left ventricle causes blood flow through the defect to the right ventricle, resulting in increased pulmonary vascular resistance and an enlarged right side of the heart. Similar thing to ASD, but a little worse now because it's actually in the ventricles. Hi Bintang, I'm trying to teach you guys about congenital heart defects, which are my favorite. They're cool because the heart looks really cool. So here, the blood on the left side is, the pressure here is so much stronger. So then it pushes the blood into the right, and now the right ventricle needs to push harder again to get this blood that's pooling or being pushed back into the right. And it needs to push harder to try and get the blood into the lungs. And also there's more resistance too, because when the right heart is pumping, some of it is actually going into the left side too. So not all of it is really going into the lungs, so that's why it has to work really hard. Right ventricular and pulmonary arterial pressures increase, leading eventually to obstructive pulmonary vascular disease because it just grows too fat and too thick, is what I like to say. They become too fat, too thick, nothing can go through. It's too fat. Muscle becomes too fat. Symptoms vary with the size, blah, blah, blah. Usually the child is asymptomatic. They'll have like failure to thrive, excessive sweating, and fatigue. Child may be susceptible to all of these infections, blah, blah, blah. Diagnostic studies, you can do an echocardiograph with the Doppler or MRI. The MRI imaging reveals right ventricular hypertrophy and possible pulmonary artery dilation from the increased blood flow. Makes sense. Pressure's just so big it becomes dilated. Some VSDs close spontaneously. No therapy, including no SBE prophylaxis, is required for small asymptomatic VSDs, and those children have an excellent prognosis. A surgical patch is used in infant with VSD and poor growth. Medical treatment is indicated for congestive heart failure with moderate to large VSDs. So, as many VSDs become smaller with time. Surgical repair is warranted for uncontrolled congestive heart failure with growth failure and recurrent respiratory infections, regardless of the child. Okay. Next, we have atrioventricular canal defect, or the endocardial cushion defect. This one is pretty nasty. It literally just is both the atrium and the ventricle septum area is just like, do you see this massive hole here? Like, there's no septum separating in between the heart. That's pretty nasty. An AV canal defect results from the incomplete fusion of the endocardial cushions. It is associated with Down syndrome. It consists of a low atrial septal defect that is continuous with a high ventricular septal defect. So it's kind of like right in the middle. There's still a little bit of the septum, but it's just like really right in the middle, smack in the middle, like half and half at that point. And clefts of the mitral and tricuspid valves. So the valves aren't even really like fully formed. You can see here. They're fused mitral and tricuspid valve leaflets. Where am I? Creating a large central AV valve that allows blood to flow between all heart chambers. Wow. Ooh. Pathophysiology. Alterations in hemodynamics depends on the severity of the defect. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Once pulmonary vascular resistance drops, left to right shunting occurs, increasing pulmonary blood flow and resulting in pulmonary vascular engorgement and possibly heart failure. Yes. The child usually has moderate to severe heart failure. They may have mild cyanosis that increases with crying. A characteristic hollow systolic murmur exists. You can diagnose it through an echo. Usually for the teaching, what do you provide for treatment options? You said that a repair involves surgical patch closure of the septal defects and a possible mitral valve replacement. They need to reconstruct the AV valve tissue too. Palliative repair via pulmonary artery banding may be necessary for symptomatic infants. Oh, palliative repair is what I like to call the surgeries that they get that are just really going to help prolong their life, but it's not really going to save their life because eventually their heart is going to give out. It's like there's a specific liver disease in children and babies called biliary atresia. Ultimately, these kids do need to have liver transplants, but there is a palliative repair of it called a Kasai, and a lot of kids come in for their Kasai. And the Kasai really is just to help give them a little time to grow older so that they may be more eligible for a liver transplant. The problem with the Kasai is that if the kids are really sick, it may not last long and they may urgently need the liver transplant, which was the case of the little baby I took care of who passed away. She had a really bad case of biliary atresia and all these other congenital defects, all these other just illnesses combined in one, and it didn't help that her liver was also shutting down. She was like already close to 1 year old. She really just needed a new liver, and she couldn't get one in time because the type of liver that she would need is like a very special liver. She has a lot of like genetic mutations that would otherwise make it more difficult to find a match. So that was a problem. She just couldn't find a match for her liver in time, and she succumbed to her symptoms and her organ failures, and then she just We couldn't keep her alive long enough to get a new liver, is what I was trying to say. Mom, I remember at the funeral was telling me, she was like, you know, I feel like she definitely would have lived longer. She just needed a new liver. And I totally agreed. She just needed a new liver and she couldn't get one. That was kind of sad. Yeah, poor baby. Same thing with the hypoplastic left heart. A lot of these babies are on the transplant list for years and years and years and years. Just getting palliative surgeries until one day they can finally get their new heart. Or until they can finally find a new cure. Right? And then there's the coarctation of the aorta. The coarctation of the aorta is a fairly common defect. It happens in 5 to 8% of all congenital heart defects. That involves a localized narrowing of the aorta. There are 3 types of it, depending on the location. Okay, I don't really care. There are all these that I don't really need to know about. The coarctation, so the pathophysiology is the coarctation of the aorta is characterized by increased pressure proximal to the defect and decreased pressure distal to it, which makes sense. Because if you think about it, it's like, imagine it's like a little pinch in the tube, in the tube, right? In the hose. The pressure, if the blood is going this way, the pressure is going to be higher here, and the pressure is going to be lower on the opposite side, the exiting side. Restricted blood flow through the narrowed aorta increases the pressure on the left ventricle and causes dilation of the proximal aorta and the left ventricular hypertrophy, which may lead to left-sided heart failure. So it actually has a very good diagram over here. And you can see all the things that it was talking about. So this is the aorta here. The aorta is the large blood vessel that transports blood to the rest of your body. So our hardest working muscle here, the left ventricle, you can see that the muscle wall is thicker, and it needs to be, because its job is to literally pump blood to the rest of your body, and your body is massive compared to your heart. Compared to the right ventricle, where it only has to pump blood to your lungs, which is very close to your heart, it doesn't have to be as strong. Left side has to be very strong. So, as it pumps the blood through here, there's a coarctation right here. You can see it's a little pinch. So because of this little blockage, you see the rest of the aorta down here is a normal size, but then everything before it is enlarged because of the increased pressure, right? It's like a balloon. It just is getting inflated more and more, becoming more dilated. And then because the left ventricle has to work harder, the muscles start to thicken too, and then that in itself causes heart failure. Left-sided heart failure specifically. Your heart muscles can get tired too, guys. Eventually, the collateral vessels develop to bypass the coarcted segment and supply circulation to the lower extremities. And because of this coarctation, usually, so you know how your PDA is not supposed to be patent. So the ductus arteriosus actually stays open. If the child is born with the coarctation of the aorta, the ductus arteriosus that normally is supposed to be closed remains open to help relieve a little bit of pressure. So there's an extra exit hole, is what I like to say, for the blood to go to, so that it doesn't build up so much pressure. So some clinical manifestations are that the child may be asymptomatic, or they may experience the classic difference in blood pressure and pulse quality between the upper and the lower extremities, which is why we do 4-point blood pressures. It's a test to diagnose heart failure. If the blood pressures on their extremities, or even on like one side, if their blood pressures on like the right side are different to the left side, it could show like one side of their heart is failing. Or if their upper extremities are higher or different than their lower extremities, it can show this exactly. which makes sense. The blood pressure is elevated in the upper extremities and decreased in the lower extremities, whereas the pulse is bounding in the upper extremities and decreased or absent in the lower extremities. Thus, femoral pulses are weak or absent, depending on where the defect is. Because over here, this is where the blood goes out to the upper extremities and the pressure is very strong. And then after this, it goes down to the lower extremities, but the pressure is very weak. Additional manifestations may include epistaxis, which means nosebleeds. Epistaxis? Freaking hate this term, but it is the correct medical term for a nosebleed. Learn that. It's one of my favorite words. Epistaxis. Epistaxis. I cannot say it. Freaking, I'm gonna search it up. How to pronounce epistaxis.
Epistaxis.
Oh, I was right. Epistaxis. Epistaxis. Nosebleed, nosebleeds, nosebleeds. Nosebleed is epistaxis. Headaches, fainting, and lower leg muscle cramps. Murmurs, as with everything. Rib notching may be observed. Ooh. Epistaxis. Thank you for the what do you call it? The pronunciation guide. Tumble dry shoes. Labs done, EKGs, echoes, chest radiographs, rib notching, blah, blah, blah. The repair involves surgical removal of the stenotic area or enlargement of the constriction section with a graft. Bypass surgery is not necessary because repair takes place outside of the heart. Non-surgical repair via balloon angioplasty is performed in some centers. Oh, that's nice. If newborns are symptomatic, prostaglandin E1 is infused intravenously to open the ductus arteriosus, and CHF is treated. Oh, so prostaglandin is actually what is given to keep the PDA open. It's not what is used to keep it closed. The one to keep it closed, to close it, is the not Tylenol. It's the ibuprofen. But you have to be careful with it because it increases like respiratory defects or something, it says. All right. Aortic stenosis. Sorry, I hope I'm not talking too much for you guys. But I feel like talking out loud is the only way to help me not fall asleep. Oh, Jesus, there's too much. There's so many pages. Okay, let's go through this real fast. Aortic stenosis is a defect that primarily involves an obstruction of the left ventricular outflow. Involves an obstruction to the left ventricular outflow of the valve. So you can see that it's very stenosed here. It's like very thickened. The left ventricular pressure increases to overcome resistance of the obstructive valve. Oh, I can see here like the aortic valves are so like stenosed. They're very thick here. So the pressure increases to overcome resistance of the obstructive valve and allow blood to flow into the aorta, eventually producing left ventricular hypertrophy. Myocardial ischemia may develop as the increased oxygen demands of the hypertrophied left ventricle go. No, my body's trying to shut down right now. and tell me that it's too late. Okay. Oh jeez, my allergies. I just sneezed myself into a stitch. Let me just grab a lozenge real quick. Where are my lozenges? Okay. We got my lozenge. Continuing. Okay. Myocardial ischemia means that the heart muscles begins to die because there's not enough oxygen that goes to it because it became too swole. The left heart muscle became too swole. Not enough oxygen. When did this 4-hour stream turn into a 6-hour one? It's about to be like an 8-hour one at this point. A child with severe defect may have faint pulse, hypotension, blah blah blah. All of the same things of other congenital heart defects. Murmurs. A surgical aortic valvulotomy or prosthetic valve placement is necessary. Balloon angioplasty can be used to dilate the narrow valve. Prostaglandin, again, is used to keep the PDA open. PDA is to help the congestive heart failure. Pulmonic stenosis is similar, except it's in the here in the pulmonary artery. Pulmonic stenosis is a defect that involves obstruction of blood flow from the right ventricle. As a result of the right ventricular pressure increase, the right ventricle becomes swole as well. Eventually, the right-sided heart failure may result. In that case, your whole body became swollen. The child may be asymptomatic or have mild cyanosis or heart failure. A murmur may be heard. Decreased exercise tolerance, dyspnea, precordial pain, and generalized cyanosis. They can do a balloon valvuloplasty. Balloon valvuloplasty techniques are being widely used to treat it. Surgical valvulotomy can be performed when other defects are present. Okay. Right here. Stenosis. Tricuspid atresia. Oh, no, no, no. That is not nice at all. It literally... There is no place in between these chambers. Oh gosh. Tricuspid atresia occurs when the tricuspid valve fails to develop. Without the tricuspid valve, there is no communication between the right atrium and the right ventricle. Exactly. Commonly associated with pulmonary stenosis and the transposition of the great vessels, tricuspid atresia causes complete mixing of oxygenated and deoxygenated blood in the left side of the heart, resulting in systemic desaturation and variable pulmonary obstruction. Blood flows through an associated atrial septal defect or a patent foramen ovale to the left side of the heart, and through an associated ventricle septal defect to the right ventricle and the lungs. Oh, I see. Yeah, the atrial septal defect is right here. Blood flows through an associated ASD or patent foramen ovale to the left side of the heart, and through an associated VSD, which is right here, to the right ventricle and into the lungs. Wow, that's kind of crazy. Do you see this? Oh my gosh. That's actually kind of funky. Well, you can't see because the camera is being blocked, but essentially, the blood like goes down from here, and because usually the blood is usually supposed to go from this. So this is like your body, right? The lower body, upper body, the right artery, the right ventricle. The right ventricle is actually here, but it's being blocked because the mitral valve didn't develop. So it's just gonna go straight into the right atrium. Into this is the ASD right here, into the left atrium. So deoxygenated blood goes into the right, from the right atrium to the left atrium, down to the left ventricle, and then the left ventricle pushes it through a VSD back into the right ventricle and also into the aorta. So it pushes it in two directions. It pushes it both to the body and back into the right chamber of the heart. Isn't that crazy? So that the right chamber of the heart can push it to the lungs. Because it still needs to go into the lungs at some point, or else they're not gonna get any oxygen, right? Into their bodies. It's just gonna be very deoxygenated because there really is a mixture of like deoxygenated and oxygenated blood here. So whoop. Cool. I like following it. I like following it. Go to bed. No, you go to bed. You go to bed. I'm trying to explain to you some congenital heart defects. Let me explain. So, what are you gonna see? Cyanosis is usually noted in the babies. Tachycardia and dyspnea may be noted. Older children have signs of chronic hypoxia, including clubbing. Palliative procedures such as pulmonary to systemic artery anastomosis are performed on children with heart failure. If newborns are symptomatic, prostaglandin is used to intravenously open the ductus arteriosus and the CHF is treated. Corrective surgery may be performed using the modified Fontan procedure. The Fontan procedure is one of the procedures they do for hypoplastic left heart. The surgical mortality varies, and there are several postoperative complications, including arrhythmias, pleural effusion, and ventricular dysfunction. Okay, tetralogy of Fallot is a pretty nasty one. We're going to go through this real quick. So there's a reason why it's called tetralogy, because it has four things. Tetra means four, like Tetris. Think of Tetris. It has 4 blocks. Tetralogy of Fallot consists of 4 major anomalies: a VSD, right ventricular hypertrophy, pulmonary stenosis, and aorta overriding the ventricle, aorta overriding a VSD. So I need to figure out a mnemonic to remember what the tetralogy of Fallot is, but I guess VRPA, Verpa, or VARP, Parv, VARP. I like VARP. VARP. V, ventricular septal defect. A, aortic overriding the VSD. Aorta overriding a VSD. R, right artery. Is it right ventricular stenosis? Right ventricular hypertrophy. And then P, pulmonary stenosis. VARP. Sorry, your heart is VARPing. So pulmonary stenosis will impede the blood flow to the lungs, causing increased pressure to the right ventricle, forcing deoxygenated blood through the septal defect to the left ventricle. Oh my god, this is crazy. The increased workload on the right ventricle causes hypertrophy. The overriding aorta receives blood from both right and left ventricles. So this one's pretty scary because this is when the children turn blue. So the clinical manifestations vary depending on the size of it and blah, blah, blah. They have these things called hypercyanotic episodes, or what we call they used to call them TET spells. And they're transient cerebral ischemia, which means that they have lack of blood flow to their brain. These episodes are characterized by irritability, pallor, and blackouts or convulsions. They will literally like straight up have seizures or blackout because of the lack of oxygen to their brain. Cyanosis occurs at rest. Squatting, which is a characteristic posture of older children that serves to decrease the return of poorly oxygenated venous blood from the lower extremities and increases the systemic vascular resistance, which increases pulmonary blood flow and eases respiratory effort. infants may seek knee chest position. So they squat because, you know, it increases, it like helps the heart not work as hard to get the blood throughout the body, because I guess their legs are closer to their heart in a way. Slow weight gain, clubbing, exertional dyspnea, fainting, or fatigue. The pansystolic murmur can be heard, which means you can hear it everywhere. So tetralogy of Fallot, let's take a look here. Let's try to understand it a little better. So it has the VSD, which is right here. Oh, you can't see. It has the VSD, which is right here. It has a hypertrophy of the right ventricle, which is right here. It has the stenosis of the pulmonary artery, which is right here, and the aorta overriding both ventricles. So it means that the aorta is literally like in the pathway of both ventricles. So once the blood goes in through the right atrium into the right ventricle, it goes up, it gets pushed, both the right ventricle pushes the blood into the lung, deoxygenated blood. Okay, let's think deoxygenated blood here. It pushes the deoxygenated blood into the pulmonary artery, into the lungs, but it also pushes the blood into the left side of the heart, or into the aorta. So it pushes deoxygenated blood to the lungs and to the aorta, which is not great because the aorta is where it's supposed to be supplying oxygenated blood to the body. However, once that blood from the lungs get oxygenated, whatever little blood that there is, comes back, it goes into the right atrium, left atrium, down into the left ventricles, and also gets pushed back into the aorta. So there is some oxygenated blood. It's just literally half mixed with deoxygenated blood because the right side is like completely open. And I'm pretty sure some of it is being pushed. Some of the oxygenated blood is being, you know, kind of mixed around in this area, which is why like the baseline O2 sat for kids with tetralogy of Fallot is usually 75 to 85%. I have had kids I've taken care of where their normal O2 sat at baseline is 60%, guys. Those children are blue, naturally blue, like gray. They're kids that don't live long. I've taken care of a lot of them and they've all passed away. With these kind of heart defects, the mortality rate is really high. Especially if their oxygen level is that low and they get sick all the time. Yeah. Do not want to get one of these. Remember my little boy. My little boy with Shown syndrome. He was very dusky. Very dusky. He kind of reminded me of like the boy from, have you ever watched like The Ring or Sadako, the original one? The American one. And then there's like a blue boy, like there's a little boy in the apartment that they move into that is like blue and like haunts them. That's kind of what kids with tetralogy of Fallot look like to me. They look like that blue boy. Yeah. No, not tent spells. Tet spells, like TET, short for tetralogy of Fallot. Tet spells. It's a nickname. Oh, that is definitely an image. That's what they look like. Okay. All of the diagnostic stuffs are the same pretty much. Elective repair is usually performed during the infant's first year of life, but palliative repairs may be warranted for infants who cannot undergo primary repair. Total repair involves VSD defect closure, infundibular stenosis resection, and pericardial patch to enlarge the right ventricular outflow tract. To manage the TET spells, place the infant in a knee-chest position to increase systemic vascular resistance. Calm the child and administer oxygen and medications. You can give propranolol, dopamine, and phenelphrin. phenylephrine as prescribed to decrease pulmonary vascular resistance. Immediate surgery is usually scheduled after a hypercyanotic spell. Yeah, because you really don't want them to be cyanotic again, or else they're going to lose some brain function. It's not great. Not great. All right. Transposition of the great vessels. In transposition of the great vessels, the pulmonary artery leaves the left ventricle. And the aorta exits the right ventricle. Oh my god, so it literally is switched. That's why it's called the transposition of the great vessels, because they literally are flipped. Oh, you know I've actually taken care of a kid who had that heart condition where their heart is literally like flipped. I forgot what it was called. There's a cool name for it. Oh, dextrocardia, that's what it is. When the heart is flipped like up the other way. That's also life-threatening. But this one is kind of like the same concept, except the only things that are switched were the aorta and the pulmonary artery. So instead of the pulmonary artery being on the right side, it's on the left and vice versa. That's crazy. There is no communication between the systemic and the pulmonic circulation. This defect results in two separate circulatory patterns. The right side of the heart manages the systemic circulation and the left manages the pulmonic circulation. To sustain life, the child must have an associated defect. Associated defects, such as septal defects or PDAs, permit oxygenated blood into the systemic circulation, but cause increased cardiac workload. So nobody can literally nobody can live like this. You will die if you don't have any, if they don't make a hole in your heart to actually help the blood flow in between the chambers. So you think about it, there's just two separate chambers. One that's just circulating to your heart and your body, and one is just circulating to your heart and your lungs, but they're not even connecting. So you need to make a hole. Oh no. Oh, bad. Potential complications include heart failure, infective endocarditis, brain abscess, and stroke, resulting from hypoxia or thrombosis. Sometimes I wonder how medical personnel remember everything. Well, you just think of the name and then you just remember what I say. You remember the stupid things you say. Like, I remember all of this. I remember all my streams, so me saying this out loud will help me remember a lot better. What do you mean that's not a how? That's how I do it. That's how I do it. Just imagine you're making a funny show for somebody, like I am right now. A chest x-ray may appear normal in newborns with it, but it may show a classic egg on a string appearance in about 1/3 of newborns. Egg on a string. I guess it kind of does look like an egg on a string. Like if you think of one chamber, it's just like hanging by a string, like that. So they also get the prostaglandin to maintain a PDA. This may not benefit those with an intact ventricular septum. A balloon atrial septostomy may be performed during cardiac cath to increase mixing. An arterial switch procedure within the first week of life is the surgical procedure of choice. I see. Next, we have truncus arteriosus. Truncus arteriosus is an uncommon cardiac heart defect. It is the failure of the normal septation and division of the embryonic bulbar trunk into the pulmonary artery and aorta. Sometimes when I'm reading these, I think to myself, what the hell am I reading and how does this make any sense? And sometimes I need to slow down and be like, what the hell? Every single word is not, that just flew by my head. If I was reading this to any normal person, I swear they would not understand a single word I just said. It's the failure of normal septation and division of the embryonic bulbar trunk to the pulmonary artery and aorta. Does anyone understand what I just said just now? Yes, big medical words. Big medical words we are. We'll figure that out. This results in a single vessel that overrides both ventricles. Oh, okay. Okay, this is pretty straightforward. Essentially, the pulmonary artery and the aorta are connected. That's what it is. Like, that's what it's trying to say. It's the failure of the normal septation, which means like the separation, and the division, that's another word of it, of the embryonic bulbar trunk and the pulmonary artery and the aorta. So the pulmonary artery and the aorta are literally mushed. They have been, what do you call it? Transmuted into each other. They've been chimera-sized and mushed. There's the pulmonary artery and the aorta. They're together. They're besties, so they're not separate anymore. So, pretty much sucks too. That not at all. That all sounded like an incantation. But as Raziel knows what the aorta is, so good for you. Good for him. Got enough of the words to guess at some of the other, not enough to know what the whole thing meant. True, me neither. Now we know. So this causes severe pulmonary edema and heart failure, as pulmonary resistance decreases after birth. There's marked cyanosis, especially on exertion, sign and symptoms of heart failure, left ventricular hypertrophy, dyspnea, slow growth, loud systolic murmur, best heard of the lower left sternal border. Yeah. Most neonates need the treatment of congestive heart failure with this. Intravenous prostaglandin is used again because the differential diagnosis includes numerous anomalies with duct-dependent systemic or pulmonary blood flow. Okay. All right. I got that. Totally. Sure. Bye, Raziel. Thank you for joining. It's really been a long day. Good for you for staying for this long. Good night, Thee. Can I ask a question? If you have a sensitive heart, how do you cope with children who pass away from these diseases? You just know that you tried your best to make their last moments as happy as they could be, is what I like to say. Because I think everybody has like a set time frame, right? I believe that like everybody was born to have like they were given a set time in this world, in a way. If you believe in like a higher power, I believe that everybody has like a timer. It's just, you know, how much of that timer are you going to spend on making happy memories? And for babies, it's harder because they really don't have that much time left. And you just try your best as like a healthcare professional to make them be the healthiest they can be in that moment, even though they are literally dying. And know that those small achievements are like bigger than any, it's bigger than just like even surviving, right? So small steps, small achievements, small celebrations are what count. Just like keeping things very positive. And then obviously like trying not to be so attached to your patients. It's good to be attached to them, but then to the point that like, okay, this is what you chose to put yourself into is kind of what I like to tell myself is like, you chose to put yourself into this position, so don't complain and don't like give up on it even when you feel like sad or depressed or like you're blaming yourself. And it's okay to do that. It's like completely normal. Like with any job, even with adults, right? When they die, when you work with adults, like old people, you're gonna be sad. You're going to blame yourself for a lot of things. Family members could even blame you, whatever. But in the end, you put yourself in that position. You knew that something like this was gonna happen. So you can't blame yourself forever. You just have to learn to get over it at some point. And remember that this is a profession and a passion that you decided to put yourself into. So all you can do from that moment on is just continue to do your best. And know that healthcare involves dying, okay? You can't avoid it forever. And people are always like, ugh, I can't deal with kids. Like if I see a kid cry, then I'm gonna cry, that kind of situation. And personally, I feel like those people are just afraid. Like those people are scared of kids. Like people who don't want to work with kids are genuinely like terrified of them. They may say, oh, I love kids too much, I could never work with them. But in honesty, if you love kids so much, you would not say that. You would actually want to help them. They say they love kids and they cry with like when the kid cries, but that's because they're scared that they can't do anything about it. They don't go the extra level of, okay, I'm also sad when I see a kid cry, I want to cry. But because I love this kid so much, I also want to help this kid. So I will forego my own feelings. I will push down my own emotions in order to help other people is what I'm trying to say. So people who like work in like customer service or healthcare, those kind of places where you have to empathize with other people, they really have to forego their own internal emotions, and they have to learn how to do that. It's not something that you're gonna learn on day one. You're gonna have your really shitty days. You're gonna have your mental breakdowns. That's fine. Eventually, you're gonna get used to it, and you're gonna find that balance between grieving in your own way and also doing your duties, right? And growing. That's important. As long as you grow and learn from your mistakes, then that's all that really matters. Then you know that you're doing a good job at the end of the day, right? Even if your patient died. Even if the family members are like crying their heart out and screaming, you can cry with them. It's totally fine. It's like a human emotion. Don't feel like you don't need to cry in that moment. And you should cry. I have cried. I've cried so many freaking times at work, guys. In the bathroom, in the patient's room, in front of the patients, outside the patient's room, at their funerals. Like, I cannot count how many times I've cried at work. It is a sad job. I've cried more at home, to be fair. Maybe you've cried about an equal amount of times. Just do it. Don't try to hold it in either. Some people like to, compartmentalize it. But I feel like that's just gonna make things like more difficult to talk through. That's what I'm trying to say. Because I have some coworkers who are, you can tell they're very like stoic, but they're also the type of people that don't like to build interpersonal relationships with their patients. They're the type of people who will be nice and still treat their patients and the family members really well, but it's like at a very superficial level. It's at a very like almost like a hotel service level, where they are the guests staying at the hotel and you are the housekeeper or the bell waiter, the what do you call it, the bell boy or the waiters, trying to satisfy their every need. You can still have a nice conversation with them. You can still ask about their day. You can, ask them like, how are their kids? But it's very much like, okay, but we're never gonna see each other again, kind of thing. Whereas with some patients, it's like you see them every single day. They become your family. You get to know their family, and then they become your family. And then when things happen, that becomes a lot harder to deal with. But that's why we grieve in our own way. And a lot of the times, we go to our patients' funerals. So doctors have to grieve too. A lot of their patients pass away too. So in the funerals that I've been to, the literal attending doctors are there. The nurses from all of the hospitals where this child was taken care of was there. My coworkers and I all went on our day off to go drive hours away to go just to this wake. And that's another way to deal with your grief. Go and grieve with everyone around you, especially at the wake, because that's the time where like people get to share stories, and it's more of like a positive atmosphere. Funerals are more like, the service is more like, they're reading the eulogies, they're crying, they're singing the hymns in like the church. The wake is the mingling. It's the sharing of the stories. It's the smiling. It's the laughing. It's also the crying. It's like everything. But at the end of the day, it is a celebration of their life instead of mourning of their death, is what I like to say. So, you'll learn on the job. And I'm still very new to it too, so I still have a lot to like figure out in terms of my own compartmentalizing for work emotions. I do get stressed, don't get me wrong. There are days where I literally don't want to get out of bed at all. I was very depressed. I would say like last year or the year before, like the past 2 years, I was like depressed as hell. And I'll be real with you. I'll be real with you, Solus. When I started working as a nurse, I was never on any medications. After 2 years of becoming a nurse, I had to be on antidepressants. And that's how bad it was. I was on antidepressants for a little over a year. And then I told myself I need to stop this. They didn't help at all. So then I just weaned myself off the antidepressants and quit my job. And that was the only way to really get to cure myself, was get away from the place that was causing my depression in the first place. And then, I don't need it anymore. So if you're finding that the place is literally giving you depression and stress and affecting your health, I urge you, just like leave immediately as soon as you can. Because trust me, you will not regret a single thing. I mean, I do have my regrets because I loved working there, the stories I can tell you guys, and the memories that I've made with my coworkers and patients. They obviously will never, I will never forget them because they're what made me the nurse I am today. But it's just, you cannot stay there for any longer, guys. You know my stories from there. Jesus, thinking about it, holy crap. Kind of the craziest things that have happened in my life there. The workplace bullying was awful. It was just like mildly toxic environment, didn't help. Poor management and understaffing to the point that we had to strike. Ugh. Never again. Oh, never again. Oh, I feel like I lost like 20 years of my life working there. Ugh. Don't get too attached and blame yourself. It's normal to feel depressed sometimes, so don't give up and try to give the children. Yeah, basically. Hi, Renfield! Mind if I cook my meal prep while listening to you? Of course! And Solace, wherever you go in the nursing world, just remember, always put your patient first. Alright? Oh no, put yourself first. Your mental sanity first. Take care of yourself first, but always put your patient first, is what I'm trying to say. Put your patient first in your job, but before you enter your job, put yourself first. Because if you cannot function, then you cannot take care of other people. And I make that mistake too. I don't take care of myself. And I noticed when I don't take care of myself, my ability to take care of others declines. And when that ability to take care of others declines, I notice that. People notice that. And then that affects your self-esteem. And it's going to be one big spiral. Like, oh, why am I not doing well at work? Why do I feel like I'm not performing well? Your mind's gonna tell you you're not doing great. Your self-esteem is going down the drain. Your mental health is going down the drain. Then you end up not taking care of yourself even more. You become depressed. You eat really badly. You don't exercise. You stay in bed. You're rotting. And then the same thing happens. You go to work and you're like not performing well. And then you're depressed. And then you do the same thing over and over again. You just need to break that cycle, break that cycle, break that cycle. Get yourself out of there. Chop it up into little pieces. Restart, reset. Go to the gym. Eat something healthy. Go get a massage. Go to the spa. You need that. Reset yourself for the week. I don't know. Go to therapy. Whatever the hell you want to do. Go to therapy. Take meds if you want to. I don't care. Go out with your friends. Go on vacation. Reset yourself. Because eventually you are going to find yourself back into that spiral. You're going to find yourself back into being stressed and not taking care of yourself. And then when it gets to that point, you have to realize, okay, I have to reset. So then what is that thing that resets you? What is it that helps you cope? Is it streaming? Is it reading? Is it gaming? Is it hanging out with friends? Is it your significant other? Is it your pet? All of those things. You need those. You need resources to help you cope. So find as many hobbies that you can do so that you are never short of them. Like me. I have so many freaking hobbies I can do. Streaming, playing music, my room dog, traveling, exercising. I love them all. It's fun. All right, we're moving on. So this is saying full-term neonates are at risk for necrotizing enterocolitis. This is another thing that we're going to learn later on in the GI section, but NEC or NEC is a really awful thing that babies can get when they're born that ultimately causes them to have like an ostomy bag. It means part of their gut literally died. They cannot digest food or poop properly. So you have to observe first signs that include fever, food refusal, vomiting, lethargy, abdominal distension, constipation, tarry stools. Surgical repair is necessary in the first few months of life. All right, we're almost done. Last heart defect before we move on to the simpler things. So hypoplastic left heart syndrome. This is one of my favorite ones to learn about because one of the first ICU kids I ever took care of had hypoplastic left heart, and I learned how to deep suction from this kid. I learned how to do chest PT on a 6-month-old baby with this. I still remember how he looked. This was before COVID too. I'm a COVID nurse. I started working in February of 2020. I was hired on February of 2020. COVID hit quite literally March and about March, April time. Around the start of April is when COVID really like slammed everyone. So for that short amount of time that I had between February and March, I remember the time when we did not have to wear masks, when kids and siblings could visit their families. There was no limit to how many people could be at the bedside. And I remember this little kid, who was an Orthodox Jewish kid, had like 10 siblings, and they would all come, and they were all really young, and they would sing songs. They would dance around the room with they're singing their little Yiddish songs, which are so freaking cute. You know, hanging around their little sibling like that. And then COVID hit and they couldn't come anymore, and I was like, dang, this is really sad. I missed hearing all their little singing and dancing. I know, suddenly all hell breaks loose, am I right? Pediatrics was like a ghost town. I'm telling you, no child came in for anything. Only the kids were really, really sick who needed to come in. And even then, they were very reluctant to come in. Our census was very low. So we ended up getting a lot of adults, like young adults, with COVID. Or we ended up floating to the adult side, which is not great. I hate dealing with adults. So, hypoplastic left heart syndrome is a disorder that results in the underdevelopment of the left side of the heart and involves various left-sided defects, commonly including severe coarctation of the aorta, severe aortic valvular stenosis or atresia, and severe mitral valve stenosis or atresia. The left ventricle, the aortic valve, and the mitral valve, and the ascending aorta are usually small or hypoplastic. How is it caused? Although the ductus arteriosus remains patent, there is systemic blood flow. This allows for possible survival. When the ductus arteriosus closes about 48 hours after birth, pulmonary edema and low cardiac output occur, leading to hypoxia, acidosis, and death. So a lot of babies actually die from this because without that PDA, and within the 2 days, if the PDA closes and they don't diagnose this heart condition in time, they will just die. That's why a lot of these heart conditions are diagnosed before the babies are born, or right after. So clinical manifestations are usually evident by the first 2 weeks. They get heart failure, they get pulmonary edema. There's a second heart sound, actually. There's a soft murmur. I don't know why this heart is drawn a little differently, but I find that kind of funny how all of these hearts are like the same consistently, and then all of a sudden it's like black line. I guess they wanted to show they really wanted to show the difference between the right and the left. So you can see the left side of the heart is like non-existent. You see the difference between this one, this left ventricle versus this left ventricle. It's so much smaller, and the right is huge humongous. And because the left heart is so freaking small, it basically is not non-functional at this point. It's like, it's so small it can't even pump blood to the rest of the body. So at that point, the right heart has to do all of the work. So you can see there's a stenosed here, there's like a blockage. So then the blood goes down here, deoxygenated blood goes down here, comes up here, goes to the lungs. But part of it actually also goes to, it's also connected to the aorta. So it goes to the lungs. From the lungs, it goes back down here. But because there's barely anything to help push it, it'll go to the aorta, but then it'll go like from the aorta. Yeah, it'll go. Actually, the right side has more pressure. So you'll see that the deoxygenated blood gets pushed into the aorta too. That's like kind of not great. That's really not great. That's just mostly deoxygenated blood going to the rest of our body, because the left side of the heart can't even pump to the rest of the body. That's pretty bad. This is pretty bad. Hypoplastic left heart is not great. It just means that your heart cannot supply blood to the rest of their body. It's too small. It's too weak. I don't like that. I don't like thinking about it. It's awful. I'm like, where does it even go? Like, where does it even go? It can't go anywhere. Anyways, this is what I was talking about. The surgical repairs, there's one. This one is the Norwood. They do like a Norwood, and they do the Glenn, and then the Fontan. There's 3 of them. Norwood, Glenn, and Fontan procedures are like the 3 most common pediatric congenital heart surgeries. Yeah. So surgical repair is performed in stages and has a mortality greater than 25%. Yes, I'm like, a quarter of these children will not survive. cardiac transplant also has a mortality greater than 25%. Without intervention, the effect is fatal, and neonates rarely survive longer than a month. Infants are maintained on the prostaglandin because they need to keep the PDA. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. All right, now we're on the easy parts. Let's talk about heart failure. Very, very simple. It's essentially what we were talking about before. It just means that there's congestion because of all of these heart effects that we were talking about. Whether it means that a blood vessel is too small, or there's too much pressure, and then the blood just like gets congested and pulls back into where it was before. So heart failure is severe circulatory congestion due to decreased myocardial contractility, which results in the heart's inability to pump sufficient blood to meet the body's needs. So heart muscle is weak, cannot pump well, blood pools backwards. About 80% of heart failure cases occur before 1 year of age. Interesting. So there's lots of causes, the heart defects. There's myocardial disorders such as left-sided heart obstructive disease, cardiomyopathies, myocarditis, arrhythmias, Kawasaki, and hypertension. Pulmonary embolisms can also cause it, anemia, hemorrhage. It's an adverse effect of anesthesia or surgery. Also an adverse effect of transfusions. Adverse effect of drugs, such as doxorubicin. Doxorubicin is a chemo, so you have to be careful. In leukemia, they give this medication. And because doxorubicin is so, what we call not cardiogenic, it's cardiotoxic or something like that? Yeah, cardiotoxic. We actually give a cardioprotectant medication before the doxorubicin. I remember because I used to have to give this chemotherapy all the time at the infusion clinic. I can't remember what the name of the cardioprotectant medication was, but I remember I always had to make sure that I gave it first, because if you gave this before, you'd be screwed. So they would come together. You just have to remember. Okay, let me just skim through these real quick. Oh, I realized that. One thing you gotta notice when you take care of these babies with heart defects is that they sweat all the time. They're just constantly sweaty. Sweaty babies. Even when they're just sleeping. because there's an increase of the sympathetic cholinergic fibers. Because their heart actually has to work harder, the receptors on their heart stimulate the sympathetic nervous system to pump out more of these catecholamines that increase the contractility, so like increase the muscle strength and also the heart rate. And if you think about it, it's like they're essentially just contracting a muscle more, right? And because of that, it's extra work. And when you think about it, when you work your muscles out, you sweat. Your heart is just another muscle, so you also do sweat from that. Right? It's just they're not moving the other parts of their body because all of their energy is going into their tiny little heart just to help keep them survive. Help keeping them survive. Help keeping them alive. Oh my god, I can't think. My brain is about to die soon. I can't. I'm straight up going into like cerebral hypoxia. Wow, 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 wow. The renal system. So sweating results from sympathetic cholinergic fibers. There is extra work for the heart muscle and there is less systemic blood flow. The renal system responds by releasing renin-angiotensin, which sets off a chain of events, vasoconstriction leading to increased aldosterone release, causing sodium and water retention, and in turn, increasing preload. Finally, sodium and water retention becomes excessive, resulting in signs and symptoms of venous congestion and fluid overload. So they become chunky. It sounds like a constant heart attack. Oh, 100%. In a heart attack, your heart is quivering. I like to say your heart is having a seizure. That's basically what it is. If you think about it, a heart attack is basically your heart having a seizure. It's one way to think about it. All of the little electric signals just not working and it's going blah, 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 blah. Well, that's one. If it's ventricular fibrillation. So funny when we used to learn about like arrhythmias, I loved it when the teachers would like use their hands as like the chambers of the heart, and they would do things like atrial like fibrillation or like atrial fibrillation or atrial flutter or ventricular fibrillation or ventricular flutter or whatever. They'd be like fluttering is just like doodle like this. It's just fluttering. It's just flutter, 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 and then the fibrillation is. Your heart's, well, not the right side, but like the left side is just going like that. That's what your heart is doing. I find it so funny. We have to remember this. Therapeutic serum levels of digoxin are 0.822. We are almost done. Kawasaki I already know about, so we'll just skim through rheumatic fever real quick. Rheumatic fever is autoimmune. We actually looked at this earlier. Or I looked at it earlier on my own. As a result of naturally acquired immunity to Group A beta hemolytic streptococcal infection. There's cardiac involvement in about 50% of the cases. It's the most common cause of acquired heart disease in children. So they can acquire heart defects from rheumatic fever. It's kind of a side effect when your body tries to build up an immunity to this group A strep. So it attacks specifically the connective tissue of the body, producing inflammation, which affects the heart, the joints, the central nervous system, and subcutaneous tissue. The cardiac involvement is carditis, a type of lesion called an Aschoff, I can't say it. Aschoff. It sounds like ass off. Ass-off body, a proliferating fibrin-like plaque. A plaque forms on the heart valve, causing edema and inflammation. Yes, I do remember about this rheumatic fever lesion plaque thing. When the healed area becomes fibrous and scarred, the valve leaflets fuse. They become stenosed, causing inefficiency and leakage. The mitral and the aortic valves are the most commonly affected. Okay. Black. Polyarthritis, chorea, erythema marginatum. I have no idea what I'm reading about right now. Tachycardia, cardiomegaly, murmur, muffled heart sounds. Oh, this one's the important one. Precordial friction rub and a precordial pain. Prolonged PR interval. Cardiomegaly and aortic or mitral valve insufficiency. Polyarthritis is just a bunch of swollen, painful joints. Chorea, also called Sydenham chorea or St. Vitus's dance, is demonstrated by sudden, aimless, irregular movements of the extremities, involuntary facial grimaces, speech disturbances, emotional lability, muscle weakness, and movements that increase with stress and decrease with rest. It occurs in about 10% of all cases. Huh. Interesting. Clear centered, transitory, non-pruritic macules with defined borders, mostly on the trunk and proximal extremities. ESR is elevated, CRP is elevated. Acute phase reactants, rising anti-triptolysin O titer. CBC is anemia, elevated white blood cell, throat culture may be positive for strep. A chest radiograph may disclose cardiac enlargement. bed cradles and soft linens to decrease pressure on joints. Be careful and be supportive when moving affected joints. Prevent skin breakdown. Adequate nutrition. Monthly injections of penicillin. Doses of penicillin, sulfadiazine. No longer recommends sesame. All right, last two, Kawasaki's. I already know about Kawasaki's because I treat this all the time. Kawasaki's disease is a mucocutaneous lymph node syndrome. It is an acute system vasculitis. It is the most common cause of acquired heart disease in children. Some 80% of children affected are younger than 5, with a peak incidence in toddler age group. Without treatment, 20 to 25% of the children will develop cardiac issues, which most common is the dilation of the coronary arteries, resulting in dilation or aneurysm formation. There is no known etiology or cause of Kawasaki's disease, but it usually is preceded by an upper respiratory tract infection, which makes sense. It is just like a multi-system inflammatory. Actually, you know, when COVID started affecting children and there was like this disease called the multi-inflammatory systems disease due to COVID, or MISE, multi-inflammatory syndrome or symptoms, I can't remember, but it's very, very similar to Kawasaki's, to the point that a lot of doctors were, their differential diagnosis was either Kawasaki's or MISE, because it could be one or the other. They literally have the exact same symptoms. Either way, the treatment for both of them are quite similar. IVIG is usually the treatment for it, if it's really bad. Yeah. They get like these fevers during Kawasaki that are really bad. It's just like constant fevers around the clock. No matter how much Tylenol or Motrin you're giving them, they will just keep spiking really, 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 really high fevers. 104-degree fevers. That's like 40-degree Celsius fevers. They have this rash that's all over their body, and they're going to talk about it here actually. So what happens during the acute phase is that there's inflammation of the blood vessels, of the small vessels. And this vasculitis progresses to like the bigger arteries. Then there's like coronary artery enlargement as well. Then the vessels continue to get larger until they reach their largest diameter. And then from the onset of fever, if their fever lasts a really long time, they have a higher chance of actually having a stroke. The systemic inflammation subsides after around like 6 to 8 weeks. However, the affected vessels are never completely normal again. They are thicker and subject to calcification and scarring, so that's a problem. Because of the vasculitis, their blood vessels will no longer return to what they used to be like, so they will develop cardiac issues. Most of the morbidity and mortality from Kawasaki's disease results from cardiac complication. Sluggish blood flow in a dilated or aneurysmal artery can result in coronary thrombosis, aka stroke, or clot. Or stenosis and scarring can lead to impeded blood flow over the years, predisposing the client to a heart attack, or myocardial ischemia, or infarction. The acute phase is what we usually see, is a fever that is unresponsive to antipyretics and antibiotics. They get conjunctival hyperemia. Their eyes get bloodshot red. Their throats are really sore, so pharyngitis. They have swollen hands and feet. They get a rash all over their bodies. They have enlarged cervical lymph nodes. They have diarrhea and all that other stuff. Then at the subacute phase, the fever resolves, and then all of the outward signs like the rash and stuff start to disappear. But then they start to have signs and symptoms of cracked lips. Their fingers and toes start to peel. The skin on their fingers and toes start to peel off. They have joint pain and cardiac issues, like, yeah, just all of those. They can have a stroke. And you can see it in the echocardiogram. So another way to diagnose Kawasaki's is they have to get the cardiac consult involved. They will do an echocardiogram at the bedside, and it will show that there is some dilation or some anomaly in the heart. The convalescent phase begins when all clinical signs have disappeared, but the lab values will remain abnormal with signs of inflammation. The common manifestations of a heart attack or acute myocardial infarction in children include inconsolable crying, restlessness, pallor, vomiting, abdominal pain, and shock. So if you notice that a kid with Kawasaki all of a sudden starts crying and cannot be consoled, are restless, are turning pale, are vomiting, have abdominal pain, or are in shock, that means they're probably having a heart attack. The older kids may have the typical symptoms, which are like chest pain and stuff. The problem is there are no specific tests for Kawasaki disease, but there are a bunch of diagnostic criteria, which I remember because this is what the doctors use to diagnose them, which is having a fever of 5 or more days, but it's also diagnosed diagnosed with shorter duration if other symptoms are present. The bilateral conjunctival congestion without exudate, like they'll have like this pus coming out of their eyes and they're bloodshot red. Changes in the upper respiratory mucous membranes. The strawberry tongue is a very common thing in Kawasaki. When you ask them to stick out their tongue, it's like bright red. Their lips are dried. There's like their arms and like their feet and their hands are swollen. Also, the skin starts to peel, like it gets really dry. Is that what it is? Desquamation? Desquamation. Meaning loss of bits of outer skin by peeling or shedding. That's right, coming out in scale. So it's like shedding. The polymorphous trunctal rash, the red rash around their trunk, their body, their chest. Cervical adenopathy, or a node that is greater than 1.5 centimeters. Liver enzymes are elevated. And the echocardiogram reveals myocardial and coronary artery status. Nice. So the kids on with Kawasaki, what we treat them with is aspirin. That is like the go-to for it. And what it helps with it too is not only the aspirin not only helps with the fevers and the inflammation, but it also prevents clots and the thrombosis from happening because of the, how do I describe it? So because of the inflammation of the blood vessels, another thing that can happen is that it can trigger platelet aggregation, which means their platelets kind of go a little bit crazy and can cause clots. And because of the aspirin, that obviously prevents the platelets from sticking together. So that also helps prevent patient from getting a stroke, getting clots in their veins and all their vascular systems. Yeah. IVIG reduces the immune response, so that actually helps a lot with the fevers too. After you give them a dose or two of IVIG, they do really well. And then we give them steroids as well if they don't respond to IVIG. Oh, the BGM got crunchy for you. It does that sometimes. I'm sorry. All right, and the last one, which is sudden cardiac arrest. I was just reading through what can cause it. There are all of these different diseases that can cause it. But this one's really interesting here. The most common cause of a sudden cardiac arrest in young children is actually the hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. So actually, I watched a VTuber. I used to watch a YouTuber family called Bertaley. I don't know if you guys used to watch the Bertaley family back in the day, but they did actually lose their kid to this specific hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. He literally just died in his sleep, but he was completely healthy before. Very active young boy. If you guys have maybe watched what's her name again? She calls herself Jules LeBlanc. Or Annie LeBlanc. She used to go as Annie LeBlanc, but now she's called Jules. That was one of the sisters from Bertaley, and she also has a younger sister called Haley. And then their brother, Caleb, passed away from this. And I remember watching the funeral when I was back in I think it was either college or high school when the kid died, and just nobody knew why he died because he had vlogged the day before he passed away. And they actually released the video of the last vlog that he did the night before he went to sleep and never woke up. And when they did the autopsy, it was this. It's an autosomal dominant disorder. The hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is characterized by asymmetric septal hypertrophy and disarray of ventricle muscle fibers contributing to the risk of arrhythmia. And the problem is it's really hard to diagnose because if you're otherwise a healthy kid, you won't have any symptoms for them until it actually happens, you know? And coronary artery anomalies are the second most common cause. Ischemia occurs during exertion when the great arteries increase in size, compressing the left main coronary artery. And dilated cardiomyopathy can be congenital, inherited, or autosomal dominant, acquired, resulting in myocarditis, toxins, ischemic injury. It's characterized by cardiac dilation and decreased systolic function, genetic testing, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Same things with sudden cardiac arrest, fainting or syncope with exercise, chest pain with exercise, palpitations, shortness of breath, not associated with asthma, have family history. There's no screening protocol yet. Pediatric patients require comprehensive and accurate family histories, standardized forms for sport participation evaluations, and referral of sudden cardiac arrest clients to a specialty center for further evaluation. Caring for children with cardiac arrhythmias, follow policy, blah, blah, blah. Pacemakers, internal cardioverter defibrillators, family emergency preparedness. Okay. Done. Let's do these questions and then we call it a night. Oh my god, it's been 8 hours. Wait, is it 6 a.m. already? Wait, what the heck? I thought I was going crazy when I thought I heard some birds. I was like, is it my lo-fi music generating bird noises? But no. There are literal birds chirping outside my window right now. It is no longer the nighttime. That's kind of cray-cray. It's 6 a.m. I started the stream at 10:30 p.m. and it is now currently 6 a.m. I was like, where is that sound coming from? Oh, wait, it's morning. Forgot. Okay, which of the following disorders leads to cyanosis from deoxygenated blood entering the systemic arterial circulation? Coarctation of the aorta? I can't do this anymore. Okay. I don't even... My brain. I just need to know, did I get it right? Oh, it was the Tetralogy of Fallot. Okay, I was wrong. Just remember tetralogy of Fallot, but it could be coarctation of it too. Oh, obstruction is the issue, not shunting. I see. Whatever. Okay. When assessing a child with a coarctation of the aorta, the nurse would expect to find which of the following. Not this one. Absent or diminished femoral pulses. Probably. Cyanotic TETS episodes, no. Squatting posture, no. Severe cyanosis, no. It's the first one. I forgot the coarctation of the aorta is when it's pinched. I was thinking of something else. My brain. Which of the following nursing interventions would be appropriate to promote optimal nutrition in an infant with heart failure? Offering formula that is high in sodium and calories? Definitely not. It should be low in sodium. Providing large feedings evenly spaced every 4 hours? Definitely not. Or maybe. Replacing regular nipples with easy to suck ones. No. Offering formula that is high in sodium and calories. Yes, they do need. Do they need more sodium? Is it low sodium or high sodium? I forgot. I know that they need calories. Definitely not feeding the infant for an hour. Definitely not. Maybe we're replacing the regular nipples with the easy to suck ones. Yes, I was right. I was right. I should just trust my instinct. When developing a teaching plan for the parents of a child with pulmonic stenosis, the nurse would keep in mind that this disorder involves which of the following: return of blood to the heart without entry to the left atrium, obstruction of blood flow from the right ventricle, obstruction of blood from the left ventricle, a single vessel arising from both ventricles. Obstruction of blood flow from the right ventricle. Which of the following represents an effective nursing intervention to reduce cardiac demands and decrease cardiac workload? Scheduling care to provide for uninterrupted rest. Yes. Developing and implementing a consistent care plan. Feeding the infant. Nope. Allowing the infant to have her way and avoid conflicts. No. Yeah, number 1. Which of the following are defects associated with tetralogy of Fallot? Oh my god, this one again. VARP. Ventricular septal defect. Is it VARP? VART? VARP? Yeah. Ventricular septal defect, overriding aorta, pulmonic stenosis, and right ventricular hypertrophy. Which of the following would the nurse expect to see as a cardinal sign or symptom of digoxin toxicity in a child with heart failure who is receiving digoxin? Extreme bradycardia. Which of the following indicates that the child with heart failure is carefully following the prescribed medical regimen? Normal weight for age, I guess. Pulse rate is less than 50 beats. That's not normal. Daily use of an antibiotic, yes, because maybe. No. I was right with the weight. No, I should have gone with my first instinct. I should have gone with my first instinct. My brain is playing tricks on me. Good morning, good morning. I knew it was supposed to be normal weight for age, but then I clicked daily use of an antibiotic when I was thinking about congenital heart defects, not about heart failure. Heart failure, you don't really need an antibiotic. There's no point. You don't have an infection in there. Which of the following instructions would the nurse include in a teaching plan that focuses on initial prevention of rheumatic fever? Using a steroid? Nope. Treating strep infections? Providing antibiotic before dental work, giving penicillin. Number 2, because you want to treat the strep before it gets worse. Children with Kawasaki disease may develop aneurysm formation, mitral valve disease, sepsis, or meningitis. I mean, all of them, really. Number 1 is strokes. Remember, we were talking about Kawasaki causing all of the platelet aggregations. When teaching the parent of a child newly diagnosed with coarctation of the aorta, the nurse uses a diagram. Identify where the PDA is located. They want me to circle it. They want me me to circle where the PDA is. You guys remember where the PDA is? It would be up here, I believe. Either up here or up here. I think it's up here. It's here. This place. That's where the PDA would be. Yeah. The postductal coarctation of the aorta is distal. Not PDA. It's the postductal coarctation is located, so not PDA. The coarctation is here at the end. Postductal. I don't even freaking know. Okay, we're done. Let's do all these. Okay, so I was right. So 2. So it's 2, 1, 3, 2, 1. 2, 1, 3, 2, 1. Okay. 2, 2, 2, 2, 1. 2, 2, 2, 2. I was right. 2, 2, 2, 2, 1. We're freaking done! Let's go! I'm out. I'm done. We did it, guys. We finished studying a very, very, very difficult chapter. Oh my goodness gracious me. I can't believe we did it. I didn't know I was gonna survive that, but because you guys were here, you guys gave me so much energy. It really felt like I was trying to teach a class. And I'm just gonna sleep on it now, and hopefully I will retain all of this information that I have injected into my own brainicles. Let's go! Thank you! I hope you guys had a fun time. I'm sorry, it really dragged on for a while. I can't believe I've been here for 8 hours already, but it really did not feel like it. If this is a typical workday for some people, I could do this every single day. I just realized if I ever made like streaming a job, I could work 9 to 5 streaming. Be an endurance streamer like that, right? Some people stream literally 8 hours a day. That is their main job. That would be so freaking cool. See, I can do it. I can do this. Don't apologize for giving us a fun time. I know, but I just feel like it's not typical of me to go for so long, but I did warn people in the beginning that the stream would be at least 4 hours. It ended up being double of that. But I hope you guys enjoyed that impromptu karaoke that I also did halfway through. I don't know if any of you guys actually listened or actually learned anything from today. Either way, I don't really care. I just hope you guys enjoyed me rambling on about really dumb things. My explanations may be a little bit nonsensical, but I did try my best to make it as simple as possible. It's also good practice for me because when I try to explain these things to my coworkers, my friends, or even my patients and their families, you know, it helps me lay things out so that I can practice and learn how to explain medical terms in more of simplistic way and in more layman terms is what we like to say. And yeah, just easier for the younger kids to understand. So I always try to imagine I am explaining a medical procedure or a disease to a child. Yes, you guys are my test children. I have been treating all of you like literal children this stream. So I'm sorry if it felt a little bit pedantic, but it was for the sake of my own learning. But yeah, it was really great to see a lot of people here today. I appreciate each and every one of you. As always, you guys are my biggest motivator. Athi is going to ace this test for sure. And if you guys are still available later today, when I wake, oh god, do I have time? Oh, what time is my stream? It's literally, my stream is going to be in 8 hours, I feel. So we'll see if stream happens later tonight. If it doesn't, we have a great explanation for that. It's probably because I'm dead. Blue curry at 3 p.m. Okay, I'm going to get maybe like 4 hours of sleep now, 5 hours of sleep. I have to wake up, do some things, and then go get ready for some blue curry at 3. If anything, I will push stream back a little late. I will push it to 4 p.m. It sounds like a better time for me. So just look out to see a notification if stream will be pushed back. Most likely it will be pushed back to 4 p.m. just because I want to try and get an extra hour sleep. Please delay your kids' stream if you need to get more sleep. Okay, I will. Thank you guys for being so considerate of me. I really appreciate it. I'm so lucky to have all these lovely pillows taking care of me. Also, welcome Solace to the Pillow fam. I wish you all the best on your nursing studies. And please come back here anytime if you have questions at all. I will try my best to answer any questions that you may have about becoming a nurse or studying for your nursing exams. All right? All right, have a wonderful rest of your morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you are, my lovely, lovely pillows. And Chibi or Athi Dango is gonna go to bed as well, and she's gonna see. Have a good nighty, sleep tighty, and don't let the bed bugs bite thee.